Hello there, my name is James E. Wisher, and I'm the author of 38 novels, including Death and Honor, the audiobook you're about to listen to. I'd like to take a moment to thank you for stopping by my YouTube channel. I'll be adding more audiobooks all the time, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss anything. One other item of note: if you see any of my audiobooks on the channel other than this one, please let me know, since whoever posted it doesn't have permission to do so. With that bit of business out of the way, let's get started.
Part 1. Chapter 1. Bert hated the forest. Whenever he came this way, something bad happened. Last month, his mule threw a shoe halfway to Lord's Way. 6 months ago, a rotten branch broke loose and came down on Joey, breaking his arm. Now, here he was, walking along a well-worn path through dappled shade just like nothing bad would happen when he knew damn well it would. If the roof on his little cottage didn't need replacing, he wouldn't have taken this job. The lead in his hand jerked when his mule lowered its head again to crop the lush clover growing along the side of the path. He gave the lead a yank and the mule's head came up. "Come on, damn you! You'll get your feed when we make camp, same as me." Bert snatched his hand out of the way when the mule tried to bite him. He cracked it across the nose with the leather lead and it shied away. Miserable beast. Behind him, the guards riding drag chuckled. Bloody mercenaries with their fancy horses and fancy armor. They got to ride the whole trip to Lord's Way while Bert and the other drovers had to walk and drag the mules along with them. The bosses hired 6 of the bastards this trip. The other 4 rode up front to protect the caravan master. "Hey, Bert, old Susie giving you a hard time?" Bert grinned at his buddy, Mick the Stick, walking beside the next mule in line. Mick just flicked his hickory switch and his mule looked away from the clover. He got similar results waving it at his kids. "Damn thing just wants to eat. What time you reckon it is?" Before Mick could reply, an arrow loosed from the right side of the road pierced his throat. He fell, blood spraying from his neck. Shouts of pain came from the front of the caravan, and a second later more shouts came from behind him. Bert spun and found the mercenaries lying on the ground, both sporting arrows in their chests, their fancy mail not phasing the arrows in the least. Bert swung back an instant before an arrow slammed into his shoulder, spinning him around and dropping him to the ground. He lay still despite the screaming, both from the rest of the caravan and his shoulder. The little belt knife he carried wouldn't be much use in a fight like this, and if he moved, they might put another arrow in him for good measure. Live to fight another day, that was Bert's philosophy. Minutes passed before the forest fell silent. Bert kept his eyes shut until he heard voices. "We have what we came for." Bert opened an eye in time to see a group of bowmen, he counted a score plus 3, dressed in ragged armor made of leather and bits of chain. The bandits were looking at another man dressed in gleaming mail and wearing a helm with the visor open. The man had a bent nose over a bushy mustache, but the helm hid the rest of his face. Another fancy mercenary, only this one worked for the other side. In his hands, the leader, Bert harbored no doubts about who led the bandits, held a small wooden chest. The chest was a late addition to the caravan. A desperate woman in 3 streams paid the master double the usual fee to bring it to Lord's Way, though who the recipient was, Bert couldn't say. "You've got 5 minutes to loot the mules, then we leave," the leader said. The bandits howled like animals and tore through the panniers looking for anything worthwhile. One pulled out a small box of ingots intended for a silversmith. A second man tackled him, and they rolled around kicking and punching to see who'd end up with the silver. Bert closed his eyes, trying to ignore the pain in his shoulder, praying no one would notice his shallow breathing. "All right, you dogs, time's up. We're leaving." Bert risked a glance. The bandits were trudging northeast behind Fancy Pants. He waited another 10 minutes, shoulder be damned, to make certain they weren't coming back. Bert climbed to his feet. A short distance away, Susie lay on her side, an arrow through her ribs. Stubborn mule or not, she hadn't deserved to die. Bert shuffled up the road a ways, then knelt beside Mick. He hadn't deserved to die either. The arrow in Bert's shoulder complained with each step, but he continued to ignore it. "Rest easy, mates. Bert closed his friend's eyes. Now, unless he'd gotten turned around, they'd passed the road to some nobleman's estate about 2 miles back. They had to have a healer on the grounds, soldiers too. Bert gathered his gumption and started back down the road, his shoulder yelping with each step. By the gods, it was going to be a long walk. Jeremiah Kane watched his sons face off with padded wooden swords. They sparred in a training circle drawn in the dirt between the barracks and Lord St. Jacques' estate. They were alone in the late afternoon sun, the soldiers having decided not to watch the afternoon match. That suited Jeremiah, since the boys liked to show off when the soldiers gathered. He wanted them focused on the fundamentals, not entertaining an audience. Gabriel held his sword in high guard. With his short blonde hair and blue-gray eyes, Jeremiah's elder son looked like a younger version of himself. Though he'd just turned 15 a few months ago, Gabriel already stood near 6 feet tall. Older, stronger, and more experienced, Gabriel should have been able to best his younger brother with no trouble. Xander, however, never let being younger and smaller stop him from doing what he wanted, and at the moment what he wanted was to drive his father and brother to distraction. "Begin," Jeremiah said. Gabriel swung down and to the left. Rather than block the way Jeremiah taught him, Xander spun away and counter-slashed at his brother's ribs. Gabriel blocked and danced out of the way. "Stop!" Jeremiah scowled at Xander, who grinned back at him, wooden sword resting on his shoulder. Sweat plastered Xander's long dark hair to his head. "You're supposed to parry the blows, not dodge them." Xander's ice-blue eyes locked with Jeremiah's, ready to argue. Fast, smart, and 2 years younger than his brother, he looked so much like his mother in that moment Jeremiah's frustration faded away. "My hands are still tingling from the morning match. If the idea is to avoid getting hit, dodging is better." "The idea," Jeremiah forced himself not to shout, "is to build up your strength and calluses. You do that by blocking. I'm trying to teach you two the proper way to fight a duel." "Father, I'm curious." Jeremiah put a hand to his forehead and suppressed a groan. If he had a gold royal for every time his younger son began a sentence with "I'm curious," he could have bought the estate from Lord St. Jacques. "It seems the only way someone can win a proper duel is to be stronger than his opponent. I'll never be stronger than Gabriel, so why should I learn to fight in a style that will cause me to lose?" "When you're older," Jeremiah said for the 1,000th time. Before he could continue his explanation, Gabriel pointed down the road and said, "Father, someone's coming." Jeremiah looked where his son indicated. A figure, a man from the looks of him, staggered down the road. "Fetch the guards, then get in the house, now." The boy sprinted for the barracks. "I almost got you that time." Xander dodged a good-natured swipe from his brother. They reached the barracks door, and Jeremiah put the boys out of his mind. He drew his sword and started down the road to see who was coming to visit this late in the evening. When he got closer, the man's staggering gait and the arrow jutting from his shoulder gave mute testament to the fact that he was no threat. Jeremiah sheathed his sword and rushed forward just in time to catch the man when he collapsed and lower him to the ground. "Easy, easy. What happened to you?" "Caravan," the man gasped. "Bandits." He passed out. The thundering of booted feet on the road announced his men's arrival. 10 men at arms, swords drawn and ready for battle. His second-in-command, Sergeant Marcus, knelt beside him. "Lord Knight?" "It appears we have bandits roaming our territory, Marcus." Jeremiah pointed at a pair of husky men. "You two carry him to the guest cottage. Someone get Bones." One man sprinted back to the barracks to fetch their healer, while Jeremiah and the rest escorted their guest to one of 4 guest cottages on the eastern edge of the compound. "Do you think he'll live?" Marcus asked. "I'm no healer," Jeremiah said. "But that wound is far from his heart. I suspect the exhaustion caused his collapse more than the injury." They reached the cottage, a one-room affair with a tile roof and 2 windows. Jeremiah unlocked the door with a key from his keyring. The light from the setting sun provided dim illumination. "Put him on the bed and get a fire started." One soldier bent down in front of the fireplace, and there was a creak as he opened the flue, followed by the click of steel on flint. Soon a warm glow filled the little space. "If you're not bleeding, get out," the imperious voice of the company healer rang out. The men fled like rats from a sinking ship at the sight of the wizened figure stomping toward the cottage, his satchel slapping against his hip. Little more than skin and bones, which was how he earned his name, Bones was shorter than Xander, louder than the cook, and tougher than old leather. Bones ignored Jeremiah and leaned over the man on the bed. Jeremiah gave him a minute, then asked, "Well?" Bones looked at him. "He'll live. The arrow missed the big vessel running to his neck. Let's yank that arrow while he's still out." Jeremiah pulled the unconscious man into a sitting position and held him while Bones cut the arrow short, pushed it through the back of his shoulder, and pulled it free. He dropped the arrowhead on the floor and smeared a thick crimson paste on both sides of the wound. He bound bandages in place, then nodded for Jeremiah to lower him back down to the mattress. Bones wiped the man's blood off on his smock. "That troll's blood ointment will have him right as rain in a few days." "Can you wake him?" Jeremiah asked. "I need to know what happened." "I can," Bones said, the disapproval in his voice clear. "It'd be best if you let him sleep until morning and get some food in him before you put him to the question." "I'm not going to torture him," Jeremiah scowled at the old healer, who grinned. "Morning will be fine. I can't ride until then anyway. Will you stay with him?" Bones nodded. Jeremiah closed the door behind him and headed for the main house. The boys bounced back and forth by the front door waiting for him. "Was it a bandit, Father?" Gabriel asked as soon as he got in earshot. Jeremiah tousled Xander's hair. "No, just a man who needed help." "Aha! I told you it weren't a bandit," Xander said. "You owe me half your dessert." "You're both getting half portions tonight." Jeremiah smiled when Alexandra appeared behind the boys in the doorway. His wife had a knack for catching the boys at mischief. "How many times have I told you two about wagering like that? And Xander, your grammar was awful just now. You know better." The boys hung their heads. "Sorry, Mother," they said. "Get inside this instant and wash up. Dinner's almost ready." They scooted past her and into the house. Xander stopped and looked back. "What are we having for dessert anyway?" Alexandra pointed toward the washroom. Xander grinned and scampered up the stairs. "That boy's a devil," Alexandra said. Jeremiah kissed her. "Takes after his mother." Alexandra swatted him on the shoulder, her long, dark hair swirling around her slim, elegant figure. 17 years since they married, and she still looked as beautiful as the day she first caught his eye. He said a silent word of thanks to whatever god had placed such a wondrous woman in his path. "So what's this about a wounded man?" Alexandra asked, jolting him out of his moment of reflection. He staggered onto the grounds while the boys were sparring, an arrow in his shoulder, muttering about bandits. Poor fellow passed out without another word. Bones is with him now, and I'll question him in the morning. Alexandra slipped her hand into his, and they went inside to eat. The warm wood floor and familiar stone walls welcomed him home. While he'd been out, Alexandra put up a new tapestry in the entry hall. Dragons chasing unicorns this time. Last week's was knights at the joust. "You'll go after them?" Alexandra asked. Jeremiah nodded. "In the morning, as soon as I question the stranger." "You could have Marcus lead the men. He's a good soldier. He could handle it." "He is, and I'm sure he could. But it's my responsibility. I won't hand it off to someone else." "You're getting older," Alexandra said. The quiver in her voice tugged at Jeremiah's heart. "No one would think less of you if you let someone else take up some of the burden." He stepped back and looked into her eyes. "You're wrong. I'd think less of myself. I'm not hurt or sick. That would be different. Lord St. Jacques entrusted the care of this estate to me, not Marcus or anyone else. It's my responsibility, and keeping bandits off the roads is part of that responsibility. Honor demands I see it through as long as I'm able." "I know." She laid her head on his chest. I just wonder which time you won't come back. That will be as the gods will. Better an honorable death on the battlefield than a coward's death at home. We'll speak no more of this. The next morning, Jeremiah met Marcus by the front door, and they made the short walk to the guest cottage together. Bones asked for a double helping of breakfast this morning, Marcus said. I guess that means the stranger is awake. Jeremiah laughed. I wouldn't make that assumption the way Bones eats. The two guards on watch snapped to attention as they approached. Be at ease, Jeremiah said. The guard on the right pushed the door open and Jeremiah stepped through. Their unexpected guest was sitting up in bed and doing his best to inhale a bowl of oatmeal. Bones dozed in a chair nearby. It looks like our guest is recovered, Jeremiah said louder than necessary. Bones's head snapped up, eyes wide. Are you trying to scare the life out of me? Jeremiah smiled. I see your patient has recovered. Of course. I told you, just a flesh wound. If you'll excuse me, I'm heading for my bunk. Jeremiah patted Bones on the shoulder as he passed, then took over his chair beside the still-eating man. So, my good fellow, what brings you to our door in such poor condition? The stranger swallowed the last of his food. It were bandits, my lord. They killed all the others, and I was damn lucky they didn't notice me still breathing. Why don't you tell us everything from the beginning? Your name and occupation would be an excellent place to start. Name's Bert, and I'm a drover. Me and the others was hired by the TriStar Merchant Company to lead a train of mules down to Lord's Way. Well, sir, the trip went smooth enough except for the miserable excuse for a mule I got stuck with. That critter was the most stubborn beast I've ever seen in all my days handling animals. Jeremiah smiled. I quite understand. I've dealt with my share of stubborn mules, though most were of the two-legged rather than four-legged variety. Bert laughed. Hi, I've dealt with the two-legged variety as well, usually on payday. Anyway, we was about halfway through the forest just north of here when the bandits attacked. Most of the others died in the first volley. I got this in the second. Bert indicated his bandaged shoulder. I was out of it for a few minutes, but when I come to, I seen them ugly buggers going through our packs. One moment, Jeremiah said. Could you describe the bandits in more detail? Weapons, armor, numbers, any information would help. No problem there, your lordship. I gave them rats a real good looking over. I counted 103 dressed in odd bits of leather and chain. As for weapons, you name it and they had one. The only thing they had in common was every man carried a new-looking longbow. Truth be told, I ain't seen that many of the big bows since the Eastern invasion 20 years ago. You fought in the war? Jeremiah asked. No, sir. Quartermaster Division. That's where I learned my trade. If you ate it, swung it, or wore it, me and my mates hauled it to you. There was one other fellow there. The boss, I reckon. He wore a breastplate and carried a sword near as nice as yours. Did you see his face? Just a bit. He had a helm on, but the visor was up. All I seen was a bushy mustache and a bent nose. He was an odd one. Didn't have no interest in looting, he just took this one little chest. Oh? Yes, sir. Only reason I marked it was on account of it was a late addition to the caravan. A woman practically begged the boss to take it. Paid double the usual fee, too. Very interesting. Thank you for your help. Please enjoy the use of the cottage until you're fully recovered. Jeremiah turned to go. You give them bastards hell, sir. The lads deserve a little payback. Jeremiah turned back. They will answer for their crimes, rest assured. Good day. Jeremiah and Marcus left the cottage and started back to the main house. What do you think? Marcus asked. First and second squads should be able to handle this. Go get them ready. Loken, too, will need a tracker. Aye, sir. Marcus turned off toward the barracks. Jeremiah continued toward the main house alone. He'd laid out his weapons and armor last night and needed only to strap them on. He'd promised Gabriel he could help. The boy was eager to learn about being a knight, even how to strap on armor. Jeremiah sighed. He wished Xander showed as much interest. Alexandra waited just inside the door. How bad? Just some bandits that think they can hunt in Lord St. Jacques' territory. It shouldn't take more than a week to hunt them down. You'll be careful? It sounded half question and half order. I will, never fear. Where's Gabriel? He's to help me dress for battle. Alexandra smiled. He saw a spot of tarnish on your sword and went to polish it. Gabriel! The boy raced around the corner a moment later, Jeremiah's sheathed sword slung over his shoulder. Sorry, father, he said between gasps. I was tending your sword. Jeremiah took the weapon from him. As a good squire should. Father and son retreated to the armory, where it took 5 minutes to get all the bits of steel plate strapped in place. When they finished, they found Alexandra waiting in the great hall. Where's Xander? Jeremiah asked. In the library. Where else? Gabriel said. Get him, won't you, dear? Alexandra said. Yes, mother. Xander! That was not what I meant, Gabriel. Xander appeared at the top of the stairs, hopped on the railing and slid down to join them. Off to smite the unwashed hordes, father? You've been reading The Princess and the Barbarian again, haven't you? Jeremiah said. Yeah. Well, in this case, the horde is small, though still unwashed. Fight well, father, Gabriel said. Yeah, carve 'em up good. Jeremiah dropped to one knee and hugged both boys. In another year, he wouldn't have to kneel to include Xander in their goodbye hug. Be good for your mother. Why do you always look right at me when you say that? Xander asked. Alexandra kissed his cheek and closed the visor on his helm. Come back safe. The flapping of ravens' wings and the scream of crows announced their arrival at the ambush site. Bodies, both human and animal, lay strewn about the dirt track. Jeremiah shook his head and dismounted. He'd seen death often enough, but he never quite got used to it. He decided long ago that if he could ever look at the aftermath of a battle and feel nothing, he'd retire. Loken? Aye, sir. The scout dismounted, his mottled brown and green cloak swirling around him, a quiver of arrows on his hip, a longbow slung over one shoulder. Jeremiah watched while Loken studied the ground, then turned his attention to the bodies. Loken bent down for a closer look at one of the many arrows pin-cushioning the corpses. He yanked one out and handed it to Jeremiah without comment before resuming search. The arrow was ash, sanded smooth and fletched with gray goose feathers, a high-quality weapon, no doubt stolen from some unfortunate hunter. He frowned. Bert said the leader wore expensive gear. Maybe he'd bought the weapons and armed the bandits. But why? Sir? Jeremiah looked up when Loken spoke. Report. They went northeast through the forest. The bandits made no effort to hide their tracks. Judging by the prints, I'd say your informant was right on about their numbers. Probably figured no one would be after them for days, Marcus said. Jeremiah thought much the same. Good work, Loken. Let's get after them. They rode out, Loken in the lead. The trees slowed their horses, but the forest floor was largely clear of undergrowth, so they maintained a steady trot until dusk. They made camp in a clearing near a creek. While the men tended the horses, Loken approached. We're getting closer. You're sure? Loken nodded. We're only a few hours behind them now. I'll wager a week's pay we catch sight of them by midday tomorrow. Jeremiah raised an eyebrow at that. No bet. You're too good to wager against. Spread the word. No fires tonight. Aye, sir. Jeremiah heard little grumbling about the lack of fire. It was approaching summer and the nights were warm. While Marcus set guards for the night, Jeremiah found a likely patch of ground and spread his blanket out. They were only a day from home and everyone had fresh food to eat. He was curious to see what Alexandra had packed him. He opened his satchel and on top, wrapped in white cheesecloth, sat a peach tart, a bit crumbled after bouncing around all day. Jeremiah smiled and took a bite. Xander must have nicked it from the kitchen and snuck it in his pack. He'd have to remember to thank the boy when he got home, right after he gave yet another lecture about not stealing from the kitchen. The next morning they were on the road once the sun cleared the horizon. It was a beautiful day, clear and bright, the humidity of summer still far off. A shame they'd have to spoil it with a battle. After 3 hours steady riding, the trees thinned, then opened into a wide field. In the distance, the field rose into a steep ridge. Loken reined in at the edge of the trees, and Jeremiah eased his horse up beside the scout. "Do you see them, sir?" Jeremiah squinted, but his eyes weren't as keen as Loken's, and he couldn't make out anything. "Where?" "Halfway up the ridge, angling to our left. A line of men. It's got to be our prey." Jeremiah squinted again, then shook his head. "I'll take your word for it, Loken. What's our best approach?" "If we ride after them now, they'll hold the high ground, and we'll be riding into the teeth of an archery barrage. Best if we let them get a little further ahead. Once they're out of sight, we can cross the field unseen, then catch them on the flat ground up top." Jeremiah nodded. "We might even let them make camp and hit them after dark. Keep watch and let me know when it's safe to move on." "Sir," Marcus said. "The men can eat if they wish. We'll be here a little while." Jeremiah pulled out a strip of jerky and gnawed on it. He wasn't hungry, but once they got moving, he might not have another chance to eat. What he wanted was to sit at the scout's right shoulder so he could ride the instant the bandits cleared the ridge. That wouldn't get the bandits moving any faster, and it would annoy Loken. Better to keep his distance. The scout was a professional. When it was time to move, he'd say so. "They're clear," Loken said. It had taken over an hour for the bandits to clear the ridge. All the while, Loken crouched, unflinching as he watched the tiny figures moving ever further away. It grated on Jeremiah to let the bandits get even a step further away from justice, but he accepted the necessity. The horses pranced in place, sensing their riders' eagerness. "Let's go." Jeremiah led the way across the field. At the base of the ridge, they found a narrow path that switchbacked its way up the slope. Loken was right. If they tried to take the bandits on the path, they wouldn't have stood a chance. At the top of the ridge, they found another field, and in the distance, a scattering of trees. No way they could close the gap on horseback in broad daylight. "Loken, scout ahead," Jeremiah said. "I don't want to blunder into them." The scout dismounted and tossed his reins to the closest man. "Keep a good distance back," Loken said. "I'll double back when I find their campsite." The sun had almost set when Loken appeared out of the shadows. They'd ridden a couple miles from the ridge, Jeremiah having set a sedate pace. "You found it?" Jeremiah asked. Loken pointed. 3/4 of a mile. They've already started drinking. If we're lucky, by the time we get in position, they won't even know which end of the sword to hold. Jeremiah eased his horse over to a clump of trees and dismounted, his men following suit. "We'll leave the horses here and move in on foot. When we arrive, Marcus, you take half the men to the far side of the camp. When I give the signal, we'll take them from 2 sides. Questions?" No one spoke, so they followed Loken through the gloom as quietly as men wearing armor could. They heard the camp before they saw it, shouts and laughter ringing through the quiet spring night. A bonfire illuminated the clearing where the bandits had sprawled, sacks of loot scattered here and there. Filthy men lay in the dirt, some wrestling and others eating joints of meat from what looked like a wild pig roasting on a spit over the fire. It had to be near raw. A short distance from the fire, sitting alone, brooded a man in bright mail that had to be the leader Bert described. At his feet sat a small chest. Jeremiah and Loken eased closer while Marcus made his way to the far side. Loken pointed right and left. A sentry was at either end of the clearing. Jeremiah nodded and pointed at Loken's bow. The scout nocked an arrow. Jeremiah gestured for the other men to ease up closer. When everyone was in position, Jeremiah patted Loken on the leg. Loken drew the arrow to his ear and loosed. Before the first arrow hit, a second was in the air. The first arrow struck the far sentry in the throat. He fell without a sound. The second sentry took an arrow in the chest, and he died screaming. Jeremiah surged forward, his men right on his tail. Confused, drunk bandits staggered around looking for weapons. Jeremiah slammed one man to the ground with the flat of his sword. Another charged him, hatchet raised. He slapped the crude attack to the side and cut the bandit from shoulder to waist. All around him, the battle surged. His men handled the bandits with little trouble. The only real resistance centered on the leader and a knot of 4 men standing back to back. Hoping to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Jeremiah looked to where he'd left Loken and his bow to watch for runners. He whistled to get the scout's attention, pointed to the leader, and tapped his shoulder. A moment later, Loken's bow twanged and the leader flinched, just enough that the arrow rammed into his neck instead of his shoulder, rocking his head back and knocking him to the ground. Damn it! Jeremiah wanted the leader alive. He charged toward the still-standing bandits. Surrender and you'll be spared. One bandit made a clumsy thrust with a short sword, but Jeremiah batted it aside and decked the man with a mailed fist. The bandits had twisted around, and he went down in a heap. The sight of their comrades, dead or down, must have convinced those left to surrender because, as one, they tossed their weapons to the ground and raised their arms. Sergeant, secure these men. If they give you any trouble, run them through. This last bit he added for the benefit of the bandits. None of his men would kill an unarmed man. Loken, go fetch the horses. We'll camp here tonight and ride home in the morning. The victory was one-sided for the most part. Once they sorted out the chaos of the battle, they had 10 prisoners. The rest were dead and dumped in a heap outside the clearing. As for his men, one unlucky corporal got a deep gash on his cheek, and 2 others took blows to the body that would be sore for a few days. The prisoners are secure, sir, Marcus said when they'd finished tying up the survivors. He held a belt pouch in his hand. I took this off the leader's body. Thought you might want to look. Excellent. Jeremiah took the pouch. Post a guard detail and tell the rest of the men they can get some sleep. We ride at first light. Marcus saluted and went to carry out his orders. Jeremiah walked over and sat down beside the little chest that appeared to have caused all this fuss. He hefted it. It weighed maybe a pound or 2. The lacquered wood gleamed and the catch showed no sign of damage. The bandits hadn't attempted to open it after 3 days in their possession. That seemed odd. Jeremiah set the chest aside and dumped the pouch out on the ground. By the light of the fire, he studied the contents. A used silk handkerchief, no monogram, that went into the fire. A folding, ivory-handled pocket knife that Jeremiah appropriated. It would make an excellent gift for Xander's birthday next month. And a 3-inch-long scroll case. Inside the case, he found a rolled-up strip of paper covered in vertical and horizontal lines. If it was a language, it was one Jeremiah hadn't seen. He replaced the scroll in its case and tucked it away in his own pouch. Maybe Alexandra could make sense of it. Her father worked as a scribe, so she knew a lot about languages. Jeremiah yawned and got to his feet, tucking the chest under his arm. He didn't plan to let it out of his sight until he had a better idea what was happening. Loken had returned with the horses, and it was time to get his bedroll and try to sleep. It would be a long ride home at the pace the prisoners could walk. Chapter 2. Ick shrieked and waved his hands at the sky, causing the branch he perched on to shake. Below him, in a little clearing in the woods 4 days' travel from the nearest settlement, 6 of the master's thugs looked up, frowning at their tiny commander. The human's fear washed over the little demon, and he reveled in it. For 3 days they'd waited for the rest of the humans to arrive with the master's package. Even allowing for the general laziness of humans, the bandits should have arrived 2 days ago. After one last shriek at the universe, Ick turned his attention to his servants. They were filthy, diseased creatures, too stupid to be trusted with even simple tasks without his supervision. The absolute dregs of Lord's Way. Ick smelled their sweat and their remains of their last meal rotting between their decaying teeth, even from his perch far above them. Reaching into their minds, Ick read their anxiety and a desire to collect the gold they'd been promised so they could spend it on alcohol and females. Disgusting. Ick drew on his innate magic and sent his thoughts streaking through space to his waiting master. The vermin have still not arrived, master. Even the edge of his master's fury sent a thrill of pain through the little demon. If they haven't arrived yet, they're not going to. You may return. Gorn will be waiting. Yes, master. His master severed the connection, and Ick allowed himself a gleeful chuckle. Gorn would pay the humans in blood, and Ick's misery would be washed away in it. Humans, the meeting has been cancelled. I will take you to collect your payment now. Relief and excitement oozed out of them. They wanted out of the forest and back to what passed for civilization. It was a couple miles hike to the edge of the forest where they were to meet Gorn, and Ick was as anxious to get there as the humans, though for different reasons. The little demon spread his wings and leapt from the tree, gliding east to where his brother waited, the humans trotting along behind him. They reached the edge of the forest a few minutes before noon. Ick sensed Gorn's presence, even though he wasn't in view. They emerged from the edge of the woods and found Gorn sitting on a boulder. He wore the form of a human warrior in black, spiked plate armor. On the ground at his feet sat a cloth pouch. The humans eyed it, licking their lips, eyes shining with greed. Your reward, Ick said. Go collect it. The humans needed no further prompting. They raced forward, each wanting to be the first to collect their payment. The humans were so focused on the pouch, they never noticed Gorn hop off the boulder and straighten to his full 7-foot height. Once the first human was within reach, Gorn lashed out, striking the man with such force that his fist went all the way through the bandit's chest and blasted out his back in a shower of blood. The moment he struck, the illusion that cloaked Gorn in the shape of a man faded, revealing his true demonic body. Pebbly, reptilian skin covered a massive, broad-shouldered figure. Bat wings sprouted from his back, and a barbed tail lashed behind him. Gorn ripped his arm free of the human's chest. In his clawed hand, he held the human's heart. The demon popped the morsel into a mouth lined with 3 rows of shark teeth and ground it up. The horror that was Gorn held the other humans rooted in place as surely as chains. Gorn flailed left and right, crushing the humans under his fists. All the while, Ick flew overhead, chattering like a mad thing, dancing through the air around spurts of blood. Far too soon for Ick's liking, nothing remained of the humans but piles of quivering flesh. Gorn reached down to collect the pouch, then gestured for Ick to join him. The little demon would have liked to play in the blood a little longer, but he knew better than to keep his unpredictable big brother waiting. Ick landed on Gorn's shoulder, and the two of them teleported away. Knight Commander Eric Erickson contemplated the 2-inch-tall pile of papers on his desk, each sheet detailing either a crime under investigation or one that his officers had solved. As a whole, the stack represented the corruption that was Lord's Way. Sometimes Eric thought it would be best to wipe out the city and start fresh, like a farmer mucking out the stables. Eric picked up the top sheet, but before he could look at it, a tingling in the back of his head interrupted. Eric leapt to his feet and tossed the paper back into the pile. He hurried over to his office door, locked it, and sat back down. With slow, deep breaths, he calmed his thoughts, preparing his mind to accept the master's will. When the tingle became a steady buzz, Eric pictured a door in his mind. Then he opened it. Lord Slavas. Eric wasn't comfortable enough with telepathic communication that he could send the words without speaking them. Knight Commander, there has been a setback. Even from a distance, the power of the demon's mental voice caused Eric to tense for a fight, though he couldn't win a fight with the demon. Eric suspected Slavos could destroy him with a thought. I require you to discover what happened to a caravan due to arrive in the city 2 days ago. Of course, my lord. It may take some time, as many caravans enter Lord's Way every day. The caravan belonged to the Tri-Star Merchant House, and it passed through a village called 3 Streams over a week ago. I expect an update by midnight. The demon broke contact, leaving Eric breathing hard and trembling. Every time he finished communicating with the demon, he felt like a rookie after his first battle, trembling and sick to his stomach. It should have gotten easier, but no. Eric got up, unlocked the door, and left his office. The paperwork would have to wait. Bypassing the chaos of Watch Headquarters' main lobby, Eric turned right and exited by the back door. Technically, he was supposed to tell his second-in-command when he left the building, but he didn't want to, and nobody cared anyway. Outside, Eric judged it to be approaching mid-morning. He had perhaps 14 hours before he needed to report to his master. No time to fool around. 3 Streams was north of the city, so any caravan would check in at one of the 2 north end gates. Eric headed in that direction, setting a brisk pace. He walked through his city, barely noting the masses of people buying, selling, arguing, and stealing. Lord's Way was a merchant city. Everybody was always trying to get one over on a competitor. They were no better than the thieves whose names covered the pages on his desk. The difference being the merchants robbed people within the rules and the thieves didn't. When he reached the north gate, one of the guards was busy inspecting a pair of wagons. Eric hung back and watched. While his underlings poked through the contents of the wagons, one merchant slipped a small pouch to the watch sergeant who made it disappear just as fast. Eric shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind his men taking bribes for undervaluing the merchant's cargo. The only people more corrupt than the merchants were the politicians that collected the taxes on them. When the guards finished going through the motions, Eric approached. At the sight of his lion-embossed breastplate, they snapped to attention. "Sergeant, I need a word." The older man's eyes widened, and he looked around, hoping there might be another sergeant hiding somewhere that Eric wanted to talk to. Not surprising, considering he'd accepted a bribe seconds before. Eric wondered if he feared losing his job or having to share the coin. "Sir?" "Give me your logbook." He dug through his satchel and produced a small notebook. Eric snatched it out of his hand and scanned through the last 2 weeks of entries. Nothing from TriStar had passed through the gates. Eric returned the notebook. "Keep up the good work, Sergeant." "Yes, sir," he saluted, a slack look of relief on his pathetic face. Eric left Gate 1 and headed for Gate 2. A brief examination of their logbook showed the same as the first. Nothing from TriStar in the last 2 weeks. The caravan hadn't entered the city, he felt certain. So where the hell was it? He left the gates heading toward the warehouse district. Lucky for him, it wasn't far from Gate 2. Hundreds of warehouses sprawled through the district, some new and others old and sagging, most somewhere in between. TriStar's was unremarkable, small but well cared for. It had the look of a well-run small company. The doors stood wide open, and one man rifled through one of the scores of crates while another wrote on a slate. "Excuse me," Eric said. The 2 men looked at him, then at each other, and then started toward him. As they got closer, it became clear that they were twins, red hair, green eyes, and both of them so thin that together they barely cast a shadow. "Can we—" the twin on the right began. "Help you?" the twin on the left finished. Eric gave them a hard stare. The twin on the right flinched. "Sorry, we do that sometimes." "Never mind. I'm investigating an increase in bandit activity, and I was wondering if you had any caravans missing." The left-hand twin ran back into the warehouse, to check their records, Eric assumed. A moment later, the twin that remained cocked his head, then nodded. "We have 1 caravan outstanding, and it's 2 days overdue. Given the state of the roads, a brief delay is not something to be concerned about." "You're certain it left on time?" "Oh yes, a messenger Bert is in as soon as the caravan departs. We received the message on time, and the caravan master expected no delays." Eric nodded. "Very well. Thank you for your help." Eric left the warehouse and returned to headquarters. The caravan left on time but didn't arrive. Either it was delayed on the road or someone attacked it. Either way, he had enough to contact the master. 4 hours had passed since the demon gave him his orders. It should be pleased with Eric's speed, at least. When he reached his office, Eric locked the door and thought about blood and pain and death. He conjured one horrible image after another. Early in their relationship, Eric had asked Slavas why he couldn't contact the demon directly when he had news. The master had laughed and explained that a mere human lacked the ability to do magic of any sort. Eric had bristled at the contempt in Slavos's voice, but as he had no desire to die just then, he'd foregone comment. It wasn't long before he caught the master's attention. "You have news?" "Yes, master. The caravan left on schedule, but it hasn't arrived in the city yet. Either it's been attacked or had a breakdown." "Of course it's been attacked, fool. I sent the bandits that attacked it. The problem is the bandits didn't bring me the item I desire." So much for the master being pleased with the speed at which he acquired his information. "Perhaps if I knew what was happening, I could be of better service, master." The demon's displeasure sent a shiver up Eric's back. Had he overstepped? "Very well, Knight Commander." Slavos emphasized his title to remind Eric who had arranged his elevation. "One of my agents located an item my master has sought for over a century. Before the item reached me, it was stolen. The thief had the item shipped to the city in the missing caravan. I arranged for the attack and recovery of the item, but I still haven't got it. Clear?" "Yes, master. That section of road is patrolled by Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane. If he learned of the attack, he almost certainly is the cause of your bandits' delay." "You know him?" "Yes, we served in the watch together before he received his spurs. He's dedicated to doing his duty. In all the years he served in the watch, I never knew him to take a bribe." "Very well. Contact Kane and find out about the caravan and my mercenaries. I want to know as soon as you learn anything." Slavos severed the connection. The fastest way to reach Jeremiah was messenger bird. Given the master's current mood, the fastest way was the best way. Eric jotted down a quick note and rolled up the little strip of paper. Eric hadn't thought about Jeremiah in years. They'd never been friends. Too different. Mirror images, really. Jeremiah had gotten his knighthood by taking an arrow for the Lord Mayor. Eric got his by selling his honor to a demon. You couldn't get much more opposite than that. Chapter 3. "I'm sorry, dear. I don't recognize it," Alexandra said after studying the strange markings on the scroll. Jeremiah had returned to the estate earlier that morning, prisoners in tow. The bandits were languishing in cells at the rear of the barracks. "If you'd like, I can check the library. Maybe I can find something. In fact, it would make an excellent lesson for the boys." "By all means," Jeremiah said. "Whatever you can discover would be good. Did anything interesting happen while I was gone?" "No, everything's been quiet. Even Xander behaved himself. Oh, I almost forgot. Duncan's coming up for a visit tomorrow. His note mentioned relaxing for a day before some important meeting." "Is he bringing his family?" "He didn't say, but I assume Jolie and Morgren will come. They usually do." "I should get their rooms ready." "Jeremiah, relax. I've already got the maids working on it, and the last thing they need is you fussing over them like a mother hen." She crinkled her nose. "I think you should take a bath instead." Jeremiah felt like a new man after washing off a week's worth of sweat. He rolled his shoulders, glad to be rid of 40 pounds of steel hauberk. Since his wonderfully efficient wife had the preparations for Lord St. Jacques' visit under control, he was free to check in on Bert and question the prisoners. Outside clouds filled the sky and the wind held a nip, a reminder that summer wasn't there yet. The short walk to the cottage did wonders for Jeremiah's aching legs. When he arrived, he found the cottage door unlocked, but he knocked anyway. "Come on in," Bert said. Jeremiah pushed the door open and found Bert tidying the room, his bandage gone and the injured arm seeming to give him no trouble. "Feeling better?" Bert looked up. "Oh, aye, sir. That healer of yours done a hell of a job. I reckon my arm's better now than before I got stuck." "Bones would be pleased to hear it. But don't praise him too much. He's near impossible to deal with now." "How'd you make out with them bandits?" Jeremiah smiled. "They won't be troubling any more caravans. We killed half of them and the rest are locked up in our prison. We'll be taking them to Lord's Way to face the king's justice in a couple days." "Damn good thing. Seems a man can hardly walk down the road without getting shot at. So what's to happen to me now, sir?" "Nothing. You're free to be on your way. If you prefer, you can stay on until we run the bandits in and ride back with us. I reckon I'll do that. Don't care much for traveling alone at the moment. Jeremiah left Bert to his cleaning and walked across the yard to the barracks. When he stepped inside, the 200 men inside snapped to attention. At ease. Have the prisoners caused any trouble? No, sir, Marcus said. I understand Lord St. Jacques is coming tomorrow. Will he be inspecting the men? I doubt it. I think he's looking to relax. Marcus's shoulders dropped as the tension went out of him. Professional soldiers hated it when a nobleman got it in his head to tell them the best way to handle their business. Come on, I want a word with our guests. The bandits were crammed into 3 cells meant to hold half as many men. The sour smell of sweat almost brought a tear to Jeremiah's eye. Marcus coughed. We either need a bigger jail or to stop taking so many prisoners. Attention, Jeremiah said. I require information. Whoever provides it will get a reduced sentence. What was so important about that caravan? Why was it attacked? When no one spoke, Jeremiah said, I don't want to administer beatings, but if that's the only way to get you to talk, I will. One of the bandits eased his way over to the bars. It ain't that we don't want to tell you, my lord. It's just we don't know nothing. The boss says where and when we attack. Jeremiah frowned at the man. Let me get a couple of the boys, Marcus said. We'll beat the truth out of 'em quick enough. Jeremiah laid a hand on his second-in-command's shoulder. No need for that. I've dealt with his kind often enough to tell when they're lying. He's not. You must have some idea why you attacked that caravan. Truly, sir, I don't. One afternoon we were sitting by the fire when this big black bird flies overhead and lands on the boss's shoulder. It's got a scroll tube tied to its foot. The boss takes it, and off the bird goes. The boss reads the letter, and next thing we know, we're marching off to set an ambush. Jeremiah nodded, getting a handle on what was happening. Let's go. We'll get nothing more here. When they'd left the jail behind, Marcus asked, What do you think, sir? It's clear someone hired those men to attack that specific caravan, no doubt to acquire that small chest we recovered. Anything more will require the scroll to be translated. Xander stood beside his brother while his father paced in front of the main house. Uncle Duncan would arrive any minute. The way Father worried, you'd think it was the first time Uncle Duncan had come for a visit rather than like the 100th. Every time the same thing, pace and worry until he got here, then brandy and old war stories. Xander chafed in his fancy slacks and tunic. He scratched the back of his knee with the toe of his boot. In the distance, he spotted a short row of horsemen surrounding a carriage coming down the dirt road toward the mansion. At last. Here they come, Father. Father stopped pacing and crouched down beside Xander. Please be good. Xander raised an eyebrow, but the clatter of hooves and squeak of the carriage drowned out his indignant comment. The carriage door popped open, and the round form of Duncan St. Jacques clambered down from the carriage before the coachman got down from his seat to help. Father fell to one knee, head bowed. My lord. Duncan smiled. For goodness sake, Jeremiah, get up. There's no need for that foolishness when it's just the families. Uncle Duncan! Xander and Gabriel shouted in unison and charged the older man. Duncan scooped Xander up and spun him around once before setting him down. He ruffled Gabriel's carefully combed hair. Hello, boys. Gabriel, I swear you've grown 6 inches since my last visit. Behind Duncan, his wife, Jolie, better known as the Scarecrow when the servants thought no one was listening, climbed down out of the carriage. Rail-thin and tall, Jolie stood in stark contrast to her husband. Xander darted forward and offered his best courtly bow. You look very pretty today, Aunt Jolie. This was a barefaced lie, and Father wouldn't approve if he heard, but it was polite, so at least Mother would be happy with him. Jolie's pinched face crinkled up into a smile. That's sweet, dear. She dug into her little purse and fished out a saltwater toffee for Xander, just as he'd hoped she would. A compliment always yielded a treat from Aunt Jolie. He assumed this was because she was so ugly the only way she could get compliments was to bribe people. Mother, you gave away my candy. The petulant voice of Morgan St. Jacques echoed out of the carriage. Xander had hoped they'd left the snot behind this time, but no such luck. 15 years old, tall like his mother and fat like his father, Morgan towered 6 inches over Xander. Not that he intimidated Xander. Morgan was soft, slow, and lazy. Not a combination that inspired fear. "Just one piece, dear. I have plenty more." "But they're mine!" Morgan squealed like a hog at the trough. Turning to Duncan, Morgan said, "When are we going fishing?" "After lunch." Even Uncle Duncan sounded annoyed with Morgan. "I want to go now." "The boys can take him," Father said. Xander winced. The last thing he wanted was to spend the day with Morgan bloody St. Jacques. He'd only been in the boy's presence for 5 minutes and he already wanted to strangle him. "Yes, Father," Gabriel said, always so quick to agree. Morgan looked down at them and sniffed. "Very well. Come." "Change your clothes first," Mother said. A temporary reprieve, but one Xander grasped like a lifeline. The boys trotted up to their room. At the top of the stairs, Xander said, "Hey, Gabe, want half my toffee?" Gabriel opened the door to their room and Xander darted in past him. He stripped off his itchy shirt and pegged it into the wash pile. "Give it here, runt. I'll split it for you." Xander tossed him the treat, not worried in the least about not getting his fair share. It would never even occur to Gabriel to take more than his share. Xander shook his head. It wasn't natural to be that honest, especially where toffee was concerned. Xander had a pair of scuffed pants on and was taking his time looking for an old shirt when Gabriel tossed him half the toffee. He popped it in his mouth and sighed. Wonderful stuff. Sweet, buttery bliss. Pity Father never brought any back with him from the city. "How could you stand there and lie right to her face?" Gabriel asked. "What?" Xander pulled on his favorite soft brown tunic. "Aunt Jolie, you told her she looked lovely." "That woman was born ugly." Xander smiled. Trust Gabriel to state the obvious. "So? Did you see how happy she was when I complimented her? If everyone was as honest as you, how many compliments do you imagine she'd get?" "That's not the point." "Forget it, Gabe. Hey, do you think we could lose Morgan in the forest and go down to the lake by ourselves?" "We probably could." Gabriel pulled on his second boot. "But Father would have a fit when we got home." Xander grinned. "It'd almost be worth it." "Forget it, Runt. Let's go." He rolled his eyes behind his brother's back and skipped down the steps after him. Xander loved his brother, but he sure was a stick in the mud. The moment they stepped out the door, Morgan said, "Finally, let's go." Mother handed Gabriel a small basket. "That's lunch for you boys. Dinner's at sunset. Be sure you're back." "Yes, Mother," Gabriel said. Xander glanced up at the sky. Almost high sun. 6 hours until sunset. 6 hours with Morgan whining and boasting and giving orders he'd feel compelled to ignore. And was going to be a long afternoon. Come on, Morgan said. "The poles are in the shed," Xander said. "Race you." Xander sprinted for the shed. Gabriel hot on his heels, leaving Morgan far behind. Xander skidded to a halt 2 steps ahead of his brother, bent double, sucking air. "Beat you," he said between gasps. "I'll get you next time," Gabriel said, his breath coming in wheezes. Morgan arrived about the time Xander caught his breath. He took the basket from Gabriel while his brother opened the shed door. Inside the shed, a clutter of tools, shovels, rakes, hoes, you name it, filled all 3 sides. In the far left corner, 6 cane poles leaned against the wall. Xander took one and slung the odds and ends bag over his shoulder. Gabriel grabbed his pole and a shovel. They found Morgan glaring at them when they came out. "Poles are in the back," Xander said. "I want that one." Morgan pointed at the pole in Xander's hand. Xander narrowed his eyes, ready for the first fight of the day. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught his brother's subtle headshake. Fine, he'd play nice for now. Xander tossed him the pole and went to fetch another. They were all the same anyway. When Xander had a new pole, they set out for the pond. The walk usually took 10 minutes, but with Morgren along it took half an hour. When the crystal blue water came in sight, Xander sighed, his tension fading. After the library, the pond was his favorite place on the estate. Boulders jutted out in the pond, perfect for sunbathing while you fished or for jumping off in the summer. A little brook ran into it from the west, and a second ran out to the southeast. Gabriel found a damp spot in the shade and set to digging. Soon they each had a fat worm on their hooks. Xander settled onto his favorite flat rock and flicked his line out. "I'm going to catch the most fish," Morgren said, as if by saying it would make it so. To make a lie of his words, Xander's rod bent, and after a brief struggle he hoisted a fat 16-inch rainbow trout out of the pond. Xander set fish and rod on the ground and dug a 3-foot length of rope with a spike on one end out of the satchel. He tied the fish to the line, drove the spike into the bank, and tossed the fish back into the pond to keep it cool. "I will catch the most fish," Morgren glared at Xander. 2 hours later, Xander had 2 trout, Gabriel 1, and Morgren nothing. Morgren threw his pole down, stomped over to an oak stump, and sat. He looked over at Xander. "Bring me something to eat." Xander looked over and raised an eyebrow. "Come get it yourself." Morgren heaved himself up and planted his fists on his ample hips. "I said, bring me that basket now." No longer feeling polite, Xander said, "And I said, waddle your fat ass over here and get it yourself." Morgren's face turned red and his eyes about bugged out of his head. "You don't dare speak to me that way. I'll bloody your nose, you pipsqueak." Grinning now, Xander hopped to his feet and started toward Morgren, leaving the basket behind. If he could get the fat idiot to throw the first punch, he'd be free to let him have it. "Xander?" Gabriel's voice held a warning that Xander had heard many times but seldom heeded. When he stood a couple feet away, Xander said, "Take your best shot." Morgren drew back and let fly with a wild haymaker that Xander ducked under. The force of the blow spun Morgren halfway around. Xander darted in before the bigger boy got turned around. When Morgren spun back, Xander's face was inches from his. "Boo," Xander said. Morgren staggered back, arms flailing for balance. Xander laughed. "No one dares laugh at me," Morgren charged, arms flailing. Xander waited until the last second, stepped left, and stuck his right foot in Morgren's path, sending him sprawling. When Morgren got to his feet, his pants were torn, and tears and snot ran down his face. He scrubbed the worst of it away with the back of his hand. "I'll tell Father what you did." Xander laughed even harder. When he got himself under control, he said, "You do that. Run back and tell your father you started a fight with someone half your size and couldn't even lay a hand on him. I'm sure he'll be impressed." Morgren turned and ran, wailing, into the woods. Xander sighed. He hadn't had that much fun in months. "Happy now?" Gabriel asked. "You better believe it." Xander walked back to his spot and sat down. "You know, that boy could cause a lot of trouble for our family when he grows up and inherits Uncle Duncan's lordship." "How do you figure that?" "He could strip Father of his knighthood out of spite for you humiliating him." Xander shook his head. "Don't you read any of the books Mother tells us to? He can't strip Father of his title." "What do you mean? Uncle Duncan gave him the title. What would stop Morgren from taking it away?" Xander flicked his line out again. "Uncle Duncan didn't grant Father his title. Only the king can do that. The lesser nobles can make a recommendation, that's all. Uncle Duncan recommended Father for the title and the king approved. At worst, Morgren could recommend the king strip Father of his knighthood, and he'd never do that." "Why not?" Xander helped himself to an apple from the basket of goodies. "Don't you remember any history?" Gabriel crossed his arms. "I can't keep all that stuff straight, Xander. You know that." "Well, if you could, you know that only one knighthood has ever been revoked, and the knight in question led an army on Crown City to overthrow the sitting king. Now, unless you imagine Father leading a military coup, I think he's safe enough from a turd like Morgren." We'd better go after him anyway. If he got hurt, Father would be furious. I'm not going after him. Xander ate a bite of his apple. Let him wander around the woods for a while. The gods know he could use the exercise. Maybe we'll get lucky and a bear will eat him. That's not funny. I wasn't joking. Fine, stay here. I'm going after him. Suit yourself. I'll see you at dinner. Xander watched Gabriel take off after Morgren. It was amazing how messed up some people's priorities were. He finished his apple and tossed the core into the woods. Gabriel left his brother at the pond and took off after Morgren at a brisk trot. That he would catch up to the boy wasn't in question. Morgren was in too poor a shape to get far ahead of him. The problem was he had no idea what he would say when he caught up to him. The path connecting the pond and the estate was well worn after years of almost constant use, so if Morgren stayed on it, he shouldn't have any trouble getting back. He'd shadow the boy and make sure he didn't run into any trouble. Then he'd wait for Xander at the edge of the forest. They could go in together. A little ways ahead, a crash echoed through the woods, followed by muffled cursing. He sped up and came across Morgren lying flat on his face, a spiked creeper vine wrapped around his leg. Gabriel shook his head. Just as well Xander hadn't come along. He'd laugh and there'd be another fight. Are you okay? Morgren rolled over and yelped when the thorns dug into his leg. Hold still and I'll cut you loose. Gabriel drew his short hunting knife. Morgren froze, for once doing as he was told. Gabriel gripped the vine between the inch-long spikes and sawed through it. He unwound the vine from Morgren's leg, careful not to push the thorns in any deeper. There you are. Gabriel got to his feet. Morgren stood up. Did you come to laugh at me? No, I wanted to make sure you made it back safe. Morgren snorted and started back down the path. I'll see to it your brother pays for humiliating me. Couldn't you let it go? No one got hurt after all. No, once I tell Father how your brother abused me, he'll insist Xander at least receive a beating. Gabriel tried another tactic. Won't it look bad if you say you got beaten up by my little brother? I'll say he attacked me from behind. Who do you think Father will believe, me or your brother? It will be so delicious when he gets back and finds everyone waiting to punish him. Gabriel shook his head again. It was going to be an ugly night for certain. The sun hung low in the sky when Xander pulled his line from the pond for the final time. He'd caught 6 fat trout. Not a bad day's work, if you could call lounging by the pond all day work. A quick look around revealed entirely too much equipment to carry back on his own. The shovel would have to stay. He opened the lunch basket and found a strip of jerky and a roll. Xander tucked them into his belt pouch. He'd catch hell when he got home, probably get sent to bed without supper. He patted the pouch. A wise general planned ahead, or so the books on military strategy lining the walls in the library said. The shovel he stuck behind a big spruce before gathering up the rest of the gear and starting for home. The walk back wasn't near as pleasant, loaded down as he was, but he had to balance the load with Morgren's absence. Xander almost laughed again when he remembered the look on Morgren's face when he got up. Xander reached the shed and put away everything but the snack basket and his catch, then turned toward the main house. Father stood waiting on the front steps. Xander recognized the look on his face. Time to pay the piper. Evening, Father. Xander, we need to talk. Xander swallowed. Of course. He followed his father into the great room. A fire burned in the fireplace. One of the servants waited in the corner. Xander gave her his fish and the empty basket. Uncle Duncan and Morgren sat on the couch near the fire. Gabriel leaned against the far wall. There was no sign of Mother and Aunt Jolie. Xander, Father said, Morgren has accused you of attacking him from behind and insulting his honor. What do you have to say for yourself? Xander frowned. So the snot lied to everyone. No surprise there. I never laid a hand on him. He attacked me and I tripped him in self-defense. Liar! Morgren screamed. A slow, evil smile spread across Xander's face. It seems there's only one way to settle this. I challenge you to a duel. The winner's words will be judged the truth in the eyes of the gods. Morgren sneered. I don't have to answer a challenge from the likes of you. Wrong, Duncan said. As the son of a knight, Xander is of sufficient rank to challenge you. Of course, you're just boys, so live blades are out of the question. We have padded training blades, Gabriel said. If you're willing to admit you lied, I'll withdraw my challenge, Xander said. Morgren looked around, desperate for an escape. Xander understood now why Mother and Aunt Jolie weren't here. No doubt the ladies wouldn't approve of a fight. He watched Morgren squirm. Xander knew he could beat him. Morgren knew it too. The only question was if he would admit he lied now or after Xander beat him into the ground. Well, boy, what's it to be? Uncle Duncan asked. Morgren looked at Xander, who cracked his knuckles and grinned. Morgren paled. I withdraw my accusation. What? Uncle Duncan said. You're admitting you lied to me? Speak up, boy. Yes, I lied. Morgren looked thoroughly miserable. Xander couldn't have been more pleased. Duncan nodded. I thought as much. Get out of my sight. I'll decide your punishment when we get home. Father put his hand on Xander's shoulder and he tensed, and then looked up. When he saw the smile, he relaxed. Gabriel told us what happened. Lord St. Jacques knew Morgren had a habit of lying his way out of trouble. So this was a test? For him or me? For both of you. You passed. Morgren didn't. Chapter 4. Lord St. Jacques left the estate right after breakfast. Jeremiah would follow as soon as he could, prisoners in tow. He hated leaving again so soon after getting back, but duty didn't allow for his personal preferences. Before he left, Lord St. Jacques made it clear that Jeremiah was to do whatever he deemed necessary to get to the bottom of the attack. He considered it a personal insult to have a caravan raided a few miles from his country estate. Jeremiah stood up from behind the small desk in his study. He couldn't put it off any longer. He had to say goodbye again and get the prisoners ready to march. It took half a day to reach the city, so they should arrive well before dark despite the late start. He entered the great room and started toward the stairs. Before he took a step up, Alexandra appeared and hurried down to him. I figured out the language, dear. Jeremiah beamed. Perhaps he'd make some progress after all. You've deciphered it? Oh, heavens, no, she said. The language is Tauren, and no one has used it in over 1,000 years. There's nothing in the library from that era we can use to translate it. Oh. Jeremiah's smile faded. Don't fret, I know someone that can help. My father used to work with a sage named Alzado. I'm sure he can translate this for you in a wink. He lives in the city, so you can drop in on him while you're there. You mean you're not going to give me a hard time about heading out again so soon? Alexandra frowned. No, something about this mess bothers me. Where did a bunch of thugs learn to read an ancient language? There are maybe 100 people in the kingdom that can read Tauren. Whoever hired them must be rich and powerful enough to hire one of them. The sooner you figure out what's happening, the better I'll feel. I'll see to it. He accepted the scroll case from her. Jeremiah and his men mustered in front of the barracks. He'd selected 20 men to escort the prisoners into the city. They'd loaded a wagon with all the merchandise they salvaged, save the small chest. Bert sat on the bench, ready to drive it the final few miles to Lord's Way. Jeremiah smiled when he remembered Bert's reaction to his suggestion he drive the wagon into the city. Well, sir, he'd said, seems only right I finished the job I started. Indeed, it was only right. It would also give Jeremiah a chance to talk to the drover about the woman that delivered the mysterious package to the caravan. Alexandra appeared from the estate carrying a large basket. She reached inside and handed Jeremiah a ham and cheese sandwich. He leaned down and kissed her. She proceeded to hand out sandwiches to each of the men, including Bert, who ducked his head and offered a shy smile. The soldiers each accepted the treat with a smile and word of thanks. Jeremiah wasn't certain when it happened, but Alexandra had adopted all the young men under his command, fussing over them when they were sick or hurt, scolding them like she did the boys. For their part, the men doted on Alexandra like she was their own mother. One of the bandits leered at her, and before Jeremiah could speak, one of his men punched the bandit in the face. "Mind your manners around the lady," he said. When everyone had enjoyed their lunch and Alexandra returned to the house, Jeremiah said, "Let's go." He swung up into his saddle and they rode out. About an hour into the trip, Jeremiah eased his horse over beside Bert's wagon. "How's the team behaving?" Bert grinned. "Damn sight better than that mule I started this trip with." Jeremiah smiled back. He had taken a liking to the drover, rough manners and all. "What can you tell me about the TriStar Merchant Company?" "Nothing. The caravan master hired me and the other lads on his own. I never met the owners." "What about the woman that brought the chest? Did you know her?" "No, sir. Never seen her before. Why do you ask?" "I'll need to talk to her about the attack at some point. Can you describe her?" "No problem there. She was a looker. Long red hair, tall, big." He held his hands out in front of his chest. Jeremiah cleared his throat. "I get the idea." "Something strange, though." Bert got a faraway look in his eye. "She seemed kind of out of sorts, if you know what I mean." "No," Jeremiah said. "I'm not certain I do." "Well, it's hard to explain. Her hair was messed up and her clothes looked worn. Kind of like she'd been running around in the woods. That's what I thought anyway. But what would a pretty gal like that be doing running around the woods like a mountain man?" What indeed? He'd have to ask her. Eric paced in his office. The master had contacted him wanting information, and Eric had none to offer. He'd sent the messenger bird 3 days ago, and still no word from Kane. The demon was getting impatient, and that wasn't good for Eric's health. He could think of few things he wanted less than an impatient demon breathing down his neck. A knock sounded on his door. "What?" The desk sergeant poked his head in. "Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane is here with prisoners. Where should I put them?" Kane was here? "See if you can make room for them in Block C. I'll be right there." "Yes, sir." It seemed Jeremiah had dealt with the demon's mercenaries after all. Eric left his office and worked his way through the processing room. What had Jeremiah learned? Probably nothing, but how to go about finding out for sure without tipping him off. Jeremiah wasn't stupid. Eric spotted him chatting with one of the older lieutenants near the main entrance. "Jeremiah!" Eric waved to get his attention. The lieutenant took the hint and excused himself. "It's been a while since you visited the city." "About 4 months. I brought you a present." He nodded toward the line of prisoners on the steps behind him. "I sent you a message about a missing caravan a couple days ago. Did you get it? When you didn't reply, I got worried." "I received no message, but this lot is no doubt responsible for your missing caravan. I'll return the recovered merchandise as soon as I'm done here." "No doubt they'll be delighted to get it. You're certain you didn't get my message?" Jeremiah's hand went to the hilt of his sword. "I said no." "Of course." Eric took a step back. Jeremiah was one of those hard-asses that took the notion of personal honor way too serious. If you didn't want chunks carved out of your body, you didn't question his honor. Fortunately, it would never occur to him to lie, so the message hadn't arrived. The bird probably ended up in the belly of a hawk. "Herd them on in. We'll find room." Jeremiah nodded and motioned to his men. With the tips of their swords and some none-too-gentle shoves, they forced the bandits up the steps and inside. The sergeant Eric dispatched earlier returned. "We've made room, sir." "Excellent. Fetch some custody transfer forms." Eric turned back to Jeremiah. "This'll only take a second. Are you staying in the city long?" "A day, perhaps 2. "I can recommend a good inn, where I can arrange to have an eye kept on you."
"No need. I'll be staying at the Lord's mansion."
Eric smiled. "I don't know anywhere that nice." The guardsman returned with the paperwork. "Here we go." Jeremiah read the paper, then signed it. Eric signed right below him and completed the transfer. Good day. Jeremiah turned on his heel and walked out, his men falling in behind him. Eric waited until they'd gone down the street, then he went outside and down the steps. Where was that damn pickpocket? There, outside the drunken donkey. Eric stalked over like he planned to run the kid off. The skinny little thief cringed as he was supposed to. Eric grabbed his collar and yanked him into the alley nearby. You saw the well-dressed gentleman that just left? The thief's beady black eyes darted left and right. I saw him. I want you to follow him, everywhere he goes. Everyone he talks to, I want to hear about it. I'll meet you tonight at the usual place. The thief held out a filthy hand. Eric's lip curled, but he dropped a pair of gold royals into the thief's hand. I'll watch him good. You'd better, unless you fancy losing that hand. Jeremiah left watch headquarters right after signing the release papers. Something about Erickson rubbed him the wrong way. The man seemed too soft for the job he'd taken on. Jeremiah sighed as he walked down the steps. By all accounts, Eric had done a serviceable job as watch commander. Maybe he'd just had a different command style. Whatever it was, Jeremiah was glad to leave the man behind. What now, sir? Sergeant Michaels asked. The young man had received his stripes 3 months ago, and this was his first assignment with anything resembling real authority. Take the men to the mansion and get them bunks. Take my horse as well. I prefer to walk when I'm in the city. I'll be along later. Yes, sir. The young man led the rest of the soldiers off toward the mansion. The best thing about new promotions, they seldom talked back. Just you and me now, Bert said. Looks that way. Jeremiah climbed up beside him on the wagon seat. I don't suppose you know the way to the warehouse? Sorry, sir. Never been there. A silver penny jogged the memory of a passing messenger boy, and they were off. As the wagon rattled through the streets of Lord's Way, Jeremiah thought back to his youth. First as a boy running messages for coppers like the boy that gave them directions, then later as a watchman chasing down criminals. Bert's voice jolted him back to the present. I'm sorry, my mind wandered. I say, did you spend much time in the city? Oh, yes, I grew up here, and I served in the watch for 10 years. My father had a blacksmith shop in the southern business district. How about you? I pass through now and then, but never for long. Got me a little cottage on the outskirts of White Mountain, though I spend most of my time on the road. There's the warehouse. Jeremiah pointed to a large building on the east side of the street, a circle with 3 stars inside engraved on the doors. Bert guided the wagon alongside the double doors, and Jeremiah climbed down. The warehouse buzzed with activity. 4 broad-shouldered men unloading a pair of wagons overseen by a set of identical twins. Excuse me, Jeremiah said. The twins looked up and hurried over. Can we help you? The left twin asked. Are you the owners of the TriStar Merchant Company? Yes, sir. I'm Isaac, the right twin said. And I'm Isaac, the left twin said. What can we do for you? They said together. I am Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane, and I'm afraid I have bad news for you. Bandits attacked one of your caravans. Oh dear, Isaac said. The people? All dead, save one, I'm afraid, Jeremiah said. We recovered most of your merchandise. So the Knight Commander was right. Bandit activity has increased, Isaac said. Eric mentioned bandits to you? Yes, several days ago he stopped to ask if we had any caravans running late, Isaac said. Jeremiah frowned. Eric said the merchants reported their caravan missing. Someone was lying to him, and he couldn't imagine why the merchants would do so. He couldn't imagine why Eric would either, but he felt certain if anyone was lying, it was Eric. Jeremiah and the twins walked over to the wagon. Gentlemen, this is Bert, the sole survivor of your caravan. Thanks to his efforts, we brought the bandits to justice. Many thanks, sir, Isaac said. We would be happy to double your wage as a bonus. Bert nodded. Much obliged. I was hoping you would inventory the items we recovered. I'm curious to see if anything's missing. Certainly, Lord Knight, Isaac said. We have a manifest in the office. Isaac trotted back into the warehouse, and a moment later Isaac cocked his head and looked through the merchandise. Jeremiah and Bert shared a look. After 15 minutes, Isaac said, 3 bales of cloth and a bag of pipeweed are missing. That's all? Yes, thanks to your diligence, we still have an excellent chance to turn a profit on this trip. We must reward you. Not necessary. I was doing my duty. There must be something we can do to thank you, Isaac said. If you insist, you can give any reward to the families of the victims. Isaac nodded. I'm not certain who we hired for that trip, but we'll do our best to find out. I imagine Bert can help you with that. Sure, Bert said. I knew all the drovers. Can't say about the guards, though. That's a good start, Isaac said. They climbed down from the wagon and Bert held out his hand. Been a pleasure, Lord Knight. Jeremiah shook his hand. If you could drop the wagon off at the Lord's mansion, I'd appreciate it. Sure, Bert said. You don't suppose they'll run me off if I try and leave a wagon there? Jeremiah dug a copper token out of his pocket. On one side was a lion and on the other his name. Show them this at the gate and they'll know I sent you. You shouldn't have a problem. If there's any trouble, ask for Sergeant Michaels. He'll vouch for you. He left the warehouse and walked down the street, his mind working to untangle the mess surrounding him. It was obvious the twins were ignorant of the small chest, so the caravan master must have made a private arrangement with the mystery woman. There was no way around it. He'd have to track the woman down and see what she had to tell him. The next problem was Eric. Assuming the twins hadn't lied to him, and he could see no reason they would, then Eric lied about the circumstances surrounding his learning about the caravan. Jeremiah hated to think ill of a fellow knight, even one he didn't like, but there was no way around it. The man's actions stank to high heaven. Jeremiah glanced around to get his bearings. His subconscious must have been looking out for him since he found he was a couple blocks from the sage's shop. A few more minutes walking led him to an unassuming brick storefront. The sign above the door showed an open book and a candle. The name Alzado was carved in the wood below the book. It seemed he had the right shop. Jeremiah stepped up and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened and a withered old man bent almost double stood looking up at him, frowning hard. You work for the government? Alzado said it as half question and half accusation. Yes, sir. I was hoping you could help me. I don't work for the government anymore. You people never pay on time, and I'm too old to worry about outstanding bills. My wife recommended you, sir, and I'd be happy to pay up front. The old man's eyes narrowed. You're sure you're with the government? Yes, sir. Jeremiah forced himself to keep a straight face. I'm Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane. Alzado slapped his forehead. Alexandra's husband, of course. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Come in, come in. Alzado shuffled out of the way and Jeremiah stepped inside. A wood stove heated the place to an almost uncomfortable degree. The old man shut the door and led him deeper into the shop. Books covered every flat surface, some in precariously balanced piles reaching halfway to the ceiling. Jeremiah tried to imagine how the old man reached the top books and failed. A twisting path led to a pair of chairs beside a table. Alzado eased himself into one of the chairs and Jeremiah took the other. I remember when you got your spurs. Alexandra's father was so proud. It was a shame he died so soon after. Jeremiah nodded. Alexandra was heartbroken. You should come out to the estate sometime. I'm sure she'd like to talk about the old days. That sounds nice, but I don't get around so good anymore. Now, you had business to discuss? Yes, sir. Jeremiah removed the scroll from his pocket and handed it to the old man. I took this off the body of a bandit. Alexandra said the language was Tauran, and she thought you'd know how to translate it for me. Alzado took the scroll and unrolled it. After a moment's study, he said, That girl always knew her languages. She's right as rain. That's Tauran. I've got a book around here somewhere with a key. If you leave it with me, I can translate it and have it ready for you in the morning. Unfortunately, I can't leave evidence with a civilian. Perhaps you can make a copy? The old man snapped his fingers. Certainly. I just need to find a pen and parchment. Alzado copied the scroll and handed the original back to Jeremiah.
Stop by in the morning and I'll have it ready for you.
I appreciate it. How much do I owe you? The old man smiled.
For Alexandra's husband, no charge.
Thank you, sir. Jeremiah tucked the scroll back into his pocket. He'd be sure to leave the sage a few coins in the morning. I should be going. Alzado got up and shook hands with Jeremiah.
Say hello to Alexandra for me.
I will. Next time I come to the city, I'll bring her and the boys. Eric Erickson sat in a dark corner of a run-down tavern, a tattered cloak with the hood drawn up hiding his face from prying eyes. Not that any of the drunks or addicts gave him a second look. In a place like this, minding your own business was good for your health. The pickpocket would arrive soon, then he could leave this dump. 15 minutes later, the pickpocket ducked through the door. He spotted Eric at his usual table and rushed over to join him.
You're late, Eric said. Hey, you want the information or not?
Fine, spill it. What happened?
Happened? Nothing happened. He went to TriStar's warehouse and returned their stuff. Then he wandered around for a while before he went to Alzado's place.
Alzado?
A sage. A really old sage.
What happened there? Eric asked.
They talked for a minute, then went inside. An hour or so later, the guy came back out and went to the mansion.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Get lost. The thief ran like a kicked dog. He had a little information, at least, enough to keep the demon off his back, he hoped. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The contact came in an instant, the demon's anxiety coming through as a nasty pain behind Eric's eyes.
Well?
Your mercenaries are in my jail. Jeremiah brought them in this morning.
The package?
I don't know. He returned the merchant's goods to them, so it's possible your package was there. He also visited a sage. Why, I have no idea.
Find out. Order this man to tell you.
I can't order him. Jeremiah outranks me.
Then what good are you?
Eric winced as the pain behind his eyes increased. You have more information than you did, he said.
Yes, barely. Enough to make me worry. You've done enough. I will handle things from here. Tomorrow you will report the sage's death as a robbery.
Eric swallowed. Yes, master. The master was in a foul mood. Ick could sense it from his perch on Gorn's massive shoulder. The great golden serpent that was Slavos's favored form slithered back and forth across the smooth tile, every few minutes eyeing at the lesser demons like a real cobra might a mouse. A mortal would never guess from looking at the trio that the 8-foot serpent commanded a demon the size of Gorn, but Ick knew better. In a race as physically mutable as demons, size meant nothing. Magical power decided who was master and who was servant. Power and intelligence. And Slavos had these in abundance. Ick was growing impatient. They'd been waiting for the master to speak for over an hour. Not that the little demon would say anything. If the master wished them to stand and watch him slither, then they would stand and watch until the end of time. Slavos reared up 4 feet off the floor, his hood flaring.
I have decided. Ick, you will sneak into the merchant's warehouse and search for the package. Gorn, you will go to the sage, find out what the human Cain wanted, then kill him.
Ick flinched as an image of the warehouse appeared in his mind. It was small as such structures went, but it would still take most of the night to search it. 1,000 deaths on whoever shielded the chest from his magical sight. Ick launched himself off Gorn's shoulder and flew out one of the windows in the hall. Calling on his innate magic, he shifted his form to that of a bat and flittered his way across the city. A few minutes later, he entered the warehouse through an open vent high in the rafters. Once inside, he shifted again, this time into a rat. He'd noticed over the years that humans seemed to regard rats as another bit of the city's scenery. Though the warehouse was dark, Ick had no trouble seeing the stacks of crates, piles of cloth, and boxes Boxes, boxes. A little rat sigh escaped the demon. It was going to be a long night. The little demon pawed through the contents of a crate. Human garbage. He was halfway down when a door slammed. He scurried out of sight just ahead of the light of a human's lantern. Ick burrowed into the human's mind, searching for any sign of the master's package. He saw the human, Kane, delivering a wagon load of merchandise but no package. Ick let the contact fade. He doubted the item was here. When the human finished whatever he came to do, the demon resumed his search. He would search the entire warehouse. His life would be forfeit if he ignored the master's orders. Gorn arrived, invisible, on the front steps of the shop his master showed him. The street was empty. Even the tavern next door had closed for the night. The demon reared back and kicked down the door, the attack causing his invisibility to fade. He stepped through the wreckage and found the skinny old human the master showed him seated at a desk surrounded by books. The human's head jerked up when Gorn entered. He opened his mouth to scream, but Gorn lunged across the room and clamped a clawed hand around his throat, stifling the noise. The demon stared into the human's eyes and projected his master's questions into the feeble organ that passed for a brain in the primitive creature. Unlike Ick, Gorn seldom bothered to speak the human's language. His interactions with them tended to be limited to rending them into bite-sized chunks. In response to Gorn's telepathic questions, the image of the knight appeared, handing the old human a scrap of paper. Next, he received an image of the old human translating the paper he'd received. The demon looked down at the desk and saw a paper covered with markings that matched those of the mental image. That must be what his master wanted. Gorn drove his clawed hand into the human's chest, ripped out his heart, and tossed the carcass aside. He collected the paper and teleported away with his 2 trophies. The master waited in the hall where Gorn left him.
"It is done, master." "What did you learn?" "The knight wanted something translated. I brought the paper." Gorn held the parchment he'd taken from the sage down so his master could read it. Slavos studied it for a moment, then hissed. "It is as I feared. This is a copy of the letter I sent to that fool Merrick. He was supposed to burn it after he read it, not leave it lying around where anyone could find it. Worse, the knight must still have the original." "Let me retrieve it, master." "No, I have already pushed the Overlord's orders to the edge of breaking. If we act against a knight of the realm, it will draw too much attention. The sage's death will slow him. For now, that must be enough."
Jeremiah left the mansion after breakfast, anxious to discover what Alzado had learned from the scroll, but not wanting to arrive before the old man was up, he took a longer path through the city. Morning was always his favorite time to go out on patrol, everyone coming awake, the scent of fresh bread filling the streets. He sighed. Morning patrol was one of the few things he missed about his time with the watch. Jeremiah took one last, deep, refreshing breath and turned toward the sage's shop. 4 watchmen surrounded the shop when he arrived. Even with the men blocking his view, Jeremiah saw someone had smashed down the door. He went cold. Something terrible had happened. He could feel it. When he approached the scene, 2 of the watchmen moved to block his way. "This is a restricted area," one of them said. Jeremiah shot him the glare he'd perfected over his years of commanding men. "Step aside, son." A second look at Jeremiah's armor convinced them to move. He slipped past them and inside saw another pair of watchmen sifting through piles of fallen books. Before he set foot inside, Eric appeared in the doorway. "I'd like a word, Jeremiah." "What happened?" Jeremiah asked. "Robbery, looks like. We got here a few minutes ago. What were you doing here yesterday?" Jeremiah frowned. How could Eric have known he visited Alzado yesterday? Jeremiah mentioned his visit to no one, and if Eric had just arrived, he wouldn't have had time to interview any witnesses. Eric must have had someone follow him yesterday. Why would he bother? "Alzado was a friend of Alexandra's family. She asked me to drop off a letter.
We chatted a while about Alexandra and the boys. How is he? Was he hurt in the robbery? Eric shook his head. I'm sorry. He was killed. He must have heard the thieves and come downstairs. Gods, no. I have to see Eric. You know the rules. Watch members only in the crime scene. Damn it, Eric, I have to see. I'm not some civilian off the street. I won't mess up your crime scene. Rules are rules, Jeremiah. I'm sorry. Smug bastard seemed to be enjoying himself. Jeremiah stepped closer so no one would overhear him. Listen to me. I'm going in there. You can either let me as a favor to a colleague, or I can order you out of the way with all your men watching. Eric glared for a moment but stepped aside. Jeremiah moved past him and into the shop. Books lay scattered everywhere, even worse than the chaos he'd seen when he came to visit the previous night. Alzado's body sprawled on the floor 10 feet from his desk, the front of his chest gaping open, his heart torn out. What manner of thief tore a man's heart out? Perhaps a thief would have run him through, or more likely bashed him over the head. But this? It looked like an animal got a hold of him. Jeremiah backed out of the shop, his stomach churning, legs weak. Not so much from the carnage inside, though that was bad enough, but because in his heart he knew he caused the old man's death, and now he had to tell Alexandra. Not very pretty, Eric said. No, not very pretty. If there's one constant in this business, it's that death never is. If you can tell me anything, it might help us find out who did this, Eric said. Jeremiah looked at him, and for a moment a small part of him, a part he wasn't proud of, wanted to dump everything in Eric's lap and let him deal with it. He could return to the estate and Alexandra and the boys, and forget the whole ugly mess. He wouldn't, of course. Lord St. Jacques had charged him with finding out what was happening, and he would do so to his last breath. Honor demanded no less. I'm sorry, Eric. Good luck. He left the crime scene and turned back toward the mansion. He was no further ahead, and now an innocent old man was dead. Maybe he was a little ahead. He'd learned that whoever had written the note was willing to kill to stop him from learning what it said. Halfway back to the mansion, Jeremiah stopped dead in his tracks. If whoever killed Alzado knew he visited the Sage, they might also have learned he went to the TriStar warehouse. He turned north and ran. If anyone else died because of him... Jeremiah ignored the stairs as he ran through the streets like a madman. He skidded to a stop 100 feet from the warehouse, gasping for breath. He was too old to run like that. The doors were open, and the twins were directing a pair of men and unloading a full wagon. As far as Jeremiah could tell, everything looked fine, thank the gods. Mind at ease, Jeremiah retraced his steps back to the mansion. Jeremiah approached the wrought iron gates at a calm walk, that being the most speed he could manage after his half-mile run. The 2 guards on duty snapped to attention and held the gate open for him. He nodded to the guards as he passed, his mind already on the conversation he needed to have with his lord. Killed because of this? Duncan held the scroll that cost Alzado his life. The 2 sat beside a cherry table in Lord St. Jacques' book-lined study. Are you certain? As certain as I can be. He died the same night I gave it to him, and what kind of thief rips a man's heart out? No, whoever, whatever did this was after the scroll. What are you going to do? I was hoping you could help me. Jeremiah hoped he didn't sound as desperate as he felt. Anything, just ask. Do you know any sages outside the city? You could send a copy of the scroll in secret so the killer doesn't find out. That's no problem. Duncan poured them both a shot of brandy. My nephew is apprenticed to a sage up in Northrend. It will be a few days in transit. That's fine, my lord. I'm going to 3 Streams to search for the woman that put the chest on the caravan. Perhaps she knows what's inside. Duncan frowned. Why don't you open it? I tried. Took an axe to the thing. Didn't even scratch the wood. Duncan's eyes widened. That's rather peculiar, wouldn't you say? Everything about this incident is peculiar. I can handle peculiar as long as we can avoid lethal. Here, here. Duncan raised his brandy and took a sip. I hate to cut this short, but Duke Carradine is stopping by later and I need to get ready. Jeremiah hesitated, then said, Just one thing. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention anything to Eric Erickson about this matter. Duncan's eyes got even wider. You think Knight Commander Erickson is involved? Jeremiah stood. I'm not certain enough to make an accusation, but I wouldn't be surprised to find he's hip deep in it. He'll hear nothing from me. The two men shook hands. I'll get a copy of the scroll out later today, and Jeremiah, be careful.
Chapter 5. Dead? Alexandra paced around the great room. Jeremiah had gotten back to the estate an hour ago, but he'd been dreading this conversation since he found out the old man was dead. Alcedo's dead? Murdered. I'm sorry, dear. If I'd known the danger, I never would have gone to someone you knew. Are you sure? Maybe he was just hurt. Her voice caught and tears glittered in the corners of her eyes. Jeremiah shook his head and hugged her. I'm sorry. Alexandra leaned against his chest, shaking as she cried. Alcedo was a sweet old man. Why would anyone want to hurt him? It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone to him. Don't say that. She looked up at him, a fierce gleam in her eyes. Whoever killed him is to blame, not you. I'll find whoever did this, Alexandra. I promise. What are you going to do now? I'm going to 3 Streams to try to find the woman Bert mentioned. Maybe she can shed some light on what's happening. Be careful, Jeremiah. If anything happened to you... She started crying again. Jeremiah pulled his wife close. Don't worry. I'm taking my best men with me. And don't forget, it wasn't that long ago I was regarded as the best swordsman in the watch. When will you leave? The men are waiting for me now. Jeremiah and his 10-man escort were 3 days out from the estate, riding down a worn dirt road through the deep forest. It was early afternoon on a warm, gray day. With any luck, they should reach 3 Streams before dark. He'd hated leaving Alexandra and the boys again so soon, but he couldn't wait. After the sage's murder, he thought nothing and no one would be safe until he got things sorted out. As soon as they returned to the estate from Lord's Way, Jeremiah had gone alone to the storage shed where he'd hidden the small chest. He took it, along with the shovel, and buried it under his favorite shade tree, a massive oak on the edge of the forest. He couldn't say, thinking back on it, why he'd buried the chest, but at the time it had seemed right. Sir, one of his men dragged Jeremiah back to the present. Yes, Corporal. When we arrive at 3 Streams, how are we going to find this woman? Jeremiah smiled. We'll look. A beautiful red-haired woman that looks like she's been living in the forest should stand out in people's minds, don't you think? Do you suppose we'll find her? Another man asked. I hope so, Jeremiah said, because we're not going back until we do. Something rustled in the leaves overhead, drawing Jeremiah's attention. A brown and white kestrel rested on a branch and looked down at him, head cocked. Jeremiah frowned. He could have sworn the bird was looking at him specifically, but that was ridiculous. I wonder if hawk tastes good, one of the men had spotted the kestrel. I had falcon once, one of the new recruits said. It attacked our chickens, so father shot it. That was the toughest, most gamey meat I ever tasted. That little fella up there is hardly enough to feed a cat, let alone a man, a third soldier said. As though the bird realized they were discussing him, it shrieked and took off deeper into the forest. Jeremiah smiled, pleased that the little bird wouldn't be going into the cookpot. If we arrive in town before dark, we can eat at the inn. My treat, Jeremiah said. This brought a chorus of cheers, just as he knew it would. They rode hard for the rest of the day and reached the 6-foot palisade surrounding the village a little before dusk. 2 men with spears stood outside the gate. One turned and shouted to someone inside. They walked the horses the last few yards, not wanting to scare the guards. The gate opened wide enough to allow out a short, fat man with a sergeant's badge decorating his shoulder. He strutted toward them like an overstuffed peacock. "Look here, we don't want any trouble. Turn your men around and we won't have to turn you into pincushions." Behind Jeremiah, someone stifled a laugh. He frowned at the sergeant. It appeared the man didn't recognize the uniforms of the king's soldiers. "I am Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane. My men and I are here on the king's business. If you wish to retain your meager rank, I suggest you get this gate open now." The militia commander gave Jeremiah and his men a second look, and his eyes widened. "Right! Oh, my lord! Snap to, lads! Get that gate open! Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding. The lads told me a group of armed horsemen were riding toward the village. You understand how I might get the wrong idea." "I understand that you would do well to teach your men what the uniforms of the king's soldiers looked like." The sergeant paled. "I'll see to it. Is there anything I can help you with?" "I'm investigating a caravan that was destroyed after passing through here. I'm especially interested in a woman that spoke to the caravan master before it left. She has red hair and is attractive with a wild look about her." "The witch woman," one of the militia said. "What was that, soldier?" Jeremiah asked. "Just superstitious nonsense," the sergeant said. "There's a young woman that lives in the forest. She doesn't come into town often, but when she does, she looks nervous, like a caged animal. I've spoken with her several times, and you could hardly ask for a more pleasant person." "That sounds like the woman I'm looking for. But to be sure, I'll need to canvass the town." "You don't think the lass had anything to do with the attack?" The note of genuine concern in the sergeant's voice surprised Jeremiah. "No, I don't think so. She was the last person to speak to the caravan master before it departed, and I want to find out what she knows." "Well, if we can do anything to help, just let me know." "Thank you, Sergeant. We'll be needing bunks for the night." The sergeant scratched his head. "Not sure if I've got bunks enough for all of you. Want to head over to the barracks and take a look?" "You go ahead," Jeremiah said. "I promised my men a meal at the inn. Why don't you join us later?" "Righto. I'll check on the bed situation and be over in a bit." Jeremiah nodded and turned his horse toward the inn. He had no trouble spotting it, as it was the biggest building in town. They dismounted in front of the two-story structure. Smoke issued from 2 of the 3 chimneys. Jeremiah's back creaked when he bent down to tie his horse to the hitching post. Jeremiah groaned softly when he straightened up. He was getting too old to ride all day. He led his men inside. A fat, bald man in a greasy apron approached. "Something to drink, my lord?" "Ale all around," Jeremiah said. "Food as well." "I'm afraid all we have is mutton stew." "That'll be fine," Jeremiah sighed as he settled into a chair at the head of the largest table in the place. Only 2 other tables were occupied, one by a trio of older women chatting and cackling like mad, and the other by a pair of young men deep in their cups, heads drooping, eyes half closed. The innkeeper and a pair of servers approached with the food and drink. When everyone had a bowl and frothing mug, the innkeeper asked, "Will you be paying, my lord?" Jeremiah smiled. As a knight, he would be well within his rights to claim the meal in the king's name and not pay a copper. He dug into his pouch and dropped 6 gold royals into the innkeeper's hand. That was at least twice what the meal was worth, but he hoped the coin would buy some goodwill as well as the meal. The innkeeper bobbed a little bow and smiled wide enough to display a set of yellow teeth. "Enjoy your meal, sir." They had barely finished eating when the militia commander stepped through the door. He spotted them and walked over to their table. "I have good news and bad news. The good news is I have bunks for 8 of your men. The bad news is we're 3 bunks short." "Excuse me." The innkeeper approached their table. "I couldn't help overhearing. I have 2 free rooms if 2 of your men don't mind doubling up." "That would be perfect. Thank you," Jeremiah said. "Let's get some sleep. We start canvassing at first light." Jeremiah closed the door to his room and yawned. Everything hurt after 3 days of riding and sleeping on the ground. He unbuckled his breastplate, thrilled that he hadn't bothered with the whole suit of armor. The straw mattress felt unaccountably good when Jeremiah settled down to sleep. Maybe Alexandra was right and he should let the younger officers have more responsibility. Light was streaming through his window when Jeremiah woke. He climbed out of bed and moved around, stretching, trying to work the aches out. When he had his armor in place, he turned to the door. On the floor sat a folded strip of parchment. Someone must have slipped it under his door in the night. He picked it up and unfolded it. The note said, "If you wish to know why they attacked the caravan, come to the forest north of town after dark tonight." There was no signature. It had to be from the woman. She must have been afraid to come into the village. Judging by the guard's attitude, he didn't blame her. If it was from her, Jeremiah wouldn't find anything in his search today. Perhaps a rest day would do the men good. He shook his head. He'd go through the motions. He'd announced the search last night, and someone might notice if he canceled without explanation, and he wanted to keep his meeting quiet. Jeremiah crumpled up the note and stuck it in his pocket. Downstairs, his men sat at the same table as last night. It was good they arrived early, but he was embarrassed to be the last to arrive. "All right," Jeremiah said. "Here's what we're going to do. We'll divide into 2-man teams and spread out. You all know who we're looking for. Also, don't forget to ask about the caravan and anything strange they may have noticed. We'll meet back here at noon." They left the inn, Jeremiah having gotten a biscuit stuffed with bacon to take with him. Jeremiah paired up with the newest member of his command, a red-headed kid named Sam that was so shy you could hardly get 2 words out of him. Their first stop was the blacksmith's shop. "Hey," Jeremiah said over the clang of hammer on anvil. It took 3 tries, but they got the smith's attention. "What?" he asked. "I wanted to ask you about the caravan that left here about 2 weeks ago. Did you notice anything strange about it?" "No. I shod 2 of their mules before they left. I got good silver for the job. Other than that, I don't know a thing." "What about a red-haired woman that visits town now and then? Do you know anything about her?" "I seen her. We never spoke. Can I get back to work now?" They left the smith to his iron and moved to the next building. The next 3 people were no more helpful than the smith. Their 4th stop was a little cottage bordered by a pair of neat flower beds. Jeremiah knocked. A bent old woman with a cane answered the door. "Can I help you, young man?" "Yes, ma'am. We're investigating a caravan attack. It left this village about 2 weeks ago. We are also interested in the red-haired woman that visits the village occasionally." "Oh, the witch woman. I've heard rumors about her. Come in and I'll pour us some tea." She ushered them in and closed the door. "My friend Martha heard from her cousin that the witch turned his dog into a wolf and it ate all his chickens." After 4 hours of village gossip, 3 delicious butter cookies, and 2 cups of mint tea, Jeremiah escaped the old woman's clutches. It was approaching noon, and Jeremiah couldn't stand the thought of another house call, so they headed back to the inn. Slavos felt the familiar tingle from one of his spies attempting to make contact. Not the incompetent commander this time. Slavos reached out and completed the connection. "You have information?" "The knight is here searching for the druid." Slavos hissed a laugh. "Let him search. Our agent has been scouring the forest for days without finding a trace of her, and he has powers to call upon that the human couldn't imagine." "What should I do, master?" "What you always do. Watch and listen. When he gives up and leaves, let me know." "Yes, master." Slavos severed the connection. The foolish human was wasting his time, and that suited the demon perfectly. The more time he wasted, the closer they came to recovering the chest. Jeremiah lay in bed staring up at the ceiling. The sun had set a little while ago, and soon he'd go to meet the woman. Sneaking around wasn't his style, but if the lady wished to have a private meeting, he would accommodate her. He waited another half-hour, then slipped out of his room with just his sword. The heavy breastplate would make too much noise in the forest. The common room was empty, save for a drunk passed out under one of the tables. He slipped outside and found the little town quiet. Back in the city, the streets would still be full at this time of night. Jeremiah turned toward the gate, eager to get this meeting underway. 2 bored guards, the same 2 from the night before unless he was mistaken, stood watch tonight. They snapped to attention as Jeremiah approached. "Open up. I'm going for a walk in the woods." "No one goes out after dark, sir," one of them said. Jeremiah frowned and shook his head. Didn't these people ever learn? "I wasn't asking for permission, young man. Now open up." "Yes, sir." The guards hastened to open the gate. Jeremiah stepped outside the wall and the gate closed behind him. He oriented himself with a glance at the half-moon and started toward the forest. An owl hooted, and he turned in time to see the beautiful bird leap from the palisade and fly north. He smiled as the predator glided off silently into the darkness. He'd hate to be a mouse tonight. Jeremiah trekked through the forest, no idea of how he would find the mysterious woman. He had almost decided someone was playing a prank on him when he saw a light through the trees. He turned toward it, and a few steps later found himself in a small clearing, a fire burning in a stone circle, a round block of wood on either side. This had to be the place. Jeremiah sat on one of the stumps to wait. A few minutes passed, and he had nothing but the chirping of crickets for company. He closed his eyes and yawned. When he opened them, a beautiful red-haired woman in a mottled gray and brown cloak sat on the second block. She smiled, revealing perfect, pearly white teeth. "Hello, Jeremiah Kane." Chapter 6. Jeremiah blinked to assure himself the woman was really there. "I assume you're the one who slipped that note under my door?" She nodded, and he noted the hilt of a sword jutting up by her ear. "Yes, I knew you'd come. You have many questions, and I will do my best to answer them. Bumbling around in the dark as you've been will only get yourself killed." "Alzado. Was it my fault they killed him?" "The sage? Yes. The guardian told me they killed him. That's too bad. He was a kind old man. I suppose it was your fault in a way. If you hadn't taken the scroll to him, he would certainly still be alive." Jeremiah nodded, his respect for this woman raising a notch. "From the way you spoke, I take it you knew him." "We met in passing. He was visiting the guardian, and I passed him on his way out." "Who is this guardian you keep mentioning? And who are you, for that matter? We've never met, yet you seem to know me." "How terribly rude of me." The woman got to her feet and held out her hand. "I'm Kyera Oakshadow, druid of the Winter Wood." Jeremiah shook her hand. "You're a long way from home. The Winter Wood must be 500 miles north." "You're familiar with my home?" He shook his head. "Only its location on a map." "The guardian?" She sighed. "Back to business. You know the Church of the Bright Shield?" "Of course, it was the first church consecrated when Lord's Way was founded. They thought dedicating the city to a god of protection and vigilance would keep it safe." "I'm impressed. I doubt 1 in 100 living in your city would be aware of that. The guardian is the high priest of the Bright Shield in Lord's Way." Confused, now Jeremiah said, "How does a druid of the Winter Wood know the high priest of a city hundreds of miles from the forest?" "Perhaps I should begin at the beginning." "Please, I'm drowning here." Jeremiah tossed a piece of wood on the fire. "Hundreds of years ago," she said, "a powerful sorcerer was sent to this world by demonic agents and charged with its conquest. The sorcerer began quietly, fomenting war and chaos where he could, finding allies among the wicked and greedy. He built a secret army, and when the nations had exhausted themselves fighting each other, he would lead them in a final battle to conquer the world. He was well on his way to succeeding when 4 warriors from 4 different nations came together to fight him." "Wait," Jeremiah said. "I've heard this story. You're talking about the legend of the 4 paladins. I must have read it to my boys a dozen times. The 4 warriors come together to kill the sorcerer and bring peace to the world. It's supposed to be about how people of different backgrounds can come together to solve big problems. Are you saying the legend is true?" Not in every detail. All stories change over time. But there were 4 warriors from different nations, each the chosen of a different power, and they did oppose a half-demon sorcerer hundreds of years ago. Unfortunately, as powerful as they were, they didn't have strength enough to kill him. Instead, they were forced to imprison him, sacrificing themselves in the process. Like any prison, this one has a door with a lock, and that lock has a key.
That's what was in the chest. The key to this prison?
A fragment of it, yes. After the door was sealed, the key fell into 4 pieces, each piece a fragment of one of the 4 paladins' souls. When they died forming the prison, each paladin had a squire who took a key fragment and swore to protect it, and eventually to train a successor. Over time, 3 of the protectors have fallen, and the key fragments taken by minions of the sorcerer, demons, and their human servants. The fragment you recovered is the final piece of the key.
How did you come by it? Jeremiah couldn't picture this slender young woman as a squire to a knight.
I reclaimed it from one of the demon's servants, an alchemist that has been infused with demonic energy. That's why I'm so far from home. The Oak Father sent me a vision of this man claiming the key. I had to get it from him before he turned it over to his master.
Jeremiah got up and paced. So what you're telling me is that a demon killed Alzado to keep him from translating the scroll. But what they really want is a piece of some magical key that's in the chest I took from the leader of the bandits.
Basically, yes. The Guardian believes there are no more than 3 or 4 demons operating in the area of Lord's Way, but they may have many times that many humans under their control. The heavenly host has no angels in Lord's Way, and only 2 infused humans to try to stop the demons.
Infused humans. Jeremiah sat back down. You said something about that earlier. What exactly does it mean?
Ordinary humans can't do magic. The closest we've gotten is alchemy, but that just alters mundane substances. True magic is the realm of angels and demons. These beings can infuse a portion of their power into human allies, allowing them to perform feats of magic.
2 humans serving the angels. That's you and the Guardian, right?
She nodded. I was granted my powers by the Oak Father, and the Guardian received his powers from the Bright Shield. We've both done what we could to slow the demons and their servants, but neither of us received much in the way of offensive powers.
What powers did you get?
As a servant of the Oak Father, I can speak to animals and see through their eyes. I can also fade from sight, but only when I'm in a natural setting.
Jeremiah raised an eyebrow at that. She smiled and slowly disappeared.
Told you so, said her voice from the empty air.
He shook his head. That's amazing. She reappeared, still sitting on the block.
It's a useful trick, nothing more.
I thought you said angels granted these powers. The Oak Father is a god, isn't he?
That is a common misunderstanding. There are no gods as you think of them. The beings most referred to as gods are just the most powerful of the angels and demons. In truth, most are so powerful it isn't inappropriate to refer to them as gods.
So how many of you are there?
She looked into the fire and shook her head. Not nearly enough. Those infused with demonic power outnumber us 4 or more to 1. We are forced to use stealth and trickery to hold them at bay.
Why don't the angels infuse more people, even the odds?
It's not so simple. To gain demonic power, all you need to do is be willing to sell your soul. An angel will only grant power to one it is convinced will use the power for the good of humankind. That list is far too short. She paused, head cocked. Did you hear?
An explosion rocked the clearing. Kyera lunged forward and shoved him away from the fire just as a ball of flame shot into the clearing. It detonated right where they'd been sitting, the heat searing Jeremiah's lungs.
What the hell? Jeremiah said.
Kyera grabbed his tunic and yanked him toward the trees. They backpedaled as fast as they could. Another fireball streaked into the clearing, exploding a few yards from them, scorching Jeremiah's legs. When they were out of the clearing, Kyera put her arm across him and a tingle passed through his body.
"I've made us invisible," she whispered in his ear. A tall, gaunt figure walked out of the woods, a voluminous black cloak swirling around him. Come out, little druid." The figure looked in their direction, and a chill ran through Jeremiah. Its eyes were pits of flame. The glow from its burning eyes revealed a face so emaciated it resembled a skull with paper glued to it. "That's the alchemist I stole the fragment from," Kyera whispered. "He's been hunting me ever since. I thought I lost him far from here." "Perhaps he followed me," Jeremiah said. "No, I was far to the east of 3 streams when I left him behind." The alchemist held out his hand. The flesh charred and blackened as though burned in a fire. A ball of flame appeared above his hand, and he flung it at random into the forest. It detonated well to their left. "He's going to find us eventually," Jeremiah said. He felt as much as heard Kyera's sigh. "I never dared fight him. His powers make any battle between us a grim prospect for me. Maybe together we have a better chance." "What do you want me to do?" Jeremiah asked. He had no doubt the abomination needed to be destroyed. "I'll circle around and draw his attention. When I leave, you'll become visible. Don't worry, he still shouldn't be able to see you with all this brush. As soon as he turns away, you have to attack and keep attacking. As long as he can't concentrate, he can't use his powers. Hesitate, and we both die." "I'll be ready." She moved to the right, slipping silently through the forest. Another fireball exploded, this one far enough away he didn't notice the heat of the explosion. The seconds ticked by, punctuated by an occasional explosion. If she didn't hurry, the monster would hit one of them by accident. Something thunked, and the alchemist turned and flung another fireball. The moment he looked away, Jeremiah scrambled to his feet and charged, drawing his sword as he went. The alchemist spun around, arm raised to block Jeremiah's sword. Vibrations ran down Jeremiah's arm when his sword struck. Instead of the monster's arm falling to the ground, his sword bounced off like he'd hit an iron bar. The alchemist snarled and batted the sword away. Jeremiah hacked at him again, not giving the creature a chance to think. The alchemist blocked each swing like his razor-sharp blade was nothing more than a child's toy. Jeremiah gave up all pretense of skill and rained blow after blow down on the alchemist, anything to keep him distracted. The alchemist took a step back, snarling. Perhaps it was weakening. That thought sped strength through Jeremiah's tired arms. He put everything he had into an overhead chop. The sword bit, and the monster's arm fell to the ground. Roaring more in anger than pain, the alchemist struck Jeremiah with his other hand, sending him flying halfway across the clearing. The air burst out of his lungs on impact. Not allowing himself a moment, Jeremiah scrambled to his feet, just in time to see the alchemist bend down, pick up his severed arm, and touch it to the stump. In a burst of flame, the severed arm reconnected and the alchemist made a fist with it just like Jeremiah hadn't lopped it off a second before. How could he beat such a creature? The answer appeared when Kyera's scimitar struck the side of the alchemist's neck, half decapitating it. Jeremiah raced forward and hit the other side, and the creature's head fell to the ground. The body crumpled, limp and lifeless, a few feet away. The monster's eyes still glowed. "Is it over?" Jeremiah asked. "Over?" the head shrieked. "You think you've won? Pathetic mortal, you've won nothing. When my master is free, he will consume this world in flames and blood." The creature's high-pitched cackles echoed through the forest. Kyera towed the head into the fire. The laughter didn't stop until the head was reduced to ash. Jeremiah righted one of the blocks of wood and sat. "I'm glad that's finished." "Yes, we were lucky." "Lucky?" Jeremiah rubbed his aching ribs. He didn't feel lucky. She nodded. "He was only a minor servant. If we had fought one of the more powerful acolytes, I fear the outcome would have been far different. You must return home now. The others will be coming. Get your family and the key fragment to the Guardian. He will keep you safe." "Minor servant?" There is no time, Jeremiah Kane. Now that the demons are aware we have spoken, they will come for you. There is no time to waste.
How could they? This thing only showed up moments ago. He didn't have time to send a message.
That's exactly what he did. Master and servant are connected mind to mind. What one knows, the other knows. The instant the alchemist saw us, the demons knew. You must hurry. It may be too late even now. Hurry, get to the Guardian. He's the only one that can protect you.
One look at Kyera's grim face and Jeremiah was running through the forest back to Three Streams. The men wouldn't like setting out in the middle of the night, but Jeremiah didn't care if they cursed him to every god, make that demon, in hell. He wouldn't feel safe until Alexandra and the boys were inside the Church of the Bright Shield. Chapter 7. Gabriel and Xander walked down the stairs to the great room, their day's lesson complete. Mother had gone easy on them, so they finished well before lunch.
"Want to go fishing?"
Gabriel asked.
"Maybe later," Xander said. "The cook's baking blueberry tarts and I want one. Go on ahead, I'll catch up."
Gabriel shook his head.
"Why do you insist on stealing those tarts? You know it drives Father crazy."
Xander grinned. Driving Father crazy was just a bonus.
"It's a game. If I get a tart, I win. If the cook catches me, he wins and I don't get a tart. No big deal, no one gets hurt. Just a little fun."
The boys walked past the kitchen and Xander sniffed cinnamon and brown sugar.
"Not long now."
Gabriel frowned and looked away as though Xander's rule-breaking was catching. Xander laughed. They went out the front doors and Xander led the way around the house.
"Sure you won't change your mind?" Gabriel asked. "Yeah. Go on, I won't be long. Want me to bring you a tart?"
"Why not? Then we can both be in trouble." When his brother was out of sight, Xander hunted around the base of the wall until he found the loose panel. He popped the panel off, pulled his boot dagger, and crawled into the tunnel. He'd discovered it years ago, while exploring on his own. Even Gabriel didn't know about his secret place. Xander crawled down the tunnel, dagger held in a firm grip. He'd seen a rat on an earlier trip and didn't want to run into the beast again unarmed. The tunnel was cool and damp, fresh cobwebs brushed across his face. At the end, Xander gathered his legs under him and stood up, lifting the trapdoor. He found himself in a large room surrounded by sacks of flour, sugar, and potatoes. Careful to remain silent, Xander set the trapdoor aside and tiptoed to the storage room door. Through the crack, the cook's off-key singing grated in his ears. The man was completely tone-deaf. He stopped singing and Xander opened the door a couple inches. The cook was bent over, taking the tarts out of the oven. He closed the door before the cook turned around. Almost time. Gorn and Ick appeared beside the human mercenaries their master sent. They were a quarter-mile from the knight's estate in a clearing in the forest. They had orders to kill everyone, level the place, and bring back the key fragment. The first two tasks would be simple for the demon-led force, but the third would be harder. The chest was shielded, protecting the fragment from detection.
"I will begin my search,"
Ick said. He flew away, turning invisible as he went. Gorn looked down at the mass of humanity before him. He projected his thoughts into their puny minds.
"Go. Kill everyone and take whatever you like."
The mercenaries drew their weapons and charged toward the estate. Gorn followed behind to discourage any retreat and to slaughter any survivors. It took only minutes for the mercenaries to clear the forest, and seconds after that a shout went up from one of the sharp-eyed soldiers patrolling the estate. The soldiers gathered in front of the largest building, forming a tight defensive line. More soldiers gathered into the formation, ready to repel the mercenaries. Gorn allowed himself a toothy smile. The human's discipline would make his task easier. When the trickle of soldiers stopped, the demon gathered his power and hurled a ball of fire at the massed formation. It exploded on impact. Bodies, some in pieces, some whole, all charred and dead, went flying. With their formation broken, the mercenaries fell on the survivors without mercy. Behind them,
the building burned. Alexandra came running downstairs when she heard the explosion. She reached the entryway just as 200 soldiers led by Sergeant Marcus burst through and slammed the door behind them. "What's going on?"
"We're under attack," Marcus said. "The bandits are led by a demon."
"A demon?" She arched a disbelieving eyebrow.
"I know not what else to call the beast, my lady. When we formed our defensive line, it hurled a ball of fire that near roasted me where I stood."
She raised a hand to her mouth. "Gods, the boys. Has anyone seen them?" One of the soldiers looked up from barricading the door. "I saw Master Gabriel headed toward the lake earlier, my lady." "Xander?" He shook his head.
"Xander's a bright lad," Marcus said. "He'll find a place to hide until we clear this mess up."
Xander grabbed a pair of tarts, then the house shook. Flames burst through the windows. He dropped the tarts and ran back into the closet. In the distance, men shouted and steel rang on steel. He frowned. It sounded like they were under attack. Flames fully engulfed the kitchen. It was time to go. Xander went back into the crawl space, not bothering with the trapdoor. If someone found his secret, so be it. He crawled down the short tunnel, coughing from the smoke that leaked through the floorboards. Light from the exit filled the end of the tunnel. Something crunched. He looked up as a piece of floor gave way and crashed down, clipping the side of his head. Everything spun, then went dark. Gabriel leapt to his feet when the explosion rattled the trees. In the distance, smoke rose, thick and black from home. He dropped his pole and ran. He reached the edge of the woods in record time. His home in flames stopped him as surely as if he'd run into a brick wall. The main house burned. Flames leapt from the windows, and black smoke billowed out from under the eaves. In pockets here and there, the soldiers battled ragged men he'd never seen before. Silhouetted by the burning house was a horrific creature beyond anything Gabriel had ever imagined. The mere sight of it rooted him in place, his heart racing, pulse pounding in his ears. It had broad wings like a bat, and black scales covered every inch. One soldier struck it and sparks flew, but the monster never flinched. It tore the man's chest open with talons like kitchen knives. Gabriel wanted to run over there and kill that monster. He wanted to scream for his mother and brother who burned to death. He wanted to do anything but stand there like a coward and watch men he'd known his whole life fight and be slaughtered. But he couldn't move. Some force held him fast. He turned his head and took in the panorama of death and destruction, but he could do nothing except watch his world end. After several minutes of watching, he saw horsemen come thundering down the road. On the lead horse, he could just make out his father's familiar cloak billowing. He tried to scream, to warn him to turn back, to run away, but he couldn't make a sound. Not that it would have mattered. His father would no more run from battle than he would have cut his own throat. No matter the odds, he would do his duty as a knight. Father charged through the strangers, sword flashing. 3 of the attackers were soon down. The monster chose that moment to turn its head toward the riders. It tossed the remains of a soldier aside like so much garbage and turned to his father. Gabriel tried to scream a warning, but Father seemed to see the beast coming. He whirled his sword over his head and urged his horse forward. Gabriel's heart swelled, and for a moment he allowed himself the lie that his father might defeat the beast. That happy fiction lasted only seconds. The monster snatched Father out of his saddle like he weighed nothing. Fire blazed from the creature's hands and reduced Father to ash. Tears streamed down Gabriel's face, and the battlefield blurred. Like a zombie, he walked to a thick cluster of bushes and burrowed his way inside. He curled up in a ball and wept like a baby. Chapter 8. Gabriel came awake to silence. He crawled out of his hiding place and rubbed his eyes. Whether he'd slept or passed out, he couldn't say. The main house still burned, but there was no sign of the monster or anything living. Bodies lay scattered about the grounds, many of them torn limb from limb. The barracks had collapsed and the rubble blazed away. The guest cottages looked intact, but something had ripped the doors off. He wandered the estate in a daze, his whole world in flames. His stomach clenched, and if he'd had anything to eat in the last half a day, he would have spilled it on the ground. He turned toward the back of the house, then stopped. A horse had snorted somewhere close by. The sound called to him, and he had to leave, to get away from this horror. He found a tan mare grazing near the storage shed. She didn't have a mark on her, and she still wore a saddle. She must have belonged to one of the soldiers that rode with Father, though how she'd come through the battle unscathed he didn't know. Gabriel eased toward the mare, his hand held out for her to smell. "Easy, girl. Easy." She shied away from him. "Easy. Easy." He moved closer, this time managing to touch her muzzle before she pulled away. "It's okay. What do you say we get out of here?" He got a hold of her reins and patted her flank before swinging up into the saddle. She threw her head and snorted, but didn't try to throw him, which was good since he doubted he had strength enough to hold on. He turned her around toward the road and tapped her flank with his heel. He kept her at an easy trot, not wanting to tire the battle-worn horse. An hour down the road from the estate, they came upon a short, two-wagon caravan. On the lead wagon, a corpulent merchant in a tan robe and turban stood up as he approached. Gabriel waved and guided the mare over beside the wagon. "You'd best get moving, sir. There's a group of bandits in the area." The merchant raised an eyebrow. "How would you know that?" Gabriel nodded back over his shoulder. "My home was back that way. It's burning. You'll see the smoke shortly if you keep going north." The merchant frowned. After the silence stretched over a minute, Gabriel said, "Believe me or not, I don't care." He urged the mare on, hoping to cover a little more distance before dark. He glanced over his shoulder. The merchant still stood, looking back at him. He felt a chill at the hungry gleam in the man's eyes. Gabriel looked away and urged his horse along a little faster. It was almost dark, and Gabriel had only covered about half the distance to Lord's Way. His eyes drooped and his jaw cracked when he yawned. He needed to find a place to camp before he fell out of the saddle. A little way off the road he found a clearing. It wasn't much and he didn't have anything to eat or to make a fire with, so he did his best to rub the mare down, wrapped himself up in her saddle blanket, and went to sleep. He opened his eyes to the sun shining in his face. He'd slept well past dawn. He got up and stretched. Everything seemed to be working, so he ran a hand through his hair and tossed the blanket over the mare. She sniffed at him, and he patted her flank. "Good morning to you, too." He finished saddling her and swung up on her back. With a click of his tongue and a nudge with the reins, he guided her back to the road. The rest of the morning passed without them seeing a soul. They reached the gates before noon and were waved through by a yawning guard. Inside the gates, Gabriel guided the mare down the main street past shops and houses. People walked and rode past him. Gabriel had only gone into the city twice with his parents, but the Lord's mansion was in the center of the city, so it wasn't like he could get lost. A 10-foot-high iron fence topped with razor-sharp spikes surrounded the mansion and grounds. The mansion was only 100 feet from the gate, but in the back there was a huge lawn with a croquet field and picnic area. There was only one gate, and it was guarded by 2 men who crossed their halberds in front of him when he rode up. "State your business," the left-hand guard said. By the sound of him, he couldn't have cared less. "I need to speak to Lord St. Jacques. His country estate has been burned to the ground. Please, let me through." The 2 guards exchanged looks, then started laughing. When they'd gotten a hold of themselves, the same guard said, "Get along, youngster. You'll not be bothering his lordship today." Gabriel gaped. Of all the problems he'd foreseen, the guards laughing him off the grounds hadn't crossed his mind. "My name is Gabriel Kane. My father was Lord Knight Jeremiah Kane. He was killed defending the estate. Please, I need to see Lord St. Jacques." "Listen, kid. If you don't get out of here right now, I'm going to have you thrown in a cell down at watch headquarters." "I'm not going anywhere until I see Lord St. Jacques," Gabriel shouted back. The guards started for him, but they'd only taken a couple of steps when a voice from behind them said, "What's all this racket?" Gabriel looked up from the guards and spotted the familiar gray-haired figure of John Smithers, Uncle Duncan's butler, in his spotless black servant's uniform. "John, thank the gods, I need to talk to Uncle Duncan." "Master Gabriel." John came down from the entryway to the gate. "What a surprise. Is your father with you?" "You know this kid, Mr. Smithers?" the same guard asked. He appeared to be the only one of the two able to speak. Both men did a creditable job of looking nervous. "Of course. Master Gabriel is the son of one of Lord St. Jacques' most loyal retainers. Open the gate, you buffoon. The boy looks like he's been through a war." The old servant was close to the truth. Gabriel dismounted and led the mare through the gate. "Thanks, John. Is Uncle Duncan around? I really need to talk to him." "I've just set the master's lunch table. I was picking some fresh flowers when I heard the commotion. What was that about, anyway?" Misunderstanding. Nothing to concern yourself with." Gabriel glanced back at the guards who both sagged with relief. John looked back as well. "No more shouting from either of you. What will the neighbors think?" John turned back to Gabriel. "Would you care to join Lord St. Jacques for lunch? I can set another place." "Thank you, John. I'm starving. Is Uncle Duncan in the dining room?" At John's nod, Gabriel dropped the mare's reins and raced up the steps to the front door. He ignored the rich surroundings of the entryway and turned left toward the dining room. He found Duncan alone, at the head of a table big enough to seat 50. "Uncle Duncan!" Gabriel ran over and the words started spilling out. "Slow down, son, slow down." Duncan put his hands on Gabriel's shoulders. "What happened at the estate?" "We were attacked. There were men, and they were led by a monster. It was huge, and it killed Father. Everything was burning." Tears streamed down Gabriel's face. Duncan wrapped his arms around him. Gabriel buried his face in the older man's chest and cried. "It'll be all right. I'll send a patrol and we'll get this straightened out." Gabriel only half registered the words, instead letting the rumble in Uncle Duncan's chest soothe him. What happened next was a blur. He remembered eating until he thought he'd burst, then being let off by John. The next thing he knew, he found himself in a wonderfully soft feather bed with a canopy overhead. He felt better. Just telling Uncle Duncan what happened eased the pain a little. He hated to admit the crying helped too. Gabriel sat up and found his boots beside the bed, cleaned and polished. His stomach growled. Perhaps he could scrounge up some leftovers. He climbed out of bed, put on his boots, and slipped out of the bedroom. He stood in a short hall paneled in what looked like oak. There was another door across from him, closed tight. To his right was a wall, so he turned left and came to a railing that looked down on the entry hall. A curved staircase on either wall led downstairs. He took the right-hand stairs down and at the bottom tried to remember the best way to get to the kitchen. Before he could make up his mind, someone shouted. It was coming from his left, so he went that way. There was an open door off the entryway leading to another hall. "Adopt him? You can't be serious." That was Aunt Jolie's shrill voice. It was coming from behind a partially closed door halfway down the hall. Could Uncle Duncan really mean to adopt him? Gabriel moved closer. "I'm dead serious," Duncan said. "Jeremiah saved my life and never asked for a thing. He died in my service along with most of his family." Gabriel's chest tightened. They were talking about him, arguing, truth be told. "I'll be damned before I see the boy turned out on the street. I owe Jeremiah better than that." "But he's a commoner. What will the other nobles think?" "I don't give a damn what your holier-than-thou friends think. Aristocrat or not, I've never met a more noble man than Jeremiah Kane. I will see honor served." Gabriel sighed. He hated hearing them argue over him. He pushed the door open and walked into a small sitting room, cutting off Aunt Jolie's next tirade. "Up at last," Duncan said, smiling. Gabriel nodded. "I heard you arguing. I don't want to cause any trouble.
If you have a spare sword and coat of mail, I imagine I can find work as a caravan guard. Father taught me enough swordplay to get by. Nonsense. Listen to me, boy. I don't care if every nobleman in the land thinks I've lost my mind. As long as this is my house, you'll have a place here. When I pass to the next world, I'll have to face your father, and I'll be damned if I'm going to do it after turning out his only surviving son. Jolie threw up her hands. So you've decided. Fine. She got up and stormed out of the room. When she'd gone, Gabriel said, I'm sorry you got into trouble on my account. Duncan grinned, and for a moment Gabriel thought of his brother, and a pain shot through him. That woman is always mad at me over something. At least this time it's over something that really matters. Gabriel nodded and turned toward the door. Gabriel. He turned back to face Duncan. I loved them too. If you ever want to talk, come to me. Gabriel nodded again and stepped out into the hall. He found Morgren waiting for him. So we're to be brothers? Morgren said. So Uncle Duncan says. Listen to me. Morgren leaned in so their noses almost touched. We will never be brothers, whatever he may say. Gabriel sighed. Something we can agree on at last. He brushed past Morgren and continued on his way to the kitchen. Chapter 9. Gabriel blocked Weapon Master Zinsei's overhand slash and countered with a quick thrust to the stomach. The nimble master leapt back, easily avoiding the attack. When Gabriel took a step forward to re-engage, he held up his left hand. Enough for today. Gabriel lowered his sword and bowed. They'd been sparring for an hour straight, and sweat dripped off his hair. He'd fought particularly hard today, as it was the 6-month anniversary of his family's murder. He knew with a certainty bordering on obsession that one day he'd find the creature that led the attack and face it in battle, and he planned to be ready. Someone clapped, and he turned to see his adopted father standing off to the side of the sparring circle. Quite a show you two put on this morning. Uncle Duncan tossed him a towel. What do you think, Master Zen?
Rarely have I had such a dedicated student. He brings great honor to his family.
Master Zen bowed to Duncan and left the ring. Where's Morgren? Duncan asked. Gabriel shrugged. He didn't show this morning. Duncan ground his teeth. That's the 3rd lesson he's missed this week. I hired Master Zen to train you both. How's Morgren ever going to improve if he doesn't show up? Gabriel set his wooden practice sword down and picked up a weighted resistance sword. The wooden blade had a lead core that made it 3 times as heavy as a standard broadsword. If Morgren doesn't want to learn, he'd just be wasting the master's time even if he showed up. Duncan nodded. What that boy needs is discipline. Classes at the Academy Marshal begin next week, and Morgren will attend. Perhaps 3 years of military training will improve his attitude. The Academy. Father used to talk about it. Could you arrange for me to enter as well? Duncan's eyebrows rose. Why would you wish to attend? You've done nothing wrong. I thought the Academy was where nobles went to learn about war. I hope to join the watch when I come of age. 3 years at the Academy would assure acceptance, wouldn't it? Gabriel, I'll be honest with you. The Academy isn't what it used to be. Now it's more of a place for nobles to dump unruly children than a real school. Gabriel hung his head. So they don't teach what I need to learn to get into the watch? Well, no, the lessons are the same. It's just that no one who graduated from the Academy has amounted to anything in years. Gabriel's head popped up and he smiled. I'll bet that's more to do with the students than the teachers. If you could get them to accept me, I'd like to go. Getting you in won't be a problem. But why are you so obsessed with joining the watch? The watch will give me the resources I need to find out who attacked the estate and killed Xander and my parents. While I'm searching, maybe I can do a little good in the city. Father would have liked that. Duncan laid a hand on his shoulder. I think he would have too. Consider yourself in. 4 days later, Gabriel, Morgren, and Duncan rode through the city in Duncan's carriage on their way to the Academy.
It was a short trip from the mansion, but Morgren insisted. He said he needed to make a proper impression, that the only people there would be ill-behaved noble children didn't matter to him. If Morgren could show off, he gave it his all. Pity that was the only thing he gave his all. They stopped and everyone got out. The academy was a grim stone structure built to resemble a castle. A short flight of stone steps led up to the keep entrance. According to the books Gabriel had read, the reason for the academy's design was so the students could practice defending and attacking a castle. The 10-foot-tall wall around the grounds also made it hard for students that didn't want to attend to escape. A burly man in leather armor waited at the top of the steps. "Well, boys," Duncan said, "this is it. Only students and staff are allowed inside. Your first break is in 3 months. Good luck." "Please, Father, reconsider. I don't want to go to this awful place," Morgren said. "Boy, I hired a teacher for you and you didn't bother to attend his lessons. Here you'll be forced to learn." "What will I learn? No one fights those stupid honor duels anymore." "That isn't the point," Duncan said. "They're still part of the law. If you were ever challenged, you'd get slaughtered." Morgren snorted and stomped up the steps. "Goodbye, Uncle Duncan." Gabriel followed his adopted brother up the steps. At the top, the man looked them over. "You must be the new recruits. Identify yourselves." Gabriel snapped to attention like his father taught him. "Gabriel St. Jacques Kane, sir." "Morgren St. Jacques," Morgren said in a bored tone. The big man glared at Morgren. "I can see your attitude needs work. Perhaps after you wash all tonight's dinner dishes, you'll have a better outlook." "I don't wash dishes," Morgren said. The man's arm shot out and grabbed Morgren by the front of his shirt. He lifted the boy a foot off the ground. "You'll wash dishes and anything else I tell you to. Refusal will earn you 3 lashes. A second refusal and you'll get 10. Got it? When my father hears how you've treated me, he'll have your head." "Your father knew the rules when he dropped you off. You'll learn to do as you're told or how to take a beating. Your choice. Now follow me." They followed the instructor. At least Gabriel assumed he was an instructor. Inside. The entry was a simple, semicircular room that branched off in 3 directions. The unadorned gray stone seemed to bear down on Gabriel. They turned left and went down an equally undecorated hallway lined with doors. They stopped at the 6th on the left. "Kane, this is your room. Your bunkmate is in class, so you'll meet later." He handed Gabriel a key. "This opens the right-hand footlocker. You'll find everything you need inside. Get your uniform on and head for combat training. From the entryway, go straight. It's the 2nd door on the right. You've got 10 minutes before class begins, so I suggest you hurry." "Yes, sir." Gabriel stepped inside the room he'd be calling home for the next 3 years. It resembled the rest of the academy, severe and unadorned. There were 2 single beds just wide enough to sleep on with a footlocker at the end, and 2 desks with hard wooden chairs tucked under them. Inside his footlocker, he found 2 gray tunics and matching pants. If he stood still beside the wall, he'd disappear. He swapped his clothes for the uniform. He resembled a prisoner more than a cadet. From everything he'd heard about the academy these days, that wasn't far from how they saw the students. Gabriel retraced his steps and had no trouble finding the classroom. It had a high ceiling, and wooden practice weapons of every type he'd ever heard of lined one wall, with 3 wooden training dummies sitting off to one side. A group of boys around his age stood around talking, 2 leaning on their training swords like they were canes. A thick carpet covered the floor in the center of the room, no doubt to keep the bruises to a minimum. He grabbed a wooden sword from a rack and went to join his class. One of the boys, a small blond fellow wearing a distant, bored frown, came over. "You must be one of the new cadets." Gabriel nodded. "Gabriel St. Jacques Kane. Pleasure to meet you." "Arthur Menon." They shook hands. "So what did you do to get sent here?" "Nothing. I asked to come." Arthur's eyes widened. "You must be off your rocker." "I'm starting to wonder. What about you?" "My old man caught me with a pair of dockside whores. Cost him a small fortune to cure me of the disease. He shipped me here as soon as I was better."
Wow. Before Gabriel could say anything else, the door opened and an older boy came in. He grabbed a sword and moved to the center of the room. That's Merrick, Arthur said. He's a third year that handles teaching us first year's basic sword forms. He can be a real shit. If you have something to say, raise your hand or I'll hit you with that sword. Thanks for the warning. All right, you lot, line up 5 feet apart, Merrick said. Gabriel took a position 5 feet to Arthur's right. When everyone had taken their positions, Merrick continued. Today we'll review basic positions because we have a new student and because you all did terrible on your last test. Swords up, high guard. Gabriel snapped his sword up and held it horizontally above his head. The other students held similar poses, though most had an elbow too far away from their body or didn't hold the sword high enough above their head. He waited for Merrick to correct them, but the older boy made no comment. Low guard, Merrick said. Gabriel snapped his sword down, angling the blade so it went from his right knee to the middle of his left shin. He ignored the other students and watched Merrick this time. Merrick held the position all wrong. His blade was horizontal at the thighs, his shins wide open, and his feet were too close together, so his balance was messed up. Gabriel hesitated, then raised his hand. He wouldn't be doing the others any favors if he let them copy poor techniques. New kid confused already? Merrick asked when he saw Gabriel's hand raised. No, sir, I just wanted to point out that your low guard position is a little off. You need to lower your sword tip a bit and widen your stance. Merrick's face reddened. I've been studying at this academy for 2 years. How long have you been here? Gabriel thought a moment. About half an hour. And you imagine you're more skilled at swordplay than I am? Gabriel couldn't come up with a polite way to say he was certain of it, so he said, I just thought you should know your low guard was off. Merrick's face now resembled an overcooked beet, and Gabriel questioned the wisdom of trying to help. Step forward, cadet. Gabriel left his place and walked over beside Merrick in the center of the carpet. Several of the other cadets chuckled as he passed. Sir? Perhaps the class would benefit from watching an expert like you in action. Contempt dripped from Merrick. We'll have a little sparring match. On guard. Gabriel raised his sword to high guard, content to let Merrick make the first move. He didn't have long to wait. He'd barely got his sword up when Merrick thrust at his stomach hard enough to rupture something even with the wooden sword. Gabriel sidestepped the blow. It told him everything he needed to know. Merrick wanted to hurt him, put him in his place for speaking out in class. Merrick slashed at his head and Gabriel ducked, the blade whistling harmlessly by. He caught the return stroke and turned it aside. Merrick clenched his teeth, breathing heavily. Sick of playing defense, Gabriel attacked with a sweeping uppercut slash, forcing Merrick to jump back. Gabriel spun a full circle and slashed at Merrick's ribs. His opponent got his sword up in time, the attack forcing him back a step. Gabriel retreated a step, inviting an attack. Merrick obliged, lowering the tip of his sword for another thrust just as Gabriel had hoped. A simple slide step to the left and the thrust went past with inches to spare. Gabriel brought his sword down on the back of Merrick's hands. The practice sword fell from his fingers. Gabriel stepped behind him and kicked his legs out from under him. Merrick fell on his back with a whoosh of breath. Gabriel put his sword under the boy's chin. Yield? Merrick started to get up, but Gabriel pushed the tip of the blade harder into his throat. Yield now. Merrick lay back down and closed his eyes. I yield. Gabriel nodded and removed his sword. Murmurs ran through the other students. He offered Merrick a hand up, but the older boy slapped his hand away. You'll pay for this humiliation. I'll see you work the rest of the year in the laundry. I don't think so. They both turned toward the door. An older man, perhaps 60, fit with short gray hair, stood watching them. This boy will not be punished for your failure. Merrick clambered to his feet as the newcomer approached. Master Benson, I'm sorry. You certainly are, Benson said. How is it one of my third-year students is bested by... How long have you been with us, boy? Gabriel winced. About half an hour, sir. Benson laughed. Half an hour.
You obviously didn't learn your skills here. Who taught you?
My father began my training when I was 5. For the last 6 months, I've been training with Master Zensei.
Benson nodded. I know Master Zen. He's considered one of the finest sword masters in the city. Who's your father?
Jeremiah Kane. I'm Gabriel.
Benson nodded again. I knew your father. He served under me for the final 3 years of the war. I couldn't have asked for a better man. I heard he passed. Did he die well?
Gabriel nodded, his throat tight. Thinking about it, even 6 months later nearly brought him to tears. Yes, sir. He died in battle defending his lord's estate. He took several with him.
Benson sighed. A true warrior's death. He sounded jealous. Merrick, you will report to the second-year training class for a refresher. The rest of you will spar until your next class. Gabriel, come with me.
Gabriel replaced his sword and followed Master Benson out of the training hall. Behind him, the clatter of swords indicated the others had started practicing. They walked through the dreary halls for a few minutes before stopping in front of an oak door with a bronze shield. Benson pushed the door open, and Gabriel found a room with personality. Shields and banners decorated the walls. A large cherry desk filled a quarter of the room, the surface of it covered with books and parchment. 2 chairs sat in front of it. Benson gestured for Gabriel to take one. He sat in the one behind the desk. Unable to stand it any longer, Gabriel said, Sir, what happened? Father spoke as if this was the greatest school for warriors in the world. Uncle Duncan warned me things had changed, but I never dreamed. This can't be the same place Father talked about.
In most ways, it isn't. The academy has become a nursery for spoiled nobles. We no longer train warriors to lead men into battle. Our job is to make their lives so miserable they'll appreciate the gifts of privilege.
That's horrible. Don't they have any pride?
Benson chuckled. Not much, at least not the way you mean it. Everything went to hell after the war ended. With no enemy to fight, the nobles became decadent and spent their time bickering over position. Your generation grew up with no enemy to fight, no outside force to bring you together.
Gabriel frowned as he started to understand. I wouldn't have come here if my father hadn't been killed. I wanted to train so I'd be strong enough to avenge him. The words left a bad taste in his mouth. They made him feel selfish, like the others. So what are we going to do about it?
Do?
To fix things. This place was great once. It can be again. There must be some students that wish to learn to be warriors. If we can find them and separate them, we could have an elite class for those that really want to learn.
It's a waste of time. All we have are kids so bad their parents don't even want them around anymore.
We have to try. I have to, anyway. If you'll let me, I think Father would be pleased, and I can't stay here the way things are. I won't just let my skills degrade.
Benson smiled. You are your father's son, and I admit the other masters wouldn't mind having a few willing students for a change. All right. If you can find at least 4 others willing to work, I'll put your class together.
Gabriel got to his feet, grinning. Thank you, sir.
Can you do it?
I don't know, but it's worth trying. I may fail. The gods know it wouldn't be the first time. But this feels right.
Chapter 10.
When Gabriel left Benson's office, it was lunchtime, and he followed the master's directions to the mess hall. Inside, all the academy students were gathered, some sitting at rough-cut tables and others standing in line to get food. With them all collected, there were about 50 total students. He needed fewer than 10% to join the special classes. The difficulty of the plan hit him. He knew none of these people other than Morgren, who he immediately eliminated from consideration. The older students wouldn't be interested either, so that left the first years less his adopted brother. 25 or so altogether. Where would he start? Hey, Gabriel, Arthur waved to him from his place in line. Gabriel grinned.
Perhaps he had a place to start after all. He grabbed a plate and a fork and joined Arthur in line. "What are they serving today?" Arthur grimaced. "The same thing they serve every day, some sort of stew and a biscuit so hard we don't dare have a food fight for fear of hurting each other. It can't be that bad." When Gabriel's turn came, the cook ladled brown stew into a bowl and clanged a biscuit onto the tray. Perhaps it could be that bad. He joined Arthur at the end of a half-empty table. The stew wasn't half bad if you closed your eyes and pretended it wasn't a brown puddle. Morgren might lose a little weight here. "That was amazing what you did today," Arthur said. Gabriel swallowed his bite of stew. "Not really. I was just better than him." "I could never fight like that," Arthur said. Gabriel saw an opening and said, "That's not true. If you're willing to work, you could learn to fight well. The thing you need to remember is, unlike a title, skill isn't a birthright. You get it from hard work." Arthur shook his head. "I'm too small. Even if I worked hard, I'd never get as good as you or Merrick." Gabriel's smile was bittersweet as he remembered Xander. "My little brother wasn't as big as you, and he gave me all I could handle, and he won about half the time. You just need to learn a different style. If you want to learn and be your best, I can help. Master Benson says if I can find 4 more cadets willing to train hard, we can start a special class and train with the masters instead of the older students, who frankly have no idea what they're doing." "Why would they do that?" Gabriel studied the smaller boy for a moment to be sure he wasn't making a joke. "Why do you suppose they're here? The masters want to pass on what they've learned. They just need students willing to do the work. What do you say? Interested?" "Why do I need to learn how to fight when I can hire a bodyguard?" Gabriel nodded. "I'm impressed, Arthur. You're braver than I thought. I wouldn't have the courage to put my life in the hands of someone only there because I paid them. After all, if someone should offer more—" Arthur swallowed. "I see your point. My father intends to leave me here for the full 3 years anyway. Perhaps I could benefit from your special class." "Excellent. You can be my second in command. I don't suppose you know any others that might be interested. If we can't find 3 more, we won't have a class at all." "Second in command. I like the sound of that. Unfortunately, I'm not the most popular person here. You might have done better to choose someone else." Gabriel grinned. "Not a chance. You do the best you can for me and I'll stick by you. Besides, who better to ask than the less popular kids that are always getting picked on? If anybody should want to learn to fight, it's them." They wolfed down their food so they'd have time before the next class to talk to the other students. Arthur knew 6 more that might be interested based on the criteria that they got picked on a lot. "Where do we start?" Gabriel asked. "We should start with the best prospect, my neighbor Mick. His father thinks he needs toughening up, so he's stuck here for the full 3 years too." Mick was a tall, soft, round boy with mousy brown hair and glasses. If anyone Gabriel had ever seen needed toughening, it was Mick. He had the size, but lacked muscle. The boy sat by himself at a table near the wall. His head popped up every few seconds, eyes darting around the room, like a small animal on the lookout for predators. His eyes widened when he spotted Gabriel and Arthur approaching. For his part, Arthur smiled and sauntered on over, taking the seat beside Mick. Gabriel sat on the bench across from him. "Mick, my man, have I got an opportunity for you," Arthur said. "That's what you told me before you went to the docks," Mick said. "I'll grant that wasn't the best decision of my life, but this is different. Gabriel here is putting a group of students together for special classes. We'll have a chance to really learn to fight, not play at training with the older students bossing us around." Mick looked at Gabriel. "You're the one that beat Merrick. You don't want me in your class. I'm just trying to survive until I get out of here." Gabriel held Mick's brown eyes with his own. "If all you want is to get by, you're right. I don't want you in my class. Is that what you want, or is it the best you think you can do?" Mick's expression changed to a frown of confusion. "I don't understand." "If all you want is to put in your time, keep your head down, and sneak by, I can't help you. But if you want to get stronger, if you're willing to put in the time and effort, there's no reason you can't become a fine warrior."
A warrior? Look at me. Mick laughed, but he sounded close to tears.
I am. You've got the size. You just need some muscle. That's simple to fix. Not easy, but simple. We'll run, lift weights, swing weighted swords, and spar. I promise for the first month you'll hate me and wish you'd never agreed to train. But you will get stronger. In 3 months you won't recognize yourself. What do you say?
Gabriel watched as the emotions played across Mick's face. When his lips compressed into a determined line and the corners of his eyes tightened, he knew he had his second recruit.
I'm in. I'm sick of being afraid.
Good. Gabriel and Arthur shared a grin. That's 2. The next 2 on Arthur's list weren't at all interested, as both had hopes of convincing their parents to let them come home after their first year. Gabriel was disappointed, but not surprised. Who's next?
The twins are our best chance, Arthur said. Aaron and Jax are a package deal. If we can convince one, the other's a cinch.
Arthur led the way to another table. Seated in the center, side by side, were the twins, slim with blonde hair and green eyes. They looked up from their meal when Arthur sat down. That's when Gabriel discovered they weren't identical. Aaron was one of 3 girls enrolled at the academy. He hesitated, not sure if a girl could handle the hard training. Of course, he wasn't sure if Arthur and Mick were up to it either, so why not let a girl try? He sat down beside Arthur across from the twins, and Aaron immediately focused on him.
You're the one that beat Merrick, she said.
Yes. Has everyone heard about that?
Jax nodded. No one likes Merrick, and when somebody stood up to him, the story spread fast. You're a hero.
Hardly. I just can't stand bullies. There's no honor in picking on someone weaker than you.
We're starting a special class, Arthur said. You two'd be perfect. What do you say?
What sort of class? Jax asked.
Real training, Gabriel said. With the masters, not older students. It'll be tough, but you'll have a chance to learn something, not just kill time. Will we learn to fight like you? Aaron asked, sounding eager.
No, you'll learn to fight the way that's best for you. You're both too slender to use a power style like I do. You'll need to focus on speed and agility since you both have the type of build that makes excellent duelists. The twins looked at each other. Then Aaron said, Sounds fun. We're in. Great, Gabriel said, relieved the first part of his project had gone so smooth. Now, if he could keep them all from quitting after the first week, they'd have a chance to accomplish something. Why don't you 3 collect Mick and meet me in the hall? I'll make one more pass to see if anyone else is interested.
Waste of time, Arthur said, and the twins nodded in agreement.
I'll only be a few minutes, and it can't hurt. I wouldn't want anyone interested to feel left out. Arthur led the twins back to Mick's table, and the 4 of them went out into the hall. Gabriel had spoken to 2 people when someone shouted from the hall. He ran out of the mess hall and found Arthur on the ground, the twins on either side, blood running down his face. Merrick had Mick by the shoulder and was squeezing so tight his fingers sank into the boy's flesh.
Let him go, Gabriel said.
Merrick sneered. We were discussing this special class of yours. This lot's changed their minds. Seems they've decided it wouldn't be good for their health. Let him go now. Merrick's sneer fell away and he looked nervous. A crowd had gathered, and now the hall and the doorway to the mess hall was full of students. He spotted Morgren watching with an arrogant grin spread across his face. Merrick shoved Mick into Arthur and the twins. Maybe you're the one in need of a lesson. Like the one you gave me this morning at sword practice? Merrick snarled and swung a wild right hook. Gabriel ducked and popped up to snap 2 quick jabs to his opponent's face. Merrick's nose broke under his fist on the second blow, and he staggered back, bleeding and furious. Roaring like an angry beast, Merrick charged. Gabriel grunted when the bigger boy's shoulder slammed into his stomach. Merrick wrapped his arms around Gabriel's chest and lifted him a foot off the ground. Gabriel hammered his elbow down between Merrick's shoulders. His grip broke, and when Gabriel's feet hit the floor, he brought a knee up into Merrick's gut, driving the wind out of him. Gabriel took a step back and launched an uppercut into Merrick's chin with every drop of muscle he had.
Merrick's head snapped back and he fell on his ass, barely conscious. Gabriel rubbed his sore ribs and fought to catch his breath. "You all right?" Arthur asked. He wiped the blood from his face and came to stand by Gabriel. "Yeah." Gabriel straightened and found the cadet staring at him, then Merrick, then back at him. "You all right, Mick? Aaron, Jax, what about you two?" "I'm all right," Mick said, rubbing his shoulder. "We're fine," Aaron said. "That was awesome." Gabriel nodded. "Good. Now you've seen what fear can drive people to do. Do you still want to train with me?" "What do you mean?" Mick asked. "We were all scared to death, but we didn't do anything besides get beat up." Gabriel smiled. "Not your fear. His." He pointed at Merrick, who seemed to be gathering his wits. "He's afraid that if you learn to fight, he won't be able to bully you anymore. He'll lose his power. That's why he wanted to stop you." The four of them looked at each other as though the idea that Merrick might fear them had never crossed their minds. It probably hadn't, but it needed to. He needed to give them a reason to train. "I'm still with you," Arthur said. Gabriel clapped him on the shoulder. "I knew I could count on you." "We're with you too," Aaron and Jack said together. Gabriel looked at Mick. "What do you say? We'd hate to lose part of the team now." "I'll do my best," Mick said. "I can't ask for more." Merrick got up and spit blood on the floor. "If this bunch of losers is your team, you're a guaranteed failure." Gabriel was sorely tempted to punch him in the face again, but his aching hand talked him out of it. "We may fail. Whenever you push yourself past what you think are your limits, that chance exists. But I'd rather have 4 people I can trust and that will give it their all at my side than 100 like you." Arthur and the others swelled with pride when he spoke. He meant every word. They were a good bunch, and he was glad to have them. "Well said." Gabriel hadn't noticed Benson standing at the edge of the crowd. "I see you've found your class." "Yes, sir. We're ready to start whenever you say." "I say, let's go meet your teachers." 6 months had wrought remarkable changes in Gabriel's little group. Arthur turned out to be a natural with a broadsword now that he had proper instruction, and he'd stepped into the role of second in command with great enthusiasm and a surprising amount of skill. His good cheer made him a natural for the others to talk to when they had a problem. They still didn't seem comfortable with Gabriel. He wasn't sure why, but it was true all the same. The twins had become an incredible team. Fighting as a pair, they worked together better than any team Gabriel had ever seen. The biggest change had been in Mick. The boy had lost 40 pounds of fat and added 20 pounds of muscle. He'd taken to the claymore like he'd been born in the Northlands and brought up wielding it. His increase in confidence was a wonder and pleasure to see. Gabriel couldn't be more proud of the group he'd assembled. The only thing that concerned him was why Master Benson had called him to his office. Summer break was right around the corner, and before that was graduation for the 3rd years, the 12 that hadn't convinced their parents to let them quit anyway. He arrived at Benson's office and knocked. "Come in." Gabriel pushed the door open and found Benson seated behind his desk. "Sir?" "Close the door and have a seat. We need to have a talk." Gabriel did as instructed, a little flutter in his stomach. "Is everything all right, sir?" "Better than that. Your team, and they are a team, not a special class, have made remarkable strides in 6 months. You should be proud." "I am, sir." Gabriel smiled as he thought about them. "They've worked hard." "So have you. I watch you with them sometimes. You spend more time instructing and encouraging them than you do on your own training. How do you feel you're coming along?" "I've really enjoyed strategy and tactics, but my weapons training has been pretty much non-existent. But that's okay. I'll train on my own with Master Zen during break, and he's agreed to train me all summer before the next semester starts, so I'll be fine." "Good. Now, the reason I called you. Your team will have their year-end test, a sparring match with 4 of the 3rd years, chosen and led by Merrick." Merrick? Benson nodded. When I spoke to his class, he fairly leapt at the chance. It's the most enthusiasm he's shown in 3 years. I'll bet. Why only 4? There are 5 of us after all, sir. Gabriel, you and I both know none of the third-year students can touch you in a sparring match. Your test is getting the other 4 ready to fight. Use those tactics you've been studying. Benson handed him a piece of parchment. This is the list of fighters Merrick's chosen. Gabriel studied the list. Merrick was fighting, of course, and the other 3 were the biggest cadets in the graduating class. No big surprise. Merrick hoped to intimidate them before the matches even started. You've got 2 days to prepare. Good luck. Gabriel got up and saluted. We'll be ready. He left Benson's office and went to join his team in their quarters. Gabriel smiled when he reached the door. He'd never even gotten to meet his first roommate. They'd assigned the new class this room his first day. Inside, he found the others sitting around talking, looking relaxed. That wouldn't last much longer. So what did Master Benson want? Arthur asked. When Gabriel finished telling them, Mick said, We're going to get killed. It's not fair, Aaron said. How come you don't get to fight? When it seemed no one had any other complaints, Gabriel said, I don't get to fight because I have nothing to prove. I've already beaten Merrick, and he's their best fighter. Now it's your turn, Arthur. As my second, I'm pairing you against Merrick. Jax, you'll go against Big John. Aaron, you'll take Bryant, and Mick, that leaves Giles for you. Big John? Jax said. He's the biggest cadet in the whole academy. He'll smash me flat. No, he won't. He's too slow. Of the 4 of you, Jax, you have the best chance of winning. Mick, your claymore will give you a huge reach advantage over Giles, so you should have an excellent chance as well. Just remember not to overextend. Arthur, you've got a tall task, but if you fight defensively and wait for Merrick to make a mistake, which he will, you can beat him. Aaron, you're the one I'm most worried about. Bryant's a solid fighter who doesn't take chances, and so he won't give you easy openings. You may need to fight more aggressively than you're used to, and hope to take him by surprise. I don't know, Gabriel, Arthur said. We may not be up to this. I'm not sure if we are either, Gabriel said. I think the masters expect us to lose. So what's the point? Mick asked. It's a test. Sometimes in war you have to fight even when you're not sure you can win. The masters want to see how we handle ourselves under adverse conditions. But I think we can win. I believe we'll win. But if we don't, we're going to show them they can't push us around anymore. We're going to show the masters we can fight even when the odds are against us. The others were grinning now, eager to show everyone what they could do. I'm ready to take another shot at Merrick, Arthur said. That's the spirit. We walk into this heads up and ready to go. When they see you're not afraid, it'll put them on their heels. That'll be another advantage for us. 2 days passed quickly, and on the 3rd morning, Gabriel and his team gathered in the courtyard, wearing protective armor and helmets, and carrying wooden replicas of their preferred weapons. All the cadets and masters had gathered to watch. Gabriel had spoken to several cadets interested in gambling and learned his team was a 3-to-1 underdog. Better odds than he expected. Someone had drawn a large circle in the sand, and Benson waited in the center. Merrick's team stood on the opposite side, armed and armored like Gabriel's team. Benson looked at Gabriel, who nodded. The contest will now begin. I will judge all strikes. First to land a fatal blow wins. Questions? Good. Merrick, send your first fighter into the circle. Merrick patted Big John on the back. Go get him, big guy. Big John stood 6'6" and weighed about 400 pounds. He lumbered into the ring like a boulder falling down a mountain, only less graceful. He carried a wooden claymore like Mick, but a foot longer. Gabriel, Benson said. Okay, Jax, like we practiced. Jax's hands shook on the hilt of his slender rapier. Stay under control, and he's yours. Jax swallowed. Okay, Gabriel. I won't let you down. I know. Jax entered the ring, all 5'5", 120 pounds of him, followed by the derisive laughter of Merrick's team. You two will obey my commands at all times. Benson glared at both boys. If I feel one of you is in danger of serious injury, I'll stop the match. Big John laughed. Maybe you should stop it now. He's right, sir, Jack said. I don't want to hurt him if I don't have to. The assembled cadets laughed, and Gabriel allowed himself a small smile. John's knuckles turned white where they gripped his sword. Jax raised his weapon in a basic middle guard that would allow him to react to an attack from any direction. Begin! John charged, as they'd expected, hoping to use his size to overwhelm his smaller opponent. He swung with enough force that if the blow landed it would break bones, protective gear or not. Jax ducked under the slash and rolled behind John. Before the larger boy could recover his balance, Jax popped up and stabbed him in the back. Stop, Benson said. The match is over. Jax wins. Return to your teams. Gabriel grinned. How many times had Xander used that exact move to take a match from him? Hopefully his brother was watching and took some amusement in Gabriel stealing one of his tricks. He cheated, Big John said. He didn't fight like he was supposed to. The dead don't get to complain, Benson said. If this had been a real fight, that blow would have severed your spine. Gabriel almost laughed. How many times had he said that to Father when Xander didn't follow the dueling rules? Jax ran back to the group, a huge smile on his face. I did it, just like you said, Gabriel. Gabriel clapped the boy on the shoulder. Good job. That's one for us. Mick, that's what you want to avoid. Benson stepped over closer to Gabriel. Interesting strategy. In the history of war, it said when faced with a larger opponent, non-traditional tactics were necessary. I think the author meant a larger army, but I figured it applied to this as well. I can't argue with your results. He stepped back to the center of the ring. Next contestants. The next two matches were a split, with Mick winning and Aaron losing a close match. Merrick stepped into the ring. This is it, Arthur said. It's all up to me. I don't know if I can take it, Gabriel. Relax. We can't lose now. There's no pressure on you. No, if I blow it, we tie instead of win. Forget that and look over there. Gabriel pointed to the side of the ring where the masters had gathered. They were smiling to themselves and looking pleased. Remember, this was never about us winning, but proving we can fight no matter the odds. Just give it your best. You've worked hard, and I know you can beat him. Arthur brought his chin up. Damn right I can. He stepped into the ring and faced Merrick. Begin. The two boys circled, neither anxious to make the first mistake. Merrick looked as nervous as Arthur, which brought a smile to Gabriel's face. Arthur blocked a pair of tentative thrusts, then countered with a slash that Merrick just turned aside. Merrick responded to the near miss with a furious assault as it seemed he finally realized he might lose. Gabriel's smile grew as Arthur knocked aside every blow. After a second pass, Gabriel picked up Merrick's attack pattern. He went high, low, high thrust, left to right diagonal slash. He repeated the same pattern twice more before Arthur caught on. Instead of blocking the thrust, he spun aside and drove his sword into Merrick's gut with a reverse thrust. Match is over, Benson said. Arthur wins. Victory to the first years. Arthur ran back to a flurry of hugs and congratulations. Gabriel couldn't have been more proud. They'd done it. Even Aaron looked happy. So your pathetic friends did your work for you. Merrick tore off his padded helmet and tossed it into the crowd. What's the matter? Don't you have the nerve to get in the ring with me yourself? Gabriel looked back, one eyebrow raised. Why bother? I've already beaten you once. That was enough. Gabriel and the others started away from the ring to celebrate. You're a coward like your father. Spit flew from Merrick's mouth as he shouted. Gabriel stopped, cold fury filling him.
He turned slowly to face Merrick. You want to fight? Have it your way. This beating will be my graduation present to you. A sword, please. All 4 of his teammates held their swords out, hilt first. He took Aaron's. It seemed only right that the only weapon not to win should be the one he used to kill Merrick. And Gabriel did want to kill Merrick, not beat him. He wanted to pound him until his brains ran out his ears and blood gushed from his mouth. Sword in hand, Gabriel stepped into the ring. He turned to Benson. You can step back, sir. Only one of us will walk out of the ring. Benson took 3 steps back out of the circle. Gabriel watched as understanding dawned on Merrick's face. He also knew, as well as Merrick, that if he ran, everyone would think him a coward. Gabriel moved his sword to low guard. Well? Merrick's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to swallow. He roared with as much fear as anger and launched a clumsy overhead slash. Gabriel stepped aside, letting Merrick's sword swish past and hit the sand. They went back and forth, Gabriel parrying Merrick's best efforts with the same ease Master Zen blocked his attacks. To call their match a battle would have insulted the efforts of his team earlier. Gabriel played with Merrick, letting the older boy grow ever more desperate, sloppier. When a clumsy lunge breezed past him, Gabriel decided he'd had enough. He brought his sword down on Merrick's overextended hand. Wood met bone, and bone lost. Merrick's sword fell to the sand. His hand hung at a grotesque angle. Merrick looked at Gabriel, eyes wide and scared. Gabriel brought his sword up and around to crash into the side of Merrick's head. Merrick fell like a sledgehammer had hit him. The right side of his face caved in. Gabriel kicked him twice in the ribs for good measure and tossed his sword away. His anger faded away and he came back to himself. Everyone stared at him. His team, Merrick's team, the other cadets, even the masters who rushed forward to see to Merrick. Exhaustion washed over him. He felt little satisfaction in his victory. It would have been no different if he'd beaten up a 10-year-old for all the chance Merrick had. Still, he felt certain no one would insult his father again, Merrick least of all. Chapter 11. Gabriel St. Jacques Kane. Benson's voice rang out through the auditorium. Gabriel was the last cadet to graduate in his class. There were only 15. The others, including his adopted brother, had talked their parents into letting them out early. The crowd cheered, none as loud as Arthur and the rest of the team, as he made his way up to the podium where Benson stood. Benson handed him a ceremonial broadsword with a silver-wrapped hilt and a phoenix engraved on the pommel. Each of his teammates had one similar, though theirs were wrapped in copper rather than silver. "Congratulations," Benson shook his hand. "You've done a great thing for the academy." Gabriel smiled. There were now a dozen students in special classes studying the arts of war and personal combat. Something good had come from his selfish desire to train like a real soldier. "Thank you, sir. It was an honor to study here." Benson turned back to the crowd. "Class dismissed." Everyone cheered even louder now that summer break was officially underway, and they thundered out of the auditorium like a herd of cattle. In minutes, only Gabriel and his team remained. "Our parents are waiting." Aaron hugged Gabriel. "Thanks for everything." Jax shook his hand and followed his sister out of the auditorium. He'd missed the twins. Their parents' estate was outside the city, so he doubted he'd see much of the pair after today. Another 2 years of training turned them into an absolutely lethal pair. He pitied anyone who had to face those two together, or separately for that matter. "I need to go too," Mick said. The soft, nervous boy had grown into a bearded giant, the biggest man in their class, and the kindest. Mick seemed to remember what it was like getting picked on and went out of his way to protect the smaller kids. Gabriel shook his hand. "It's been great, Gabriel. If you ever need anything..." "Thanks, Mick. See you around." Arthur and Gabriel stood alone in the auditorium. "So what now?" Gabriel asked. "Off to the docks to celebrate?" Arthur blushed. "I think I've outgrown that thanks to you.
I'm going to take Benson up on his offer to teach basic swordsmanship to the first years. What about you? Day after tomorrow, I report to Watch Headquarters to officially become the youngest lieutenant in their history. That should make me real popular with the veterans. Arthur grinned, and they shook hands. You should stop in next semester and talk to the students. I think they'd get a kick out of seeing you. Sure, I'll do that. See you later. Gabriel left the auditorium. He walked through the bare gray halls. He wouldn't miss the place exactly, but it had been his home for 3 years. It felt like he was leaving a bit of himself behind. He stepped outside into a bright summer day. Uncle Duncan's carriage waited for him just outside the gate. Gabriel smiled. They'd parked in the exact same spot as the day they arrived 3 years ago. The footman held the door open for him, and he climbed in. Duncan sat alone inside. Not that he'd expected Morgren or Aunt Jolie. They shared a hug. Congratulations, Duncan said. I understand you've made the academy something to be proud of again. Gabriel smiled. I didn't do that much. The others worked hard. I just gave them a push in the right direction. You're too modest. I spoke to Master Benson several times over the last 3 years. He says if not for you, nothing would have happened. I won't argue, but my time is over. What happens now has nothing to do with me. They'll have to build on what we started. I hope they do. I hope the academy becomes what it was when my father attended, something more than a nursery for noble brats. Gabriel winced. No offense. None taken. Speaking of Morgren, he and the rest of the family are looking forward to attending the graduation ball tonight. Nobles from all over the country will be there. Gabriel grimaced. Maybe I'll skip it. I doubt many of the nobles will be pleased to see me. I offended an awful lot of their kids over the last 3 years. Duncan shrugged off his concern. It's not like they sent their kids to the academy because they wanted them treated well. I think you'll find a warmer welcome than you expect. Besides, and this is supposed to be a surprise, I have it on good authority they plan to honor your contribution to the school. You wouldn't deny them the chance, would you? Gabriel shook his head. Why does everything have to be a production? Can't they just say, congratulations, have a nice life, and be done with it? Doesn't look that way. So you'll go? Yeah, I'll go. That's the spirit. Your dress lieutenant's uniform arrived yesterday. You should make quite an impression. Gabriel made no comment, his stomach already churning at the thought of having to make small talk with all those people. This wasn't something they covered in his training. The closest thing he could think of was small group tactics. If he made it through the night without throwing up, he'd consider it a success. Gabriel had just time enough to get settled into his old room at the mansion before he needed to get ready for the ball, which began at sunset. It was an old tradition dating back over 100 years. Now it was a social function more than anything, a chance for the nobles to dress up and talk, their 2 favorite pastimes as far as Gabriel could see. Most of the nobles attending didn't even have children in the academy. As lord of the city, Duncan had to attend, not that anyone needed to twist his wrist. Gabriel sighed and buckled on his ceremonial blade. It was a pretty sword, but the blade was too thin, and the balance stunk. Why couldn't they make a pretty sword that was also functional? He looked himself over in the mirror. His blonde hair, cut short in military style, navy blue uniform sporting a lion on the shoulder, his lieutenant's insignia, black boots polished to a mirror shine. He allowed that he looked pretty sharp. Downstairs he found Uncle Duncan and Aunt Jolie waiting for him. Duncan had on his gray ceremonial robes of state, and Jolie wore a dark green gown with a string of large black pearls. She looked less severe with her hair up in an elaborate style that no doubt made half a day's work for one of the servants. Morgren had yet to put in an appearance. In fact, Gabriel hadn't seen his adopted brother since he got home. The uniform suits you, Gabriel, Duncan said. It feels right. Like I was meant to wear it, you know? Duncan smiled. If your father were here, he'd be proud to see you wearing it. I certainly am. Morgren chose that moment to appear. He had on a midnight blue tunic with silver trim and black leggings. Since he left the academy last year, he'd let his hair grow out and it hung past his shoulders. He shot Gabriel a quick nod, which was more than he'd expected, truth be told. Are we ready? Morgren asked. Now that you're here, Jolie said, The carriage is waiting." They went out and piled into the carriage, a torch burning at every corner. Once the coachman shut the door, the driver snapped his reins and they lurched forward. Unlike last time, they weren't bound for the academy, the plain gray building far too simple to host a noble party. Instead, they headed 2 blocks east to the Grand Cathedral. The huge building was used for balls and important government matters, though most would argue the two were not dissimilar. He'd seen it from a distance, and it looked impressive. He'd never been inside, though. They rode in silence for a few minutes, then Gabriel said, "So what have you been up to this past year, Morgren?" "I'm working with a gem merchant, Alex Shazar." "Is it interesting?" "Profitable," Morgren said. "Tell me about it." "What do you care?" Morgren said. "You're too busy being a big shot at the academy." Before Gabriel could respond, they stopped and Morgren jumped out of the carriage. The footman didn't even have time to open the door for him. Someone put a hand on his shoulder, and he was surprised it was Aunt Jolie. "Did I say something wrong?" "No, dear. It's just that Morgren likes to be the center of attention, and tonight you'll have that honor," she said. Gabriel stared at her. "He's jealous? I didn't ask to be the center of attention. I don't even want to be. It just sort of happened." Duncan sighed. "That makes it even worse. You getting all this attention without seeking it bothers him more than anything." Gabriel groaned and climbed out of the carriage, then reached back to offer his aunt a hand down. Once Duncan joined them, he got to look around. Outside the cathedral, he spotted at least a dozen carriages unloading well-dressed nobles. He also spotted a score of watchmen standing at attention in pairs at strategic locations all around the grounds. Above them, the cathedral loomed like a Gothic mountain, its stained-glass dome glittering in the dying sunlight. The building was constructed of the same gray stones as the academy, but where the school was strictly utilitarian, the cathedral was sheer beauty. Statues surrounded it, and dozens of gargoyles lined the top of the walls. Liveried footmen held open doors made of stained glass. Gabriel stared at the intricate geometric designs as they passed through. How could someone make a door of glass? They didn't seem useful, at least from a defensive standpoint. Inside, it was every bit as impressive as outside. The ceiling was at least 20 feet above them, every inch covered in a detailed painting of a battle between angels and demons. The floor was of polished black stone, and a 50-piece orchestra filled the air with soft music. Most impressive was the 4 hollow glass chandeliers filled with an alchemical substance that gave off a clear white light. A couple dozen nobles and their families glided around the room chatting and eating hors d'oeuvres. Several spotted them as they entered and started over. "I should go, Uncle Duncan. Those people won't want me around while you talk." Duncan laid a hand on his shoulder, preventing his escape. "Nonsense. If you're going to be a member of the Watch, you'll have to work with the nobles on occasion. I'll introduce you to a few of them. At the least, you should meet Duke Carradine." Gabriel tried to swallow the lump in his throat. Duke Carradine was Duncan's superior and ruled over territory that included Lord's Way and 4 other cities of similar size, as well as innumerable small villages and towns. Father had met him once when he received his knighthood. "Gabriel." Duncan drew Gabriel's attention back to a tall, slight gentleman of uncertain age standing before them. "This is Count Bjorn Hansen. He rules one of the northern provinces right on the edge of ice barbarian territory." Gabriel plastered a smile on his face and shook the man's limp hand, a hand that sported enough gold and jewels to support a good-sized town for a year. "I imagine you see quite a bit of action being so close to the border, sir." The Count sniffed. "A bit more than I care for, truth be told. I understand that, thanks to you, we'll be getting some new blood in the military. That will be welcome." "I just got the ball rolling, sir. The masters of the academy did the real work." The Count nodded. "Good evening, young man. Duncan." Gabriel watched him pussyfooting through the crowd. I can't imagine he'd last long in a barbarian invasion. Duncan chuckled and steered him deeper into the room. Aunt Jolie had slipped off and joined a group of ladies chatting by the snack table, though considering how skinny they were, he guessed they wouldn't eat more than a cookie between them. "Bjorn's a decent fellow, but not a warrior like his father." The parade of well-wishers lasted far too long to suit Gabriel,
but he kept his smile and managed not to stab anyone. When a hush fell over the crowd, he reached for his sword, but all eyes were on a gray-bearded nobleman in crimson robes making his way toward them. The only hint of wealth he carried was a staff made in the image of a golden cobra with rubies for eyes. When he arrived, Duncan bowed deeply and Gabriel followed suit. "Lord Caradon, please allow me to introduce my adopted son Gabriel. Gabriel, this is Duke Hayden Caradon." "I'm honored, my lord." "As am I," Duke Caradon said. His voice wasn't as deep as Gabriel expected. "I understand you've done some fine things at the Academy. No surprise considering your bloodline. My deepest condolences on the loss of your family. Your father was a fine servant of the realm." "Thank you, my lord." "Father, aren't you going to introduce me?" Gabriel's heart raced. A woman, maybe a year younger than him, with blonde hair and a willowy build, walked up beside the Duke. She wore a blue silk gown that hugged her graceful figure, a sapphire necklace glittering around her slender neck. "I'm sorry, my dear. Duncan, Gabriel, this is my daughter, Amanda. Amanda, you remember Duncan?" Duncan bowed. "And this is his son, Gabriel." Amanda held out her hand, which Gabriel gripped gently and bowed over. "Pleasure to meet you," she said. "Likewise, my lady." He spoke the words without a stammer. Morgren chose that moment to show up. "Hello, Amanda." "Morgren." Gabriel winced at her less than enthusiastic greeting. If Morgren noticed, he gave no indication. "Would you care to dance?" Morgren asked. "Yes, I would. Gabriel, would you join me?" She offered her arm. Stunned, Gabriel recovered and linked arms with her. Morgren's jaw clenched so tight he feared his adopted brother's teeth might shatter. Accepting Amanda's proposal would do nothing to improve their already poor relationship. "Would you like to request a song?" Amanda asked. Taken off guard for a second time, Gabriel struggled to remember any songs. He racked his brain, then remembered Swordmaster Cato mentioning that the Tiberian waltz had the same footwork pattern as low guard practice. "Are you familiar with the Tiberian waltz?" She nodded and smiled. "That's a classic. Wait here while I tell the orchestra." Gabriel watched her hurry over to the orchestra, the play of her silk skirt over the figure underneath setting his heart pounding like he was getting ready for battle. Amanda returned, raised her right hand and put her left out to the side. "Shall we?" Gabriel stepped beside her and her left hand went to his shoulder and their right hands came together. His left hand landed on her hip. The orchestra began and he forced himself to concentrate on the routine. It was harder than he expected since his hands weren't making the appropriate sword cuts, but he settled in. After a minute, Amanda laughed, a warm, bright sound that made him smile for no reason he understood. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, it's just you have the most grim look on your face, like you expect me to pull a knife at any moment." "I'm sorry." He explained how they used the dance in training. "That's the only reason I know the steps." "Well, try to relax, and for goodness sake, smile. Your father's going to think I've taken you hostage." Gabriel did smile. Here he was, dancing with a beautiful woman, and he was too tense to enjoy it. "That's better," Amanda said. When the song ended, he felt more relaxed than he had in years. "Thank you. I needed that. I enjoyed it. It's nice to dance without someone proposing every 5 minutes." "Proposing?" "Sure, didn't you know? I'm the most sought-after woman in the kingdom. Whoever marries me inherits father's land and title." "Is that why all the young men in the room are glaring daggers at me? I assumed it was because you were the most beautiful woman here." She blushed, and Gabriel found the effect most fetching. "Would you like another dance?" she asked. "I'd love to. Do you suppose we can do that same waltz? It's the only dance I know." Before she could answer, a fanfare of trumpets blared and he spotted Arthur and Mick in the crowd moving toward the little area that they'd set aside for the night's ceremony. "I think that's for me. I guess I'll have to pass on another dance. The ceremony's about to start." "How about I watch, and we can talk more after?" Gabriel nodded. "I'd like that." They made their way through the crowd. Arthur was standing with the rest of the team. Gabriel moved to join them. "Did you know about this?" "They made us swear not to warn you," Mick said. "I saw you dancing with Amanda Carradine," Arthur said, changing the subject. "Congratulations." "For what? We danced once." Arthur grinned. "You don't understand, do you? Every single nobleman in the room wants you dead right now. If you weren't the best swordsman I know, I might worry for your safety." Gabriel was about to comment on the ridiculousness of that idea when drums sounded and the room fell silent, save for the tapping of a staff. A gray-haired man in a white robe was walking down the center of the ballroom, his staff made of a wood so white it seemed to glow. He came to a stop in front of Gabriel and the others. "I have come to bless these cadets in the Bright Shield's name that they may have long lives and serve the people well." He made a sweeping gesture with his staff that encompassed the whole team. "In his name, I bless you." A strange energy filled Gabriel, familiar somehow, but he couldn't remember from where. "For many years," the priest said, "the Bright Shield hasn't seen fit to offer his blessing on the Academy's graduates. But for the first time in many years, he has deemed some of you worthy. Gabriel, step forward." He hesitated, and Arthur gave him a shove. He glared back at his friend who stood there looking innocent as a newborn. "It is my understanding that you are responsible for this change in circumstances." Gabriel looked away, horribly embarrassed. "I didn't do anything, really." Humble as well. He looked and found the priest smiling at him. The priest laid his hands on Gabriel's shoulders. The energy he felt earlier flared even stronger. "The Bright Shield sees much potential in you." He stepped back beside the others, the power fading. "I wish you all the best of luck," the priest said before retreating back the way he'd come. Gabriel spotted Amanda talking with another girl and, not wanting to interrupt, made his way through the crowd and out onto one of the terraces. He took a deep breath of the cool night air. He sighed and looked at the stars. "Well, Father, soon my quest begins in earnest. I swear I'll find whoever killed you and Mother and Xander, however long it takes." "Excuse me." He turned to find Amanda standing in the doorway. "Am I disturbing you?" "Not at all." He gestured for her to join him by the railing. She carried 2 glasses of wine, one of which he accepted. He took a sip, grateful for the drink. "You seemed a million miles away," she said. He smiled. "I was thinking about my family, wondering what they'd think if they could see me now." She frowned, eyebrows drawing together. "Duncan saw you perfectly well during the ceremony." "I don't mean Uncle Duncan. He's my adopted father. I mean my blood family." Amanda was staring at him. "I'm sorry. I assumed you knew. Your father offered me his condolences before he introduced you. My father was a knight in Uncle Duncan's service. He was killed, along with the rest of my family, when bandits attacked Duncan's country estate where we lived." She put her hand on his shoulder and the warmth soaked through his uniform. "I'm so sorry, Gabriel. That must have been difficult." Gabriel put his hand over hers. "It was. Still is, really. The first 6 months were the worst. The grief almost killed me. I threw myself into sword training and I'd work until I collapsed, and when I dreamed it was of blood and fire. I wanted nothing so much as to find out who sent those men to the estate and cut their hearts out. It took a while, but the pain faded a little and I could think clearly again. I decided to attend the academy, then join the watch, both to try to find whoever killed my family, but also to help people in the meantime." When he stopped, Gabriel realized he'd poured his heart out to an almost complete stranger. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you all that." She didn't say anything. She wrapped her arms around him, her warmth flowing into him. Gabriel hugged her back, resting his cheek on the top of her head. He'd started to relax when someone yelled in the distance. His head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" She stepped back and cocked her head. Another shout echoed through the night. "I heard that." "Stay here." He jumped over the railing and landed lightly after a drop of a couple feet. He ran in the direction of the shout. Gabriel came around the side of the cathedral and found the priest fending off 2 thugs armed with short swords. They circled him, hoping to tire the old man before moving in for the kill. He drew his crappy ceremonial blade and charged. "On guard!" he shouted just before he reached the nearest thug. The thug turned to face him and dodged his first thrust. Gabriel continued his assault, slashing at the thug's midsection, forcing him to jackknife out of the way. Before the thug got back on balance, Gabriel's back cut opened his throat. The second man, a rat-faced fellow not more than 20, backed away, eyes darting for an escape route. "Drop your weapon and surrender," Gabriel said. The thug hurled his sword like a dagger at the priest's chest. Gabriel batted the crude missile away. The second he moved, the thug turned and ran. Gabriel took 1 step after him, then stopped. If more were watching, he couldn't leave the old man alone. "Are you all right, sir?" Gabriel bent down and cleaned his sword on the dead thug's shirt. "I'm fine, thanks to you. You should know that anyone that saves my life gets to call me by my given name. I'm Solon." "Pleasure." Gabriel kicked the body over on its back. "I don't suppose you recognize him?" "I'm afraid not," Solon said. A crowd of curious nobles was headed their way. Either Amanda had called for help or someone had heard the fight. The crowd grew around them, and Gabriel kept a careful eye out lest someone use the chaos to slip a dagger between the priest's ribs. With much shouting and shoving, Duncan forced his way to the front. "What in the world is happening here?" Duncan asked. Amanda appeared then and latched onto his arm. Though he enjoyed having Amanda pressed up against him, he would have preferred to have his arm free in case he had to do some more fighting. "That was the bravest thing I've ever seen," she said. "Indeed," Solon said. "If not for Gabriel, I might be dead." Duncan looked at Gabriel, who explained what happened. "They were street thugs," Duncan said. "I can't imagine why they'd want to hurt Solon. The Church of the Bright Shield isn't exactly a wealthy order. No offense." Solon smiled. "None taken." Gabriel spotted a couple guards in the crowd. "Perhaps these gentlemen would be good enough to escort you home?" The guards bowed. "We'd be honored, sir." Solon nodded his thanks. "Gabriel, if you have a moment tomorrow, stop by the church so I can thank you properly." "I'd be honored, sir." "Amanda?" Duke Carradine made his way to the front of the crowd. "It's time we were going." "Coming, Father," Amanda said. "We're staying at the Peaceful Arms. Why don't you come by and we can have lunch tomorrow?" "It would be my pleasure," Gabriel said, meaning every word. Amanda smiled and kissed him on the cheek before running after her father. Gabriel watched until she was out of sight. A hand fell on his shoulder. "It's time we're going as well," Duncan said. He followed Duncan back to the carriage, the battle rush fading and exhaustion taking its place. "Aren't you glad I talked you into coming?" Duncan climbed into the carriage beside Jolie, followed by Gabriel. He nodded. Not only had he met Amanda, but if he'd stayed home, those thugs might have killed Solon. All in all, it was a good night. He smiled, thinking of Amanda. A very good night indeed. Tomorrow promised to be even better. Chapter 12. Gabriel woke early, covered in sweat, after a fitful night's sleep plagued by dreams and nightmares. The dream had started well enough. He'd been in the great cathedral dancing with Amanda when a messenger burst in, spoke with Amanda for a moment, then she screamed. Gabriel could do nothing for her. She just cried and cried. In an instant the scene changed and he was facing a figure shrouded in shadows, flames surrounding them. Shadows concealed most of the man, but half his face was clear. It was a mass of scar tissue. That figure scared Gabriel more than anything he'd experienced since he watched his father's murder. He shook his head, trying to free himself of the dream. The effort proved futile as his mind refused to let go of the final scene. The dark figure seemed seared into his mind. Gabriel climbed out of bed, eager to do something, anything, to distract himself from the dream. He dressed, belted on a proper sword, and went downstairs. Dawn's light peeked through the windows, Only the servants would be up this early, which suited Gabriel as he had no interest in talking yet. He was interested in snitching some breakfast, so he headed toward the kitchen. He poked his head through the kitchen door and found Mika, the newest member of the kitchen staff, kneading a loaf of bread. "Mika," Gabriel said. Mika jumped, then turned and shot him a mock glare. She was a couple years older than him. Mika was an average cook with an above-average figure, which was why Uncle Duncan hired her. "I'm heading out early. Any of the breakfast goodies ready yet? After the fright you gave me, I have a good mind to send you out hungry." Gabriel grinned. Mika always liked to give him a hard time. "Come on. There must be something." "Just a minute." She went deeper into the kitchen. A minute later, she reappeared with a sweet roll and a slice of cold ham. "This is the best I can do." Gabriel accepted the food and kissed Mika on the cheek. "Thank you, dear." She gave him a swat on the shoulder, and he left the mansion in a better mood than when he woke. The Church of the Bright Shield was near the city center, so he made his way deeper into the city. Gabriel took a bite of his roll and the pastry crumbled in his mouth. He sighed. After 3 years of academy food, the pastry tasted like heaven. Gabriel had covered half the distance to the church when he finished his breakfast. All around him, the city buzzed with activity. Merchants opening their shops, a group of 4 guardsmen making rounds, an enterprising beggar set up on a street corner. Staying at the mansion, it was easy to forget that most people woke up early to make a living. The steeple of the church rose into the sky, marking its location before the rest of it was visible. Gabriel rounded a corner, and there it was, a modest building constructed from field stone and mortar, the double doors shaped to resemble a shield. Gabriel climbed the 3 steps and knocked on the door. It opened at his touch. Inside was a path between 2 rows of benches. At the end of the path sat a raised altar upon which rested a gleaming sword, chased with gold and inscribed with runes. Gabriel moved closer to the altar, wanting a better look at the sword. "Gabriel, I thought I heard someone knock." Solon stood in a doorway behind the altar. "You're getting an early start, considering the excitement we had last night." "I had some unsettling dreams. When I woke, I knew I wouldn't be getting back to sleep." Solon nodded. "After an intense encounter, sometimes our minds need an outlet. Dreams are one." "Speaking of last night, I think you'd lock your doors in case the thug that got away comes back to finish the job." Solon chuckled, though Gabriel saw nothing amusing in the situation. "Never fear. No one would dare try anything here. If they did, the Bright Shield would smite them to ash." Gabriel raised an eyebrow at that, but offered no comment. "I just put on a pot of tea. Would you care to join me?" "Sounds good." Gabriel followed the priest into his living quarters behind the altar. A short stone hallway led to a simple kitchen comprising a small stove, a table and 2 chairs, and a cupboard. A tea kettle was on the stove. "Have a seat." Solon waved at the table. Gabriel took the chair closest to the door. The priest's faith notwithstanding, he preferred sitting between the old man and any danger that may come through the door. Solon bustled around, setting cups and saucers out for them. When he finished, he sat across from Gabriel. "It'll be a few minutes." "That's fine. What did you want to talk about?" "Jeremiah, as it happens." "Did you know my father?" Gabriel leaned forward in his chair. "Not personally, but we had an acquaintance in common. Do you remember a few days before the attack, your father rode north to find someone he thought had information he needed?" Gabriel nodded. He remembered those last few days well. "The young woman he went to meet is a friend of mine. The caravan attack your father was investigating was precipitated by my friend asking them to carry an item here, to me. Jeremiah found her, and a warlock in service to my enemies attacked them." The kettle whistled and Solon got up and poured them each a cup of tea. Gabriel took a sip. It was mint and quite tasty. "What do you mean, warlock?" "A warlock is the name we use to refer to anyone infused with demonic power. Your father and my friend worked together to defeat the warlock.
She warned your father the warlock's allies would move against him. And you know what happened next." "I do," Gabriel said in a hoarse whisper. "Tell me." Gabriel looked into Solon's eyes and spoke. He told the old priest everything. He didn't mean to, but the words wouldn't stop until he said everything, including talking about the strange feeling that came over him and how he hid like a coward while his family burned. Tears streaked Gabriel's face when he finished. He shook his head. "I didn't mean—" "To tell me?" Solon said. "I know, but you needed to. The pain and tension in you was clear when I touched your shoulders last night. If you hadn't told someone, it would have eventually consumed you. How could you have known? Do you remember that feeling that came over you? That was the bright shield. He compelled you to hide. That's how I learned what happened. He told me." "Why me? Why didn't he save my parents or my brother?" Solon shook his head. "He must be cautious how he acts in our world. If he is too direct, he risks repercussions. You were away from the battle. It was a simple, subtle thing to guide you to a hiding place." "Why would he bother?" "I believe you have an important destiny before you. There is a battle coming. A great battle, and an ongoing war between the forces of light and darkness. If I'm right, you have a major part to play." Gabriel took another sip of tea to cover his uneasiness. "I'll do my best to be ready." Solon smiled, but he seemed sad. "If I'm right, none of us will be ready. I hope we're up to the challenge." "We?" "The four of us. You, me, my friend, and one other who has yet to be revealed. I don't understand why, but the forces of light seem to come in groups of 4. "Like the 4 paladins," Gabriel said, the pattern clear at last. "They were legends. I'm nothing compared to them." Solon laughed. "The 4 paladins became legends. At the time, they were men, scared men, who wanted to return to their families alive. That's what they fought for, Gabriel. Not fame or wealth, only the chance that their children would grow up safe. They won their battle, but not the war. They imprisoned the evil they fought, and now it's close to getting free." Gabriel frowned. "The legend says they destroyed the evil." "Only in the story. It makes for a better ending, after all. In reality, they locked it away, and like any prison, this one has a key. The demons have recovered 3 of 4 pieces to the key. My friend stole the final piece from an overconfident warlock. And she put it in the caravan to bring here. That's why that monster attacked our home. It thought Father had it." Solon nodded. "They didn't only think he had it. He did have it. Jeremiah told my friend he hid it before he went to try and find her. The key fragment is still somewhere on the grounds of the estate." "Shouldn't someone go get it?" Gabriel asked. "In time, perhaps, but for now it's safe where it is. If I send someone after it, the demon would appear to claim it, and I have no one that I can send strong enough to fend off a demon. Any agent would be slaughtered, and the demons would claim the final piece of the key." "I'll go. I'll kill that monster for what it did to my family." Solon shook his head. "Against such a beast you'd be torn limb from limb. No mere sword of steel can harm such a creature. How can I get justice for my family if I can't hurt the thing that killed them?" Solon patted him on the shoulder. "Be patient. In time, all things are possible. When my friend arrives, I'll introduce you. In the meantime, remember this place will always be a sanctuary for you." Solon got to his feet and guided Gabriel to the front door. "Good day, my young friend. I'll see you again soon." Gabriel left the church and walked down the street with no particular destination. His mind reeled with everything Solon told him. If he hadn't seen the demon with his own eyes, he would have thought most of it a fairy tale.
As it was, the old priest's word struck him as the absolute, if incomplete, truth. Gabriel glanced up at the sun and decided it was late enough to head over to Amanda's inn. The problem was he had no idea where it was. Only half a day had passed, but Gabriel was eager to visit the girl. He found being with her both calming and exciting. He wouldn't tell her about his conversation with Solon, both to spare her the burden of such knowledge and because he didn't want her thinking he'd lost his mind. Gabriel turned down a street lined with taverns, most of which looked closed. Halfway down the street, he found one open, an uninspiring place named the Dancing Bull. Inside, the common room was empty, but a slim man with a goatee stood behind the bar. "Can I help you?" he asked when he noticed Gabriel. "Can you tell me how to find the Peaceful Arms Inn?" "Going to meet a girl?" Gabriel frowned, but nodded. "How did you know?" The bartender grinned and poured himself a shot of something. "You've got an anxious look about you. Only two things cause that on a regular basis, and that's women and gold. If you're looking for the Peaceful Arms, gold isn't an issue. That leaves a woman." "Very perceptive," Gabriel said, impressed. "So how do I get there?" 3 blocks north. Take a right, then go 5 blocks more. You can't miss it." "Thanks." Gabriel dug a silver coin out of his pocket and flipped it to the bartender. It took 10 minutes to reach the inn. The bartender was right. It was easy to spot. 3 stories tall, made of carved timbers, and it had a covered entryway for carriages to unload their wealthy passengers without fear of rain or snow. He took a deep breath, walked to the door, and entered. Exotic hardwoods he couldn't even begin to name decorated the entryway. A row of cushioned chairs lined one side of the hall. A pair of heavy double doors separated the rest of the inn from the entry hall. Beside the doors rested a desk behind which sat a whip-thin man with an oiled mustache. The thin man spotted Gabriel, got up, and came toward him. "Can I help you, young man?" He had a soft, almost feminine voice. "Yes, sir. My name is Gabriel St. Jacques Kane. Amanda Carradine said she was staying here and that I should stop in and see her." "Yes, of course. Mistress Carradine said you'd be stopping by and wished me to alert her as soon as you arrived. Please, have a seat and I'll let her know you're here." "Thank you, sir." The innkeeper, or so Gabriel assumed the man to be, went back to his desk and tapped a silver bell several times. 2 young men and a woman in black livery arrived from behind the doors an instant later. The innkeeper spoke to the young lady who glanced at Gabriel, then disappeared behind the doors. Gabriel adjusted his sword, then sat down. The 2 young men kept a wary eye on him as though expecting him to grab a piece of furniture and run out with it. Gabriel sighed. He should have worn something fancier. 5 minutes later, Amanda appeared through the doors. She wore a simple blue dress and black shoes that looked comfortable enough to allow her to walk around for a while. She'd tied her long blonde hair back in a ponytail. Amanda smiled when Gabriel caught her eye and hurried over to him. She held out a hand, which he bowed over. "My lady?" "Just Amanda, please. I didn't expect you quite so early." "I woke up early, a habit from the academy." He didn't mention the nightmare. Gabriel offered his arm. "Shall we?" Amanda linked arms with him and they left the inn. Outside, Gabriel asked, "So where did you want to go?" "I thought we might walk through the market, then head over to the Golden Boar for lunch. How does that sound?" "Sounds good. I've never been to the Golden Boar." They turned toward the market. "Oh, it's wonderful. Every day they roast a whole boar over an open pit. The meat is wonderfully juicy. It comes with spiced, fried potatoes and a small loaf of crusty bread. I stop by at least once whenever we come to Lord's Way." The market was a short walk from the inn. In a large vacant lot the city had set aside for the purpose, merchants had set up 20 stalls. The market was strictly reserved for foreign merchants who came to the city to sell their wares, but didn't live here year-round. A quick glance revealed a large variety of wares and few customers. As they approached, Gabriel asked, "Are you looking for anything specific?" "No, I just wanted to browse, see if anything catches my eye." Hanging bunches of dried herbs filled the first stall, and Amanda only paused for a moment before moving on. The next stall had many colorful bolts of fine silk, and these held her attention a good deal longer. Gabriel kept his eyes moving, scanning for pickpockets or other threats. He expected no trouble. There wasn't enough of a crowd for thieves to hide in. Amanda moved to the next stall, which held a variety of leather goods. A heavy black sword belt with silver studs caught his eye. He ran his thumb down the fine grain. The craftsmanship was exquisite. "Do you like it?" Amanda asked. "It's very nice, but far too extravagant." Amanda smiled and they moved on. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted movement. He looked back and a man at the spice stall looked away when Gabriel caught his eye. Frowning, he followed Amanda through the market. Once in a while, he'd look back, and there was the stranger 1 or 2 stalls away. "You seem a little distracted," Amanda said. "Sorry. Could we head to the restaurant?" "All right." She led them out of the market and down the street. They'd gone a block when Gabriel smelled a bakery. He spotted it 3 doors down. "That smells good. Let's take a look. Perhaps we can stop on our way back." He guided her over to the bakery window. In the reflection, the same man was walking a little ways behind them. Gabriel whispered, "Someone's following us. Don't look back, just go inside. I have an idea." They went inside and a woman behind a glass-fronted counter said, "Can I help you?" "My name is Gabriel Kane, lieutenant of the watch. Does this building have a back door?" "Yes, sir, through the kitchen. Is there a problem?" "I'm not sure. Amanda, please wait here and act like you're interested in buying something." "Okay. Everything looks so good." There was a tremor in her voice. "Don't worry, I won't be long." Amanda nodded and he ducked out through the kitchen, past a huge brick oven and out the back door. A quick glance revealed no one in the alley between the bakery and the next building. Good. Hopefully the man didn't have an accomplice. Gabriel crept down the alley, which was remarkably free of litter. At the end, he poked his head out, and there he was, standing at the bakery window looking like a customer hungry for a bite to eat. Gabriel darted out of the alley and pounced on him before he could react. He wrenched the man's arm behind him in a hammerlock.
"See here," the man said. "Release me this instant or I'll call the watch."
"Good idea." Gabriel didn't let up the pressure in the least. "You can explain to them why you've been following me and the lady around all morning." The man sputtered but said nothing coherent. Amanda came out of the bakery and her eyes widened. "Harn!" "Do you know this fellow?" Gabriel asked. "Harn's one of my father's servants. What's he doing here?" "He's been following us all morning." Gabriel released the servant. Amanda crossed her arms and scowled at Harn. "Daddy sent you, didn't he?" The servant stared at his shoes.
"Yes, lady. Your father asked me to keep an eye on you to be sure nothing happened."
Gabriel's fist clenched. He didn't need some overfed houseboy telling him he couldn't protect Amanda. "What would you do if there was trouble? I took you down easy enough."
"You caught me by surprise."
"That's true," Gabriel said. "If I'd meant to kill you, I'd have announced it first." "That's enough from both of you," Amanda said. "Harn, go tell my father I don't need a chaperone."
"Lady," he said, "I'd rather kiss a silver adder."
Gabriel smiled. A silver adder bite would kill you in about 6 seconds. He suspected the Duke's displeasure would do it even faster. "We can't have you following us around all day," Amanda said.
"Those were your father's orders. If I return now, he'll dismiss me, and I have a family to feed after all."
"Here's a thought," Gabriel said. "How about you head over to the Dancing Bull, have a drink, and relax. When we're ready to head back, we'll stop in and get you. You can resume sneaking along behind us, and what the Duke doesn't know won't hurt him."
"That's an excellent idea,"
Harn said. "Great. You head on over. We'll be along in a few hours." Harn bowed to Amanda and offered Gabriel a nod before departing. They watched him until he was out of sight. "That mystery is solved," Gabriel said. "Is he what had you so distracted?" Amanda asked as they started toward the Golden Boar.
Yeah, I was afraid it might be a friend of the man that escaped last night, thinking about sticking a knife in one of us.
Amanda swallowed hard. I can understand how that would distract you. It was a short walk to the Golden Boar. The tavern was much simpler than he'd expected. A large fire pit filled the center of the room, a whole pig roasting over it. If heaven had a scent, Gabriel expected it resembled the dining room of the Golden Boar. A couple dozen tables surrounded the pit, about a third of them occupied. They'd barely got through the door when a slim, dark-haired girl about 16 ran up and hugged Amanda. "So nice to see you, Amanda," she said. "Would you like your usual table?" Amanda glanced at Gabriel, who nodded. "Yes, Chloe. Thank you." They followed Chloe over to a table in the far corner. Gabriel removed his sword from his baldric and leaned it against one of the empty chairs, then sat down facing into the room where he could see anyone approaching. Amanda sat across from him. "The usual, Amanda?" Chloe asked. "Yes, thank you." She turned to Gabriel. "For you, sir?" "The same, thank you." Chloe nodded and went to fetch their food. He noticed Amanda smiling at him. "What?" "You have no idea what I usually get here, yet you agreed to eat a plate of it. I find that strange." Gabriel shrugged. "You said the food here was good. Besides, they could bring almost anything and it would taste better than what I ate every day at the academy." She laughed. "I've never had a bad meal. I've had some I didn't like, but none that were poorly prepared." Chloe brought their lunch, a plate of shredded pork and a red sauce, fried potatoes and bread. She also brought 2 mugs of heated cider. While they ate, Gabriel listened to Amanda talk about growing up the daughter of a duke. She seemed happy, except for the part about every nobleman in the country asking her to marry them. When they finished eating, Amanda said, "Listen to me. I've talked nonstop. You've hardly been able to get a word in edgewise." "That's all right." Gabriel wiped juice from the meat off his chin. "I've never been a talker. Xander usually did the talking when we were together." Gabriel's throat tightened. 3.5 years and the mere mention of his brother made him want to cry. It must have shown because Amanda said, "Tell me about him." "Xander? He was 2 years younger than me and resembled mother more than father." Gabriel smiled as he remembered. "Xander wasn't very interested in honor, and that drove father crazy. I remember not long before the fire we were sparring, and Xander refused to use the proper blocks. He said he wasn't strong enough to fight the way father wanted, and if he did, he'd lose. Whatever else you could say about Xander, he hated to lose." "You miss him." "I miss them all, every day. Sometimes the pain fades after I've been awake a few minutes, and other times it's with me all day. I don't think it'll ever go away completely, and I don't want it to. That would mean I'd forgotten them." Amanda laid her hand over his and he smiled. They talked of lighter things, and after an hour left to collect their spy and head back to Amanda's inn. When they reached the Dancing Bull, they found Harn half drunk at the bar. The bartender looked up at them, studied Amanda a moment, then looked at Gabriel and winked. Gabriel managed not to smile at the man's approval. "Harn," Amanda said when his condition became clear. "Hello, miss. Didn't expect you so soon." Harn slurred his words together, and Gabriel realized he was in worse shape than he'd first thought. "Do you think you can manage to follow us back?" The disgust was clear in Amanda's voice. "Sure I can." "Then let's go," Gabriel said. Harn staggered to his feet and followed them out of the tavern. Gabriel set a slow pace to make sure the inebriated servant didn't lose them. When they reached the inn, Gabriel stopped outside. "Lunch was wonderful." "I had a great time too," Amanda said. "When can we get together again?" "I'm not sure. I report for duty tomorrow, so I'll probably find out my days off then. Whatever they are, I'd like to spend them with you." "I'd like that too. I'm starting at Madame Clara's finishing school next week, so I'll be in the city for the foreseeable future. My first day off, I'll stop by. Of course, you're welcome to visit Uncle Duncan's any time." Amanda frowned a little at his suggestion. "I'd prefer to avoid Morgren if possible. No offense. None taken. I prefer to avoid him when possible as well. She laughed, leaned in, and kissed him. Her lips carried a hint of cider. Amanda stepped back and said, "Remember that when you hurt. I hope it will take some of the pain away." Gabriel's head spun. He wasn't sure he could feel pain just then. Amanda smiled. "Good evening." Gabriel managed a nod. Chapter 13. The imposing gray edifice of watch headquarters loomed over Gabriel. He had felt nervous the whole walk over, but now his hands shook. A short flight of stairs led to a set of double doors. He took a breath and climbed up. Inside was an entryway with a row of benches on either side. Both rows were full of people, some hanging their heads and others muttering to themselves. At the end of the entryway, a short wall divided into 3 sections separated the people from the main portion of headquarters. A watch sergeant manning each section dealt with a citizen's complaint. Those complaints seemed to involve a great deal of shouting and swearing. Gabriel went to the rightmost sergeant and yelled, "Where's the duty officer?" The sergeant left the grumbling woman at his station and came over to Gabriel. "Lieutenant Kane?" "That's right." The sergeant saluted. "Welcome to the watch, sir. Didn't expect you so early, you being noble and all." Gabriel frowned. "I'm surprised you know enough to think at all, you being common at all." The older man winced. "I deserved that, didn't I?" "Damn right you did. Call me Gabriel." That brought a smile to the sergeant's face. "Derek." They shook hands over the wall. "The duty officer's in back." Derek released a catch and the door built into the wall opened. "Third office on the right. Name on the door's Lincoln. He's expecting you, so go on in." Gabriel nodded his thanks and went toward the back of the building. He found Commander Lincoln's office with the door open. A gray-haired man of middle years sat hunched over behind a desk covered in a foot-tall stack of parchment. Gabriel knocked on the open door. Commander Lincoln looked up. "What?" "Lieutenant Kane reporting for duty, sir." The commander shuffled through his papers until he found what he was looking for. "Here we are. Kane. Jeremiah's boy, right?" "Yes, sir." "Shame about your father. I served with him for 5 years. Hell of a good man." "Thank you, sir." "Let's get to it." At the top of his lungs, the commander yelled, "Griff!" Gabriel winced at the volume. A moment later, a tall, broad-shouldered man with long hair and a full beard ambled in. He wore an ill-used, dirty uniform, but the hilt of his sword looked well cared for if worn from years of use. "You called, John?" Griff's voice was a deep bass rumble. "Yeah, your new partner's here. Gabriel Kane. He's Jeremiah's boy." "Gabriel, this is Griffin Lauren. He'll be your partner for a while." "Pleasure," Gabriel said. Griffin offered a noncommittal grunt. "Well, that takes care of introductions," Commander Lincoln said. "Your first assignment is to track down the man that escaped after attempting to murder High Priest Solon. I wouldn't ordinarily start you out with such a difficult case on your first day, but other than the priest, you're the only witness." "That's fine, sir," Gabriel said. "I'll feel better when the man's in custody. I still can't believe I let him escape." "No sense worrying about it. Off you go." Gabriel saluted and started back toward the front of the building. "Wrong way," Griffin said. "Excuse me?" "Front entrance is for the public. Watchmen use the back door." He followed Griffin down the central corridor toward the back of the building. They went out an unmarked wooden door into an alley behind the building. "Now what, sir?" Griffin asked. "What do you suggest, Mr. Lauren?" "Sir?" "How do you recommend we proceed?" Gabriel spoke each word distinctly in case Griffin had trouble hearing. "You're the ranking officer. I assumed you'd take the lead on this investigation." Gabriel ground his teeth. "I'd love to take the lead, but I've never hunted a fugitive before. I assumed the commander assigned you as my partner because you have experience at this sort of thing." "Yes, sir, I have plenty of experience. It's just most new lieutenants don't have much use for advice. They like giving orders." "If you want, I can give you some orders later. Right now, I want to find the man that tried to kill my friend." You can either tell me how we're going to do that, or we can go back in and I'll see about getting a new partner because, frankly, I've wasted about all the time I care to this morning."
Griffin laughed. "John told me you were a different kind of rookie than I usually get stuck with. I told him I'd believe it when I saw it. Well, I've seen it. You and I will get along fine."
"I'll believe that when I see it," Gabriel said.
Griffin laughed again. "Come on, kid. Let's go find your killer. And call me Griff."
Griff took off at a brisk pace bearing east. They'd gone 2 blocks when Gabriel asked, "Where are we going?"
"Lesson number 1, Griff said. "You want to find a crook? Ask another crook. There's an information broker who works this side of the warehouse district. She'll have an idea where we can start."
"Can you trust a criminal to tell the truth?"
"You can trust this one. She sells information for a living, so if she lied to her customers, she'd soon be out of business. As for others, you get a feel for it after a while. I can most always tell when someone's lying."
"What about this woman? Won't she be in danger if criminals find out she's selling information to the Watch?"
"Lucy sells to everyone. She has the most extensive network in the city. It's cheaper for the Watch to pay her rather than maintain our own network. As to other criminals, they use her services more than we do. If they want something kept secret, they need to be subtle enough that she doesn't find out. That or pay her to keep quiet."
The warehouse district was in sight when Griff pointed to a run-down tavern that appeared to be in the process of collapsing in on itself. If this was where the information broker worked, she must not be doing too well. Gabriel wasn't at all certain he wanted to enter for fear of the place falling on his head, but Griff pushed through the cockeyed door without a care, so Gabriel followed him. The inside was so dim he could just make out tables, a scowling bartender, and 2 drunks passed out on the floor. Griff led him to a booth at the back of the room. A candle guttered on the table, shedding a feeble glow on the figure seated there. Griff, as usual, seemed unconcerned.
"Lucy?"
Griff asked. "Hi, Griff. Been a while." The voice was husky but female.
"Too long," he said. "Unfortunately, I'm here for business, not pleasure."
The dark figure sighed. "Pity. Let's go back to my office." She got up and led them through a hidden door built into the back wall. 4 lanterns burned in the office, forcing Gabriel to squint. When he could see, he found a well-appointed office with a tiger maple desk, several padded chairs, and 4 loaded bookcases. He also got a good look at their host. Lucy was a tall woman, around 40, with thick black hair and a nice figure. She no doubt kept in shape running for her life.
"Gabriel, let me introduce you to Lucy, the finest information broker in the city."
Gabriel bowed. "A pleasure, my lady." Lucy laughed as she sat down behind the desk. "Save the my lady business for your fancy girlfriend. I'm just plain Lucy." Gabriel smiled. Amanda doesn't like the formal greeting either. She waved them into the chairs opposite her desk. "Have a seat, fellas, and let's get down to business." When Gabriel sat, he noticed the chair didn't have arms to get tangled with his sword. Considering her clientele, he figured most of them came armed, and no doubt it appreciated the convenience. "We're looking for the man that escaped after attempting to kill High Priest Solon the night before last." "I heard about that. Nasty business. Solon's a sweet old man." "You know him?" Gabriel couldn't imagine Solon and Lucy having much in common, or how they might have met. "He prays for me," Lucy offered a fond smile. Griff cleared his throat.
"About the thug that tried to kill him."
"Right. They call him Lucky, though the gods alone know why. You don't need to worry about him. Someone put a bounty on him. Far as I know, no one's collected yet. I doubt Lucky stayed in one place for more than a few hours since they put the contract out on him."
"Any thoughts on where we might look?"
Griff asked. Lucy shrugged. "Anyone that might have information wouldn't tell you. They'd go after the bounty themselves." Griff got up and Gabriel followed suit.
"Thanks, Lucy," Griff said.
Lucy shot him a lecherous grin. "Come again. when you can stay longer.
Griff smiled back. Count on it. Let's go, kid.
Gabriel nodded to Lucy and followed Griff out of the small office. When they were outside, Gabriel said, "So you two—" Griff shrugged.
On and off, nothing serious. Come on, if we're going to find Lucky, we're just going to have to look.
Griff walked deeper into the warehouse district. Dozens of wagons were getting unloaded at as many warehouses. Every so often a crash rang out, followed by a string of curses that would impress the most jaded listener. "Where are we going?" Gabriel asked.
The nearest tavern. If we ask enough people, someone's bound to have seen him. We should keep it quiet or he might get on to us. Then we'll never find him.
"You know," Gabriel said after a moment's thought, "maybe we don't want to keep it quiet. If he's desperate enough, prison might look good compared to death at the hands of some bounty hunter. If we broadcast it loud enough, he might come to us."
That isn't a bad idea. Save us a lot of time, too. Let's try it.
They reached their first tavern after a 5-minute walk. The place was a little less dilapidated than Lucy's. The sign over the door had a carving of a half-man, half-fish holding a frothing mug of ale. For the lettered patrons, it read, "The Tipsy Triton."
You do the talking, kid. It'll sound better coming from someone with less experience.
Gabriel nodded and they went inside. About 20 people, mostly men and a couple women, occupied the common room. It was a rough crew sporting a mixture of scars, burns, and bad attitudes. Added to the fact that they were at a tavern at midday instead of at work, and they fell right into the group that might know where Lucky could be found. He took a deep breath and cleared his throat. "May I have your attention?" The patrons greeted his announcement with yawns. Gabriel glanced at Griff, who shrugged. Frowning, Gabriel said, "Anyone that doesn't want to spend the night in the lockup better shut up and pay attention." Everyone fell silent and looked at him. That was much better, though if he were honest, it appeared most of them would rather cut his throat than listen. "I'm looking for a man named Lucky. He's wanted for attempted murder." When no one spoke, Gabriel said, "Well?" "Well, why don't you shut up and run home?" a man seated a few feet to his right said. Griff took 2 steps over to the man and kicked him square in the face. The drunk fell over backwards, unconscious. Impressive. Gabriel wouldn't have imagined Griff could lift his leg that high. "Anyone else have anything to say?" Gabriel asked. When no one spoke, he said, "My name is Gabriel Kane, and if anyone has information, you can leave a message for me at Watch Headquarters. Thank you." They left the Tipsy Triton and headed toward the next tavern. "That went pretty well," Gabriel said.
"Yeah, no one even tried to kill us."
They repeated their show at another 10 taverns, and at all 10 they received varying levels of hostility and no information. By the time they left the 11th tavern, Gabriel felt like someone had encased his feet in lead. Dinner and a nap would hit the spot. It was almost sunset, and Griff asked,
"You want to try one more?"
"Let's get something to eat first."
"Yes, sir."
Griff grinned. They'd hardly taken a step when someone called out to them from a dark alley on their left. They veered toward the voice, and when they got closer, a cloaked figure spoke from the shadows. "I hear you've been looking for me." "Lucky?" Gabriel said. "That's right," the man said. "Step out where we can see you." "Wait a minute. Before I give myself up, I want to get a few things straight. I need your word I'll be protected and that I won't be executed if I cooperate." "You have it," Gabriel said. "Now step out here." Lucky left the alley and threw back his hood, revealing a long, thin nose and a pockmarked face. Gabriel nodded. "That's him. Let's get him back to headquarters before someone else spots him."
"I'm all for that,"
Griff said. "Wait a minute." Lucky gave Gabriel a hard look. "Haven't I seen you before?" Gabriel glared at him. "If you hadn't run off the other night, you would have saved me the trouble of hunting you down." "Son of a bitch, you're the kid that killed Buster. This is all your fault. If you hadn't stopped us, we could have gutted that old priest and I wouldn't have every bounty hunter in the city after me." If you'd killed Solon, I would have hunted you down myself and seen you broken on the rack before I beheaded you with my own sword. Now march before I take up bounty hunting." Griff started toward headquarters with Lucky behind him and Gabriel bringing up the rear. They went about 2 blocks before Lucky asked, "Why'd they give a kid like you such an important case?" "You will address me as Lieutenant Kane, and to answer your question, other than Solon, I'm the only other person who knew what you looked like. Now shut up." They were halfway back. Lucky hadn't spoken again, and Gabriel was feeling good about things, when 5 men armed with swords stepped out from between 2 buildings and blocked their path. One of the men stepped forward. "You're a hard man to find, Lucky." "Damn it all to hell. I never should have thrown in with you two," Lucky said. Gabriel stepped up beside Griff and drew his sword. Griff did the same. "You any good with that?" Griff asked. "Fair. You?" "I've been in a scrap or 2. You'd best let me take the lead. Wouldn't do to get you killed on your first day." "You watchmen want to live, I suggest you get lost," the leader said. Gabriel stepped forward, ignoring Griff's restraining hand. "This man is under our protection. I order you to disperse." The leader laughed. "The watch must be getting desperate if they let in a snot like you. I got a cousin your age, and she looks tougher. Why don't you run home to your mother before you get hurt?" "My mother was killed a little less than 4 years ago, and if you speak of her again, I'll cut your heart out and feed it to you. I challenge any of you to single combat. If you win, you can have Lucky. If I win, the rest of you step aside." "There are 5 of us, and 2 of you. Why shouldn't we kill you and take him?" "You can try," Gabriel said. "In fact, it's what I'd expect cowards like you to do. I doubt any of you is man enough to face me one-on-one." The leader was no longer laughing. "It's your funeral, boy. Which one of you wants to kill this kid?" One of the bounty hunters stepped forward. "I got this, boss." "Bad luck for you, kid. Max here's one of our best." Gabriel nodded. "You don't have to do this," Griff said in an urgent whisper. "I made the challenge, and I'll honor it. If I fall, do what you think is best." Gabriel stepped away from Griff. His opponent twirled his sword, a notched, wide-bladed brood about 2.5 feet long in lazy circles. "Ready to die, boy?" Gabriel ignored the crude provocation and continued to study Max. The bounty hunter was an inch or 2 taller than Gabriel, and he looked like he outweighed him by at least 40 pounds. Gabriel raised his sword so the hilt was at his ear and the tip pointed at Max's chest. Max took a wide stance, braced to accept the charge Gabriel was signaling he was about to make. Roaring, Gabriel charged the bounty hunter. When he was 2 steps away, he fell to his knees and slid behind Max, slashing as he passed, severing the tendons of the bounty hunter's right knee and sending him crashing to the ground. Gabriel popped to his feet, swung a full circle and slashed down at Max's neck. Max's head plopped to the ground. Gabriel flicked his sword to shake off the blood and turned to face the 4 remaining bounty hunters. "Will you honor your word and step aside?" "What if I refuse?" the leader asked, a good deal less confident now. "Then you're free to join your friend." The leader swallowed and wavered between fears, the fear of dying and the fear of losing his men's respect. His face settled into a snarl. "I will not yield to a child. Attack!" He charged. Gabriel forced himself to relax, a task made easier because the remaining 3 men stood in place like roots had grown from the soles of their boots. The leader realized something had gone wrong and looked back to see what was happening. When he looked away, Gabriel surged forward. The leader turned back in time to catch the tip of Gabriel's sword in the throat. He fell, gurgling, to the ground. Gabriel looked up from the dead man, and the 3 remaining bounty hunters fled like flushed rabbits. After a tense minute, Gabriel decided they weren't coming back. He cleaned his sword on the leader's tunic and sheathed it. That went pretty well. Griff snorted and sheathed his sword. "So you're fair with the sword compared to whom?
I've never seen moves like that.
Well, compared to Swordmaster Zen, I'm barely competent to hold a sword. Griff laughed.
I've heard of Zen. He's the finest weapon master in the city, if not the whole kingdom. Not what I'd call an average reference point.
He's the standard by which I judge myself. Come on, let's get Lucky into a cell before anyone else tries to collect the bounty.
Good idea.
Griff grabbed Lucky by the scruff of the neck.
Get a move on.
The rest of their walk back to headquarters went without incident. Griff processed Lucky, then met Gabriel in one of the interrogation rooms, which comprised a table, 4 chairs, and an alchemical lamp hanging from the ceiling. Griff deposited Lucky in a chair opposite Gabriel, then sat beside his partner. All right, Lucky. We got you here in one piece. Now talk, Gabriel said. Sure. What do you want to know? Who wants Solon dead? Beats me. Lucky flinched like he expected to get hit. Try again. Gabriel slammed his fist on the table, making Lucky jump. How are you getting paid? Easy. Let me tell you how it works. First, whoever wants the old man dead contacts a broker. The broker puts the word out that the old priest is marked. Whoever shows up with proof the deed is done gets the money less the broker's fee. Gabriel frowned. Who's the broker? If I tell you, he'll kill me. Griff, I was mistaken. This isn't the guy we want. You can cut him loose. Wait, you can't let me go. I won't last the night. The broker, or you can take your chances on the street. The life seemed to flow out of Lucky as he slumped in his seat. He's a fat tub of goo named Moochie. Gabriel leaned back and smiled. Where can we find him? You heard of a restaurant called the Dead Duck? Gabriel glanced at his partner, who nodded. Well, Moochie's office is in the basement. There's a set of stairs in the back that go down to it. Guards? Griff asked. Yep. How many? Gabriel asked. The most I ever seen is 4. 2 outside and 2 inside, but there could be a dozen hiding down there. Fair enough. I guess we need to pay Moochie a visit. Let's go. Griff handed Lucky over to the watchman waiting outside the interrogation room.
Make sure he's in a cell by himself.
No problem, Griff, sir. He saluted Gabriel, who nodded.
What do you think?
Griff asked when the watchman had carted Lucky off to his new home. I think it's way past dinner time. Let's get something to eat. My treat.
I meant about Lucky's story.
I know what you meant, but I haven't a clue yet. You know anything about this Moochie guy? They left by the back entrance and headed across the street to the tavern where the watchman hung out. It was named Tommy's after the retired watch sergeant that opened it years ago. None of the chairs had arms to tangle with your sword, and the food was cheap, everything you could ask for. They found a table and sat down.
I've heard of Moochie, but I don't know much about him. He's one of Lucy's main competitors. She's way better than him, so he gets most of his business handling things she won't touch.
Like contract killings?
You got it.
A chubby, middle-aged woman with a mountainous chest came over to their table.
Evening, Zelda.
Hi, Griff. New partner?
Yeah. Gabriel, this is Zelda. She's been serving watchmen since she was younger than you. Zelda, meet our newest lieutenant.
Pleasure, ma'am. Aren't you a little young to be a lieutenant? She asked. I certainly am, but I try not to let it slow me down. Zelda laughed. I like this one, Griff. What can I get you boys? Usual, Griff said. Same for me. You got it. 2 beef stews and 2 ales coming right up. When she left, Griff asked,
How do you want to handle Moochie?
I was thinking of taking a direct approach, but I'm open to suggestions.
No, the direct approach is the best with someone like Moochie. Wouldn't hurt if we scared the hell out of him, too.
Gabriel grinned. Zelda brought bowls of stew, a basket of rolls, and 2 mugs of frothy ale. They ate in silence for a while, then Gabriel asked, So why'd you join the watch?
You could call it the family business. I'm the 5th generation of my family to serve. I was practically raised at headquarters. I helped make my first arrest when I was 12, and I was hooked. I never looked back. What about you?
I joined because of my father as well. You heard about the attack on Duncan's estate?
Griff nodded.
That was a mess.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I'll be able to learn who was behind it so I can bring them to justice.
How do you like your chances?
Griff sopped up the last of his gravy and popped the roll in his mouth. Gabriel looked up and met his partner's eyes. Griff flinched back.
I like my chances very well.
Griff licked his lips. Right. Well, we should get going.
He raised his hand to get Zelda's attention. That'll be 3 silvers, boys, Zelda said when she reached their table. Gabriel dug 4 coins out of his pocket and dropped them into her hand. That was wonderful. Thank you. She pocketed the extra coin. You boys take care. When they left Tommy's, the sun had set and the alchemical street lights were glowing. Gabriel wasn't sure how they worked, but somehow the liquid inside reacted to darkness by glowing. They did wonders to keep street crime to a minimum at night. How far? Gabriel asked when Griff turned west and walked.
About a 1/4 mile, but we're taking a roundabout route so as not to announce our arrival.
They meandered through the streets for 20 minutes before Griff came to a stop in a shadowy alley. He pointed across the street.
That's it.
2 men with clubs stood in front of a door that looked like it would blow in with a slight breeze. What a dump, Gabriel said. How come none of the information brokers work out of someplace nice?
I'm sure it's nicer on the inside, Griff said. Let's go introduce ourselves to those guards.
Gabriel gave his sword a wiggle to make sure it was loose in its scabbard, then followed his partner across the street. The guard spotted them about halfway across. Drop your weapons and stand aside, Gabriel said. Watch business. The guards looked at each other, and when they looked back, Gabriel and Griff had their swords drawn. They hesitated a moment longer, then charged, clubs raised. Gabriel sidestepped his opponent's clumsy blow, then stuck his foot out. The guard tripped, staggered a couple steps, then fell on his face. When he rolled over, he found Gabriel's sword at his throat. Drop the club, Gabriel said, and get up slowly. The guard obeyed, and when he was on his feet, Gabriel hammered him across the back of the head with the brass counterweight on his sword hilt. The guard crumpled back to the ground. Griff had his opponent down as well. The guard was bleeding from a cut on the wrist and didn't look like he'd be holding a club in that hand for a while. Not very friendly, were they? Gabriel said. Griff grunted and kicked the guard in the side of the head, rendering the man unconscious.
That's 2. If Lucky had a clue what he was talking about, there should be 2 more inside. You didn't kill yours.
You sound surprised. Do I seem the bloodthirsty sort to you?
Well, the way you handled those 2 this morning, I figured maybe you preferred it that way.
No, I prefer not to get cut up, Gabriel said. I've no interest in killing a man that surrenders. I didn't even want to thump him, but I didn't bring manacles.
Nothing wrong with a little thumping, but I hate having to kill, Griff said.
Gabriel started toward the building. Let's hope the gentlemen inside share your distaste. Griff chuckled and followed him over to the door.
I don't hold out much hope for that.
The door was unlocked and opened at Gabriel's touch. Inside was a hall 3 strides long that ended in a second, sturdier door. Think it's locked? Gabriel asked. Griff leaned against the door, which didn't budge.
Yep, stand back.
Gabriel went back outside to give his partner room to work. Griff reared back and kicked the door. It cracked but didn't budge. He hammered it again. The hinges came free of the wall, and the door clattered down a flight of steps. At the bottom was a doorway with light spilling out. Griff bowed and indicated he should go first. Gabriel trotted down the steps, seeing no point in being stealthy now. He stepped over the ruined door and into an office lit by an alchemical light hung from the ceiling. The far end of the room was dominated by a desk behind which sat a corpulent man dressed in a crimson robe, gold chains dangling from his neck, and gem-encrusted rings glittering on his fingers. On either side of the desk stood a broad-shouldered man in leather armor and carrying a 2-bladed battle axe.
You must be Moochie, Gabriel said when Griff had joined him in the office.
What are you doing here?
Moochie asked, his voice high and squeaky.
Didn't you get this month's payoff?
Gabriel frowned at the implication that the watch accepted payments from scum like this. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. Tell me who hired you to broker the murder of High Priest Solon.
Boys, throw this riffraff out, in pieces if necessary.
The guards started towards them, weapons raised. Griff looked at Gabriel. You going to kill yours this time? Only if I have to, Gabriel said, his voice grim as he drew his sword. The guards paused, looked at each other, then at Gabriel. Then they laughed. Not for the first time, Gabriel wished he looked more intimidating. They paired off, the right-hand guard going for Gabriel and the other for Griff. Gabriel didn't try to block the battle axe. The force was more likely to snap his sword than anything. The guard was good. He kept the axe spinning, changing angles and giving Gabriel no opening to counter. Gabriel kept dodging. Swinging an axe was exhausting and he had nowhere to be. Soon enough, the force of his opponent's blows lessened. He made a weak right-to-left slash at Gabriel's midsection. Gabriel jackknifed clear and stepped in behind the blow with a slash at the man's wrist. The keen edge of Gabriel's sword combined with the momentum of his swing half-severed the guard's hand at the wrist. His axe clattered to the floor. Gabriel finished him with a blow to the temple. He turned to check on Griff and found his partner on the floor, his opponent's axe above his head. Gabriel sprinted across the room and lunged, piercing the guard through his armpit and driving the blade into his heart. The axe fell from limp fingers before the guard collapsed. You all right? Gabriel helped Griff to his feet.
Yeah.
Griff retrieved his sword from where it had fallen. Griff looked a little pale, but Gabriel kept silent. Almost getting killed could do that to a man. They advanced on Moochie where he sat, staring at them from behind his desk. About that contract, Gabriel said. He hadn't bothered to clean his sword, which was now dripping blood all over the papers on Moochie's desk. The fat man's body jiggled as he trembled.
Right. What was the name again?
High Priest Solon, Gabriel said.
Yes, I remember. I don't know who put out that contract.
Gabriel moved his sword closer to Moochie's 4 chins. Try again. The jiggling increased.
I'm sorry, that client uses a blind drop. A lot of my clients do, so I can't rat on them.
A wise precaution, Griff muttered. Gabriel frowned. You better give me something or I'll haul you down to headquarters and you can share a cell with Lucky. Sweat ran down Moochie's chins, but then he smiled and his eyes widened. He looked like a man on the gallows who'd received the Lord's mercy.
I do have something.
He dug around in his desk for a moment before coming up with a rolled-up scroll.
This is the original contract my people collected from the drop.
Gabriel snatched it out of his hands and unrolled it. He didn't recognize the language. What's it say?
I don't remember.
He searched some more and came up with a second piece of parchment.
Here, this is the key to translating it into common.
Gabriel took the second piece of parchment. That's better. Now where's the drop? Moochie's eyes about bugged out of his head.
I can't tell you that. If my client even catches a whiff of a watchman nearby, I'm as good as dead.
Hey, Griff, what's the penalty for accessory to murder?
20 years in the iron mines,
Griff said. Gabriel tapped Moochie's girth with his sword. How long do you suppose this turd would last in the mines?
All right. There's a tavern called the Rusty Mermaid. Out front, there's a bronze fish statue with its mouth open. When this client has a job for me, he leaves a message there. One of my runners checks it every week.
Good. If you get any new messages, you'll tell me, right? Of course, Moochie said, much too fast. Gabriel smiled. Of course. We'll be in touch. Good night. They turned and started toward the stairs. Gabriel paused and cleaned his sword on the dead guard's tunic. Outside, one of the unconscious guards was groaning and trying to get to his feet. Griff muttered something and kicked him in the head again. Something wrong, Griff?
You saved my life.
Gabriel frowned. You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, damn it. It's just no one ever had to save my life before. Certainly not a first-year lieutenant barely old enough to shave. Sorry, but you know what I mean.
Gabriel nodded. I'm starting to. Look, I'm sure you'll have to save me one of these days. That's what a partner does, right? Griff snorted.
I've seen you handle a sword. If you need saving, we're in big trouble.
It's late, and I'm beat. Let's call it a night and head home.
You go ahead, Griff said. I'm going back to headquarters to arrange for someone to watch Moochie's drop.
All right. See you in the morning. They parted ways and Gabriel headed home. The mansion was dark, so he used his key to get in. As quietly as he could, Gabriel tiptoed up to his room. He rubbed the glowstone on his desk until it gave off enough light to see by. On his bed rested a package with a little note attached. The note was short. Hope you like it, Amanda. Gabriel unwrapped the package and found the black and silver sword belt he'd admired in the market the day before. He smiled and set it aside. He'd have to get something nice for Amanda before they got together again. Gabriel put on his nightclothes and crawled into bed. But after half an hour of tossing and turning, it was clear sleep wasn't going to come. He got up and yawned. The letter from Moochie's client and the key sat on his desk, so he grabbed them along with his glowstone and headed toward the library. The room was empty, no surprise considering it had to be almost midnight. He sat at one of the two tables, took a quill, ink, and a sheet of parchment out of the drawer and started translating the letter. It was a simple but tedious task.
What are you working on so late?
Gabriel jumped out of his chair, reaching for a sword that wasn't there before he realized it was Uncle Duncan. Gabriel let out a breath. Are you trying to scare me into an early grave?
Sorry.
Duncan sat down opposite him and set a plate with a 6-inch thick ham and cheese sandwich on it beside him.
You seem a little jumpy.
After the day I've had, I'm allowed.
Bad?
Duncan asked, then took a bite of sandwich. No, not bad. I caught the guy that tried to kill Solon. I had to fight for my life 3 times, but overall I wouldn't say it was a bad day.
3 times,
Duncan said around a mouthful of food.
Yeah, it's a long story. What are you working on now?
It's the original contract on Solon. It's written in some strange language. I'm translating it with a key I got from an information broker named Moochie.
Mind if I look?
Duncan asked. Gabriel spun the paper around so Duncan could see. Duncan almost choked on a mouthful of sandwich. Gabriel jumped up and pounded him on the back. When he seemed to be breathing again, Gabriel sat back down. Duncan coughed one last time.
I've seen this writing before.
That's great, Gabriel said. Maybe Duncan could give him a lead on whoever was after Solon.
Don't get too excited until you know the whole story. Just a minute.
Duncan searched the shelves. When he found the book he wanted, he took it down, opened it, and removed a folded piece of parchment. He handed it to Gabriel, who smoothed it out. The writing matched the letter he got from Moochie.
Your father gave me that to have translated.
Where'd he get it?
Off the body of a bandit that attacked a caravan.
Gabriel's eyes widened. That caravan? Duncan nodded. You think whoever ordered the attack on the caravan wants Solon dead as well?
It looks that way.
Duncan took a deep breath and let out a long sigh.
There's something else you should know. I didn't say anything because I was afraid you might let something slip. But if you're mixed up in whatever got Jeremiah killed, you need to hear this. He believed Knight Commander Erickson was mixed up in this business. At the least, he didn't trust the man.
Gabriel groaned. That could be a problem since he's my boss now.
Yes, but I'm his boss. So do what you have to and I'll back any decision you make.
Duncan patted him on the shoulder.
You should try and sleep.
Gabriel nodded, though how he'd managed to sleep now he had no idea. After Duncan left, he finished translating the letter. To his disappointment, it offered 2,000 royals in gold or gems to whoever killed Solon. He hadn't expected a signature, but he hoped for some clue as to who sent the letter. Well past midnight, Gabriel got up, yawned, and went to bed. Knight Commander Eric Erickson was working late in his office when he felt the familiar tingle in the back of his mind. He got up, locked the door, and sat back down, opening his mind to the demon.
The failed assassin was arrested today.
Yes, Master. He's sitting in one of my cells now.
I'm sending someone to deal with him tonight. Leave your window open.
It wasn't a good idea to kill the man so soon after his capture, but Eric wasn't about to point that out. As you command, Master.
Who is handling the investigation?
The boy you wanted watched. He interrogated the would-be killer this afternoon.
This could complicate our plans.
Do you wish me to assign someone else to the case?
No, I must consider this new information. Just make sure your window is open.
The demon broke the connection, leaving him nauseous and chilled to the bone. There was no way he'd get any more work done tonight. Eric opened his window and went home. As he left, he wished the gods mercy on the poor bastard in cell 6. Gabriel arrived at headquarters feeling groggy and a little stiff. He'd managed 4 hours sleep, which was 4 hours more than he'd expected after his chat with Duncan. He found Griff waiting for him in the alley beside the back door.
I've got bad news,
Griff said.
Don't you ever go home? I got here 15 minutes ago. Lucky's dead.
Dead? I thought you put him in a cell by himself.
I did, but he's still dead.
Son of a bitch. What happened? Griff shrugged.
No idea. When the guard brought him breakfast this morning, he was lying on the floor dead. No sign of violence. No nothing. He was just dead. Doesn't matter anyway. We weren't going to get anything more out of him.
It does matter. I gave him my word he'd be safe, and less than a day later he's dead. Didn't do a very good job, did I?
It's not your fault.
No, but it's my responsibility. We need to talk. I translated that letter Moochie gave us and learned some rather disturbing things.
Let's go inside.
Griff started toward the door. No, not here. Somewhere no other watchman will overhear us. Griff shot him a hard look but nodded.
I know a place.
Griff led them to a nondescript tavern. After the server took their order and returned to the kitchen, Griff said,
What's going on?
Gabriel told him everything, leaving out nothing but the supernatural elements he wouldn't have believed himself if he hadn't lived them. When he finished, Griff said,
That can't be.
Uncle Duncan and my father both seemed certain, and now that someone's killed Lucky alone in a cell, I don't see how we can take a chance that they're wrong.
One thing's for sure, Griff said. We'll have to be careful if we want to see this through and stay in one piece.
Chapter 14. A week had passed since Lucky's death. According to the watchman assigned to keep an eye on Moochie's drop, no one had left anything besides garbage, and he'd collected that to be sure. With nothing else to occupy them, Gabriel and Griff spent the week patrolling the city, Griff teaching his young partner where he could get information and where the criminals hung out. Gabriel learned a lot, but he was anxious for a break in their case, especially now that he'd learned it somehow connected to the attack on his home. Since both he and Griff were early risers, the sun had barely crossed the horizon when Gabriel approached watch headquarters. He went around back and found his partner waiting outside. Gabriel frowned. Griff usually waited for him inside so he could talk to the other guys. Something wrong? Gabriel asked when he got within speaking distance.
Yeah, come on.
Griff led him 2 blocks north where a twitchy little man paced in the alley between 2 shops. What's this? Gabriel asked.
He works for Moochie.
Griff grabbed the man by the shoulder to stop his incessant pacing.
My partner's here, now spill it.
Right. The boss wants to talk with you two. Why? Gabriel asked. How do I know? I'm just the messenger here. Gabriel shrugged. This is a waste of time, Griff. Let's get back to work. The little man's eyes bugged out. Ain't you going to see the boss? Not unless you tell me what he wants. All right. Okay. Sweat covered the messenger's forehead. Someone wants him dead. The boss needs protection.
Someone put a contract out on Moochie, the man who brokered so many on others? Perhaps the gods have a sense of justice, Gabriel said. A sense of humor, anyway, Griff said.
So you'll meet with him?
When and where? Gabriel asked.
The messenger almost collapsed with relief. The Crusty Gnome antique shop at noon.
Griff nodded and let him go. The messenger scurried off as fast as his legs would carry him. You scared him, Gabriel said. Griff looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Me? Gabriel grinned. Yeah, you. Where's the antique shop? In a slum near the East Road, and you should know it's a front for offense. You want to check it out? Couldn't hurt to walk by. We've got almost 5 hours to kill. They set out with Griff in the lead, as was their habit. The city was coming to life. Merchants opened their shops, the smell of baking bread filled the air, a hammer clanged on an anvil in the distance as a smith went about his daily chores. 20 minutes later, Griff pointed out a run-down building that appeared to be sinking into the ground. That's it. Gabriel studied the building and frowned. Another dump. I'm shocked. Don't these people ever stay anywhere nice? When you never know when you'll have to run for your life, investing in real estate doesn't make much sense. I guess, Gabriel said. Looks quiet enough. Let's find somewhere to wait. There's a good tavern nearby, Griff said. Why am I not surprised? Lead on. Griff's tavern was quite nice considering the neighborhood. Clean, fragrant sawdust covered the floors, and well-built tables and chairs filled the common room. A pair of burly men ate a late breakfast at one table, but otherwise they had the place to themselves. They relaxed with glasses of watered wine and after a few hours ordered an early lunch. When they finished, Gabriel decided it was close enough to noon and they went back to the antique shop. The shop door hung partway open. Gabriel saw no sign of guards, so they went in. Mountains of junk filled a dozen tables and spilled onto the floor. Behind a counter was the oldest, most wrinkled man Gabriel had ever seen. The Crusty Gnome the shop was named for. The old man turned their way and squinted. "Can I help you, boys?" "We're supposed to meet someone here," Gabriel said. "You must be Sluggo's friends. He's in the back." The old man pointed toward a door in the rear of the shop. They picked their way toward the back of the shop, careful not to bump any of the piles lest they cause an avalanche. Halfway to the door, Griff looked back and mouthed, "Sluggo?" Gabriel shrugged. If ever a nickname fit, that was it. He pushed open the door and looked into the dark room beyond. "Moochie? Keep your voice down and shut that door." When the door clicked shut, the soft light of a glowstone filled the room. Moochie sat in an extra-reinforced chair. Dark black circles under his eyes said he hadn't slept in a while, and the smell of him didn't argue too well for bathing. His whole body slumped in the chair. "The messenger said you were having trouble," Gabriel said. "Trouble? That's one way of putting it. Someone must have spotted your man watching the drop, and now that client has a contract out on me." "How much?" Griff gave Moochie a speculative look. "Never mind," Moochie said. "I need protection." "In exchange for what?" Gabriel asked. "I'll give you everything. I can't go back to what I was. If you protect me, I'll tell you all I know about underworld activity in Lord's Way." Gabriel and Griff shared a look, then moved a couple steps away. In a low voice, Gabriel asked, "What do you think?" "I think if he plays it straight, he can tell us enough to take apart half the crooks in this city. I don't see how we can take him back to headquarters after Lucky." "Agreed. But I think there's a place we can take him. Stay here and keep an eye open. I'll go check it out." "All right," Griff said. "Be careful." "You too. I trust this slob about as far as I can throw him." Considering Moochie's girth, that was a grim assessment of his reliability. Gabriel left the shop the way he'd entered and turned toward the Church of the Bright Shield. He wasn't sure how he'd convince Solon to take in someone like Moochie, but he had to try. If Moochie had as much information as Griff thought, they could make a huge dent in the city's crime rate. On his way to the church, Gabriel was careful to double back several times to be sure he wasn't followed. No one seemed the least bit interested in him, and he allowed himself to believe he was in the clear. The door was, as always, unlocked when he arrived, and inside he found Solon polishing the altar. Solon looked up when he entered and smiled. "Good afternoon, Gabriel. What brings you by this fine day?" Gabriel joined him by the altar, taking a moment to marvel at the beautiful sword resting there. "I need help." "What sort of help?" "There's someone who needs a safe place to hide. I can't take him to headquarters since I don't trust everyone there, and I'm afraid he'll be killed." "Why don't you tell me everything from the beginning?" Gabriel did so, starting with Lucky's capture and murder and ending with Moochie's request for help. "It's asking a lot, but with what he knows, I think we can do a lot of good." Solon nodded absently, deep in thought. "You mentioned a letter your father had, and a second you received from the information broker. Do you still have them?" "Of course," Gabriel said, somewhat taken aback by the change in subject. "I hid them in Uncle Duncan's library." "Would you bring them here? I'd like to take a look at them." "Certainly. About Moochie." "Right. I have a place for him. Across the street you'll see a general store. In the back of the store is a large storage bin. Meet me there with your man and I'll take you to a safe room." "When do you want us there?" "As soon as possible. I'll be waiting." "Thanks. I'll be back soon." Gabriel left the church and started back to the antique shop at a brisk walk. He wanted to get Moochie somewhere safe, and the sooner the better. He went in the front door and wove his way through the junk. The old man behind the counter didn't even look up from his book as he passed. In the back room, he found Griff and Moochie engrossed in a game of cards he didn't recognize. They both looked up when he entered. "Well?" Griff asked. "I made the necessary arrangements. Let's get out of here." Moochie tucked his cards away. "Better to go out the back, just in case." Gabriel nodded, and Moochie opened a door hidden in the back wall. Gabriel went out first, followed by Griff and Moochie. The coast looked clear, so he turned back toward the church. They walked 3 blocks, Moochie puffing for breath all the way. When they rounded a corner, they found 6 men armed with short swords and daggers blocking the street. "Stupid kid, you led me right into a trap," Moochie said. Griff moved up beside Gabriel, sword drawn. Gabriel looked over at him. "Didn't we do this last week?" "Yeah, I worked with my last partner for 6 months before we had this many fights." "Aye," one of the thugs said. "Hand over Moochie and you two can go." Gabriel glared at him. "It's rude to interrupt a conversation. Why don't you 6 get lost so I can get this tub of lard to the lockup?" The one that spoke stared at him. "You're not in a position to give orders." Gabriel drew his sword and raised an eyebrow. That was all it took. The men charged, swords raised and roaring like every other thug he'd fought. If their plan was to intimidate their opponents, they may as well have saved their breath. Gabriel sidestepped a thrust to his stomach, stepped in and hammered the man between the eyes with the hilt of his sword. Before his opponent collapsed, Gabriel caught him and swung him into another thug as he lunged, fouling the man's blade. Before he could untangle himself from his unconscious comrade, Gabriel slashed across his throat, sending both men to the ground. Gabriel spun around and found 2 more toughs approaching with a good deal more caution. They split up, one going right and the other going left. Gabriel attacked the one on the right with a high slash. His opponent leapt back and Gabriel spun around in time to deflect a thrust to his chest from the second man. He stepped in and brought his knee up into the man's gut, driving the wind out of him. Gabriel danced away from the first thug without finishing off the second one. Now that he could concentrate on one opponent, he found the man wasn't all that skilled. Gabriel feinted with a high thrust, and when his opponent raised his sword to block, slashed down, opening him from collarbone to belly button. He hammered the slowly recovering thug in the temple, putting him out of the fight for good. A grunt of pain caused Gabriel to spin around. The other 2 thugs were pressing Griff hard. Keeping them away from Moochie wasn't making his job any easier. Gabriel scooped up a dagger and hurled it at one of Griff's opponents. The weapon wasn't weighted for throwing, but it slammed into the man's side with enough force to distract him, allowing Griff to run him through. The last thug turned and ran. Gabriel caught him after 10 strides, leapt on his back and bore him to the ground. A quick thump on the head stopped his squirming. He grabbed the runner by the collar and dragged him back to the pile. "There's 2 more still alive." Griff held his arm where one of the thugs had laid it open. "You okay?" Gabriel asked. "It's just a scratch. What do you want to do about them?" "I don't suppose you have anything to tie them up with?" Griff shook his head. "We'll have to leave them. We need to get Moochie somewhere safe." "Think they'll still be here when we get back?" Griff asked. "I hit them pretty hard. If we hurry, we might get back before they wake up." Moochie joined them amid the wreckage that used to be a gang of bounty hunters. "That was impressive. When they jumped us, I feared the worst." "Thanks. Let's get a move on." They walked the last few blocks to the store opposite the church without incident and found Solon waiting for them. "Are you mad?" Moochie said when he saw Solon standing there. "I arranged to have this man killed. He'll cut my throat as soon as I fall asleep." "Unlike you," Gabriel said, "Solon is a priest dedicated to a god that represents all that is honorable and just in the universe. If he offers you protection, rest assured you'll be safe." Moochie opened his mouth to protest, but Gabriel raised his hand. "I'll tell you what I told Lucky. If you don't like the arrangements I've made, you're welcome to take your chances on the street." "Fine, let's go," Moochie said. The old priest spoke a word in a language Gabriel didn't recognize, and the bin slid aside, revealing a set of stairs leading down to a tunnel. Solon went down first, followed by Gabriel, then Moochie and Griff. At the bottom of the stairs, Solon spoke a second word in the same language, and a cool, white light filled the roughly carved tunnel. When Griff reached the bottom stair, the bin slid back in place. They made their way down the tunnel until they reached another door. This one had a shield carved into it, the symbol of Solon's god. Solon spoke a third word, and the shield glowed for a moment. Then the door slid inward without a sound. The small room beyond the door held a cot, chamber pot, and a 2-drawer dresser. It was so small that the 4 of them could only move around if they held their breath. A ladder led to a trapdoor in the ceiling. "Handy little hideout," Griff said. Moochie grunted and collapsed on the cot. The god smiled on him, and it didn't break. Moochie was asleep in moments, his snores echoing in the small room. "Let's get out of here," Gabriel said. No one argued, and soon all 3 had climbed the ladder and into a large storeroom. A glowstone came to life the moment they entered. Gabriel had heard of glowstones that reacted to body heat, but he'd never seen one before. Solon closed the trapdoor, and once it sealed, the outlines of it vanished. "The hideout, as you call it, was created by my predecessor's predecessor to hide runaway slaves. The story goes that the bright shield sent him a vision showing where and how to build it." "Wait," Griff said. "Back then, slavery was legal. Wasn't the priest breaking the law?" "Those dedicated to the bright shield serve justice more than the law. If the 2 are in conflict, justice always wins out." "We'd best get back before those bounty hunters wake up," Gabriel said. "Thanks for everything, Solon. I hope Moochie doesn't cause you too much trouble." "If you can spare a few minutes, Gabriel, there's someone I'd like you to meet." Gabriel looked at his partner. "I'll take care of the bounty hunters," Griff said. "Meet you back at headquarters." "Thanks, Griff." When his partner had gone, Gabriel followed Solon back to the little kitchen in his living quarters. Seated at the table, sipping tea, was an attractive woman about 4 years his senior, dressed in brown and green leathers, her long red hair tied back in a ponytail. She got up when they entered, and Gabriel was surprised to find she stood only a few inches shorter than him. "Gabriel, this is Kyera Oakshadow, Druid of the Winter Wood. Kyera, this is Gabriel Kane, the 3rd member of our quartet." Kyera bowed, and Gabriel did likewise. "A pleasure to meet you," Kyera said. "You remind me a great deal of your father. I was very sorry to learn what happened to him." "Thank you," Gabriel said. "Sit down, both of you," Solon said. He took the chair to Kyera's right. Gabriel sat across from her, where he could watch her eyes and get a feel for the kind of person she was. Not that he didn't trust Solon's judgment, but he liked to get to know someone a little before he let his guard down.
You were with my father before the attack. Kyera nodded. It was dangerous for him to be involved, but I was sure he was our third member, so I didn't warn him away forcefully enough. Solon told me he wasn't meant to walk our path, but I felt so certain. Jeremiah was so noble and brave and kind. I'm so sorry. Don't be, Gabriel said. You couldn't have warned him strongly enough to get him to forsake his duty. This group that first he and now I am mixed up with are a threat to the city, perhaps the whole kingdom. My father would never have backed away from such a threat, no matter what you said. Kyera relaxed a little, a tear gleaming in her eye. She must have been carrying a lot of guilt about the attack. Gabriel smiled, pleased he could lift a little of the burden. Solon patted her hand. Don't take it too hard, my dear. You were close. It was the son rather than the father that had been chosen. Speaking of being chosen, Gabriel said, when does the fourth member of the group arrive? Solon spread his hands and looked to the heavens. When the time is right. That's a little vague, Gabriel said. Solon smiled. It is, but in truth, I can tell you nothing more. Gabriel nodded, accepting Solon's explanation for what it was. He turned to Kyera. So what part do you play in this mess? I keep an eye on what's happening outside the city. Before I received the Guardian's summons, I was trying to figure out how many mercenaries answered to demonic masters. Quite a task for one person. I have help. One of the Oak Father's gifts allows me to speak with animals. No one expects the squirrel sitting on a branch munching an acorn of being a spy. Birds are also good for spying and carrying messages. Kyera's gifts make her well suited to her tasks, Solon said. What about me? Gabriel asked. Since he'd first spoken to Solon, he'd wondered what made him special. He didn't have any gifts like Kyera, and he wasn't wise like Solon. And if it was a matter of sword skill, there were masters far more skilled than him. I don't have any special gifts or powers. Not yet, Solon said. I believe the bright shield is watching you, trying to determine what gift would best suit you. When the time is right, all will be as it should be. Like the identity of our fourth member, I suppose. Exactly. Solon either didn't hear or more likely ignored the frustration in his voice. Gabriel stood, and the others joined him. When he's ready, let me know. Right now I need to get back to work or spend the rest of the day listening to Griff complain. Gabriel shook hands with Kyera, and Solon patted him on the shoulder. He left the church and walked back to headquarters. When he arrived, he found Commander Lincoln waiting for him. Sir, Gabriel saluted. Gabriel, Knight Commander Erickson wants to see you. Now. Yes, sir. Is he in his office? The commander nodded, and Gabriel went inside. He'd been dreading this moment since Duncan told him Father's suspicions about the man. Gabriel found his throat dry, and he tried to calm down. He needed to keep his cool or he could get in a lot of trouble. The Knight Commander's office was at the rear of the public space in case they needed him in an emergency. Gabriel knocked on the closed door. A moment later, a disagreeable voice said, That's you, Kane. Yes, sir, Gabriel said, loud enough to be heard through the door. Get in here. You've got some answering to do. Gabriel opened the door, stepped through, and shut it behind him. Knight Commander Erickson sat behind a mahogany desk. His intense brown eyes held Gabriel for a moment. Then he remembered to salute. Sir? The Knight Commander blinked, breaking the hold he had on Gabriel. He motioned to one of the chairs in front of the desk. Sit. Gabriel did as instructed. Now, why is it that a prisoner has been taken into custody but not delivered to our holding cells? Sir, considering the value of the prisoner's knowledge and the fact that another prisoner was killed in our cells, Lord St. Jacques thought it would be best if I made alternate arrangements for this prisoner's incarceration. And what might those arrangements entail, Lieutenant? I can't tell you, sir. What do you mean you can't tell me? Gabriel shivered at the anger in the older man's voice. I'm your superior, and I order you to tell me. I'm sorry, sir, but Uncle Duncan is my lord, and he ordered me to tell no one the prisoner's location. Until he gives me leave, I can't say anything." Gabriel let the Uncle Duncan line hang out there for a moment so Erickson would realize he wouldn't be intimidated. Gabriel hated lying, but he had no other options if he wanted to keep Moochie safe, and Uncle Duncan had said he'd back up whatever Gabriel needed to do. Erickson ground his teeth. "I will speak to Lord St. Jacques, and when I have, you will tell me where the prisoner is." "Yes, sir," Gabriel saluted again. "Get out." Gabriel spun on his heel and left the office, his heart beating faster than it had after the fight with the bounty hunters. He made his way to the desk he shared with Griff and dropped into his chair. "You look like hell," Griff said. "I just came from the night commander's office. He asked where Moochie was." "Did you tell him?" "No, I said Duncan ordered me to keep it to myself. Anyone asks, you got the same order, right?" "Right," Griff said. "Need a hand with the paperwork?" "Nah, I'm almost done." "All right. I've about had it for today. I'm going to see Amanda. We'll pay our guest a visit in the morning." Griff nodded. "See you then." It was late afternoon when Gabriel left headquarters. Long shadows filled the streets. The pickpockets and cutthroats would go to work soon. Gabriel loosened his sword, praying he wouldn't have to use it any more today. He'd had his fill of combat, both verbal and physical. Amanda's school was 4 blocks west, so it didn't take him long to walk there. Unlike most of the buildings in the city, gardens surrounded the school on 3 sides. A 4-foot-high fence marked the perimeter of the grounds. The front of the 2-story brick building was lit by a pair of alchemical lanterns, one on either side of the oak double doors. Gabriel had visited the school once when he'd brought Amanda back after dinner a few days ago. Even then, he hadn't gone inside, though Amanda had introduced him to the severe woman that served as doorkeeper. Gabriel stepped up on the porch and knocked. A moment later, a pinched, wrinkled face appeared in the little door built into the main door. "Can I help you?" she asked in a tone that suggested what she meant was get lost. "I'm here to see Amanda Carradine. I'm Gabriel Kane." The doorkeeper scowled, deepening her wrinkles. "I remember you. You can come in, but I believe Lady Carradine is still in class, so you'll have to wait." Gabriel nodded, and the door opened enough for him to squeeze through. The school was decorated more like the home of a nobleman than a school. It couldn't have been any more different from the academy. Though when he thought about the school's purpose, it wasn't so different. The academy was designed to train soldiers to defend a castle, and this school was designed to teach noble girls to take care of a household. Little tables covered with collectibles lined a short hall leading from the entryway, with alchemical lanterns lighting the way deeper into the school. "Follow me," the doorkeeper said. She led him to an empty room filled with overstuffed furniture arranged around a low table. "Stay here and don't bother anyone. Lady Carradine will be told of your arrival." The doorkeeper returned to her station, leaving Gabriel to fend for himself. The furniture had not been designed with a warrior in mind, and he had to unbuckle his sword and lean it against his chair before he could sit down. He chose the chair facing the door so no one could sneak up on him and he could see Amanda coming. Gabriel yawned as he settled into the chair, his body sinking into the soft cushion. It would be difficult to get to his feet in a hurry. Maybe they should get chairs like this for the interrogation room. It would make it harder for suspects to escape. He yawned again, the last of the adrenaline wearing off. It would be a wonder if Amanda didn't arrive and find him asleep. He dozed in the chair, whether for a few minutes or more he didn't know, when voices out in the hall woke him. Gabriel reached for his sword, then felt like an idiot. There was nothing to fight here besides boredom. All the fighting and mistrust was making him paranoid. The source of the voices appeared in the hall outside a moment later. 4 girls in their early teens. Hopefully they wouldn't notice him. Hope, it seemed, was in short supply. A waif of a girl in a blue dress with a white ribbon in her hair spotted him. She got the others' attention and pointed at him, like the lead wolf indicating which deer they'd kill for supper. The 4 girls soon had him surrounded. Since she spotted him, the girl in the white bow got to speak first. "Who are you?" "I'm Gabriel Kane. Who might you lovely young ladies be?" They all giggled. "I'm Marie," White Ribbon said. Marie pointed to each girl in turn.
As she did, he noticed they each had a different colored ribbon in their hair. Red was Sally, blue Anna, and pink was Jamie. "I've heard your name," Jamie said. "You're Amanda's boyfriend, the watchman." Gabriel smiled, pleased Amanda had spoken of him. "That's right." "It must be exciting being a watchman," Sally said. "Everything's so boring here." "It can be," Gabriel said, "though the excitement is much more enjoyable in hindsight after you survive. When something exciting happens, terrifying is a better way to describe it." "You get scared?" Anna said. "I didn't think warriors ever got scared." "That's a common misunderstanding. Fear is natural for a warrior. After all, the possibility of dying is real. The trick is to use your fear and not let it freeze you in place." The girls all nodded as if he'd said something wise, though he suspected they didn't have any real idea what he was talking about. No one that hadn't been in a life-or-death situation really understood. "Are you waiting for Amanda?" Marie asked. "I'm hoping she'll have dinner with me." That set the girls to giggling again. "Tell us a story," Jamie said. "Something exciting." Gabriel obliged, telling them about his sword fight on graduation night. When he finished, the girls all clapped. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another, older girl standing in the doorway watching. She had long dark hair, wore a black low-cut dress, and her eyes flashed like chips of jade. When the girls stopped clapping, the newcomer said, "All right, I think you've bothered the young man long enough." The girls all groaned. "None of that," the older girl said. "Let's go." Gabriel got to his feet and bowed. "Pleasure meeting you, ladies." They giggled one last time and waved goodbye as the older girl ushered them out the door. He leaned back and sighed, hoping Amanda would arrive before any more girls paid him a visit. His respite ended in moments when the dark-haired girl returned from chasing off the other students. She entered the room, and up close he realized she was about the same age as Amanda and beautiful, though in a different way. It was the way she moved with a sinuous, almost predatory grace. "I'm sorry they bothered you." She put her hands on the arms of his chair and leaned forward, her ample cleavage inches from his face. The heat rose in his cheeks. "I'm Tatiana, and I'm sure I can do a better job entertaining you than those girls." Gabriel had no doubt of that, and if Amanda found him with his face inches from the girl's chest, he'd have some serious explaining to do. "That's kind of you, but Amanda should be here soon, so I won't need any entertainment." Tatiana licked her lips and adjusted her position so their faces were almost touching. "You sure? I know things that skinny, stuck-up girlfriend of yours never even dreamed of." Gabriel went cold. "I'm sure, and I'll thank you not to speak about Amanda like that." There was a cough from the doorway, and Tatiana moved away so he could see Amanda standing there, arms crossed and her left foot tapping. Relief and anxiety warred in Gabriel, but relief won. Tatiana smiled. "I was getting to know your boyfriend. The two of you are a perfect match. He's as big a stuck-up prude as you." Tatiana walked to the door, hips swaying enough to give any of the whores Gabriel had seen on patrol a run for their coins. She stopped at the threshold and looked back at Gabriel. "If you ever want to dump this flat-chested, narrow-hipped bitch, look me up." When she'd gone, Gabriel said, "Friend of yours?" "Hardly." She hugged him and kissed his cheek. "I heard what you said. Thanks." "So who is she?" "Tatiana was the highest-ranking girl at this school before I arrived, and that gave her a certain status, her crude manners notwithstanding. When I got here, she fell to number 2, and she doesn't like it one bit. I imagine she's been waiting for this chance since I first mentioned you." "Chance for what?" "To steal you. It's her hobby, stealing other girls' boyfriends. Tatiana's quite good at it. I can't tell you how many crying girls I've had to comfort after that, makes a move on their guys." "Well, I promise no one will have to comfort you on that account. You're the only girl for me. Now, how about dinner?" Amanda smiled and took his hand. "Sounds good." There was a tavern 3 buildings to the left of the school that served the best river trout Gabriel had ever tasted. He and Amanda got their usual seat by the fireplace, and she told him about all the curious minor betrayals and affairs that obsessed the girls at her school. They were about halfway through their meal when she stopped and looked down at her plate. "I'm sorry, I've been talking non-stop since we got here. I must be boring you terribly. Tell me about your day." Gabriel smiled at Amanda when he realized how different their lives were on a day-to-day basis. The truth was he loved hearing her stories about the petty troubles the girls faced. None of her stories ever ended with someone bleeding at her feet. His almost always ended that way. "I'm afraid you wouldn't like hearing about it. It wasn't the most pleasant day I've ever had." "Please," Amanda said. "I think it's important that we share the good and the bad." Gabriel looked into her eyes and saw she was in earnest. He took a deep breath and sighed. "I brought in a prisoner today. He's a miserable lowlife with a price on his head. I had to kill 3 people looking to collect the bounty to get him into the safe house in one piece." Gabriel looked away. It's a hell of a thing having to kill to protect a man that by all rights should be strung up from the nearest tree. "Then why did you?" "Because he knows things about a great many bad people in this city, and if I keep him alive, he'll tell me. I can use his information to take dozens, maybe scores of criminals off the street. Keeping him safe lets me do more good, even if hanging him would be better for my conscience." "I don't envy you such choices." Gabriel laughed. "The only thing in my life anyone would envy is you." Amanda blushed and laid her hand over his. "Whenever you need someone to listen, to share the burden, I'm here." Gabriel's throat closed up. It meant the world to him to hear her say that. He managed to say, "Thank you." Chapter 15. The next morning, Gabriel stopped at the library before he left home and collected the notes Solon asked to see. He met Griff at headquarters, and they headed over to the church together.
"Do you suppose our canary will be eager to sing this morning?"
Griff asked. "I'm not sure about eager, but Moochie doesn't want to die, and as long as we keep him safe, I expect he'll cooperate." Gabriel smelled mint tea as soon as they set foot inside the church. He thumped the door twice so they wouldn't startle the old man. Solon appeared from behind the altar a minute later. "Good morning, Gabriel. Griff, would you like tea?" They went to the kitchen and sat down to a cup of tea.
"Moochie give you any trouble?"
Griff asked. "He's still sleeping. When I finished here, I was going to take him his breakfast." "I brought the notes you wanted." Gabriel pulled the packet from his pocket and handed them to the priest. Solon set them on the table. "I'll study them a little later." They finished their tea, then Gabriel and Griff went down the ladder to the hideout. Solon lowered them a tray with a pot of tea and biscuits for Moochie, who still snored in the cot.
"Can I wake him?"
Griff sounded so eager Gabriel didn't have the heart to say no. "Not too rough." Griff leaned down beside the unconscious information broker and pinched his nose shut. A few seconds later, Moochie came sputtering awake. Griff let go and backed away. "Breakfast time." Gabriel handed the tray to Moochie, who looked at the tea and biscuits with disdain. "Where's the bacon and eggs?" Moochie asked.
"With the pigs and chickens, I expect," Griff said. "If you don't want those biscuits, I'll eat them."
Moochie devoured the food in a few seconds. Gabriel wouldn't have dared try to steal a biscuit for fear of losing a finger. Moochie sighed and took a sip of tea. "So," Gabriel said, "let's get down to it." "What do you want to know?" Moochie asked. "Murderers, thieves, drug smugglers, corrupt watchmen?" "Let's start with drug smugglers," Gabriel said. "All right. Down by the river, there's a husband and wife team that smuggles Black Lotus. They run a legal ale importing business as a cover. The Black Lotus is in sealed vials inside the ale casks. Only 1 or 2 casks in each delivery have the poison inside. They're marked with a small black lotus flower near the bung." "We'll check it out," Gabriel said. "It'll be a good test of your honesty." "You don't trust me?" "If our positions were reversed, would you trust me?" Gabriel asked. "Good point. Would you tell the priest I'd like some meat for lunch?" The Black Lotus smugglers turned out to be the real thing, and after searching their warehouse, Gabriel and Griff found 50 vials of the stuff, which they figured was worth thousands in gold. While Griff finished processing the smugglers, Gabriel returned to the church to tell Moochie his tip worked out. "Ah, Gabriel, I was hoping you'd stop back this afternoon." Solon was standing by the altar when he entered the church. "I finished examining your mysterious notes. And they were either written by or in proximity to a demon, a powerful one. The paper absorbed a hint of the creature's corruption. Could it be the one that led the attack on the estate? More than likely. If nothing else, this confirms our suspicion that the demon that attacked your home is the same one that tried to have me killed. We're getting closer, Gabriel. You need to be careful. Very careful." "I will be, but I still have my work to do." Gabriel had hoped for more information. Confirming the involvement of the same demon in both attacks was nice, but he had already been pretty sure that was the case. "How's Moochie?" "Hungry, but he needs to lose weight if he wants to fit through the trap door, so I'm putting him on a diet. I believe he's sleeping again. When he wakes up, tell him Griff and I will be by in a day or two for more information. Do you want to keep the notes?" "No, I've learned all I can." Solon returned the papers to Gabriel. He took them and headed for home. It had been a good day, and Gabriel thought he'd go to bed early and catch up on his sleep. Gabriel made the walk back to the mansion without having to kill anybody, which was a relief. Inside, he found John pacing in the entry hall. "Is everything all right?" Gabriel asked when he saw the unflappable butler pacing and wringing his hands. "Master Gabriel, thank goodness. His lordship needs to talk to you. He's waiting in his office." Gabriel left John in the hall and went to Duncan's office. He found his adopted father sitting behind his desk, a full tumbler of brandy in his hand. "Uncle Duncan, is everything all right?" Yes, everything's fine. John sent you, didn't he? It was an argument, nothing to get upset about." Duncan took a long pull on his glass. "Who did you argue with?" "Eric Erickson. He came here and had the nerve to demand, mind you, that I make you tell him where you're keeping your prisoner. The unmitigated gall of the man to walk into my home, threaten my staff, and then demand that I do anything." Eric threatened John? He must be desperate to find out where Moochie is. But why? I couldn't tell you, but he warned me that there would be consequences if I didn't keep him informed. Can you imagine? He actually threatened me. I told him if I saw him again, or he spoke another word on this subject, he could find work in another city. That shut him up and he stormed out. I'm afraid he's going to make your life difficult, Gabriel. I suspected, Gabriel said. We know, or at least we're pretty sure, the Knight Commander is corrupt, and we have no idea how many guardsmen are with him. What do you think of letting me and my partner work on our own? The prisoner he's trying to find has information about a huge number of criminals in the city. I suspect that's why he wants to get a hold of him so bad, to shut him up. Duncan ran his finger around the rim of his glass, looking at the ceiling. What you're saying is you want to start your own watch, comprising 2 men? I don't see how that would be enough to accomplish much. You'd be surprised. We can always grab an extra man or 2 when we need them. We'd be free to act on information as soon as we get it, which will reduce the chances of word leaking out about who we're after. And if we get evidence of corrupt officers, we can deal with them. Duncan nodded. Good point. Things can't continue the way they are now with all the mistrust. We can let Eric handle the day-to-day patrols and guarding the low-value prisoners. So we have your permission? Yes. After today, I can't see that Eric has a future in my city. But Gabriel, you have to go slow. Don't move against any nobles without discussing it with me first. And for the God's sake, be careful. I will be. And Uncle Duncan, I'm sorry I brought all this trouble down on you. It wasn't my intention. I know, my boy. It's been a trying day. The next month flew by, and Moochie was true to his word. 2 or 3 times a week, Gabriel and Griff would meet the former information broker, and he would reveal a little more about underworld activity in Lord's Way. The sheer quantity of information he had staggered Gabriel. Besides the smugglers, they'd arrested a pair of corrupt watchmen, brother and sister killers for hire, and broken up a slave prostitution ring. Gabriel made his way to the church for their meeting with Moochie, Griff a silent presence beside him. "What do you think we'll get today?" Gabriel asked. "I don't know, but I hope it's not more corrupt watchmen. I hate turning out one of our own even if he is crooked." "Agreed, but it's better to deal with them before they can do any more harm." "I guess." The church was ahead of them. The sun just peaked above the horizon and the streets sat empty. They'd decided to make their visits early and at random to reduce the chances of anyone spotting them. They also swept the area several times a week to check for spies. Despite the early hour, the door was unlocked. Not that it would have mattered if it was midnight. The door still would have been unlocked. The Church of the Bright Shield never turned away those in need or wanting to pray. They entered quietly so as not to wake Solon if he was still asleep. The church was quiet, so they went straight to the storeroom and down the trap door. Gabriel went first and found Moochie snoring fit to wake the dead. Gabriel waited for Griff to join him. His partner took great pleasure in waking Moochie, and he wouldn't deny him for anything. Griff reached the bottom of the ladder and raised an eyebrow. Gabriel grinned and nodded. Griff eyed the snoring mound of flesh, then sat at the end of his cot. He grabbed Moochie's foot and tickled him. Moochie came sputtering awake and jerked his foot out of Griff's grasp. Gabriel and Griff chuckled, and Moochie scowled. "Good morning," Gabriel said. "It will be once you two leave me in peace." "Why don't you tell us something interesting and we'll do that," Gabriel said. "I was thinking last night about a former associate of mine you fellows might be interested in. Johann deals in blood rubies. He used to pay me to provide the watch patrol schedules so he could be where they weren't." Gabriel whistled. Blood rubies were a highly addictive drug that gave the user a feeling of euphoria that lasted for days at higher doses. They looked and felt like real rubies. You had to drop them into an alcoholic beverage where they'd dissolve and you could drink them down. "I'm surprised anyone would risk selling them. The penalty is to be drawn and quartered." Moochie shrugged. "The harder they are to come by, the more you can charge. As it is now, only nobles and rich merchants can afford them." "So you interested?" "Very," Gabriel said. "What day of the week is it? I've been down in this hole so long I've lost track of the days." "It's Wednesday," Griff said. "Now get on with it." Moochie frowned at him. "Midweek he sets up in the warehouse district. Johann's got a spot behind Southern Silk Trading's warehouse he uses 3 days a week. You should be able to catch him there any time after noon. Johann likes to sleep in." "And?" Griff asked. "And what?" "What about muscle? He must have bodyguards." Moochie shook his head. "Are you kidding? The last thing he wants is a couple gorillas hanging around drawing attention and making the customers nervous." "What about rival dealers?" Gabriel asked. "Isn't he worried about someone killing him and taking his merchandise?" "We've been having these chats for a month and you still don't understand how things work. Johann pays a fee every month to the local protection crew. Everybody knows he pays, and they also know if they mess with him they'll have to answer for it. Selling blood rubies is risky, but messing with those boys is 100% lethal." "Thanks," Gabriel said. "We'll see you in a few days." Before he started up the ladder, Moochie said, "How about a night visit? This early morning shit is for the birds." "We'll see." Gabriel climbed up and pushed the trapdoor open. "What do you think?" Griff climbed up beside him. "I think blood rubies are way too dangerous to leave on the streets." They left the supply closet and the scent of mint tea caught Gabriel's attention. Solon poked his head out of the kitchen door. "Morning, boys. Have you eaten yet?" "No, sir," Griff said. "Would you like to join me? The baker's boy brought fresh scones while you were downstairs." "We wouldn't want to be a bother," Gabriel said. "Nonsense. I never eat alone if I can help it. By the way, Moochie's lost enough weight that he can fit through the trap door. I was thinking of inviting him up for lunch. You don't suppose he'll run off?" "Not a chance," Gabriel said. "Moochie's too fond of breathing." After they broke their fast, they left the church. The sun colored the sky bright pink. They'd have rain before the day was over. Gabriel shook his head. It had rained every day for the last week, and he was sick of it, same as everybody else. "We've got about 5 hours to kill before the dealer gets to work," Gabriel said. "Any thoughts on how we should spend it?" "Let's walk a circle so we end up in the warehouse district an hour before noon. There's a tavern where we can get an early lunch on the way." Gabriel grinned. Griff never forgot about the food. The morning patrol didn't amount to anything more than a leisurely stroll around the city. Nothing much happened during daylight hours. Day patrol was a way for the fat watchman to get some exercise and the old watchman to run out the sand before retirement. For Gabriel and Griff, it was a pleasant way to kill a few hours before the target arrived. It was about half an hour till noon when they finished their fried fish and ale at Griff's favorite warehouse district tavern. They left the tavern and found a place to hide behind a pile of crates outside a weapon merchant's warehouse across the street from the silk warehouse. "How long do you think we'll have to wait?" Gabriel asked. "Until he gets here." Griff slid down the wall and settled on his heels. Gabriel sat on a crate beside his partner. He could see across the street through gaps in the slats of the crates they hid behind. They waited for the better part of an hour before someone walked down the opposite side of the street. Griff started to get up, but Gabriel laid a restraining hand on his arm. "Let's wait a little longer and see if a customer shows up. We can get 2 for the price of 1. Griff settled back down, and half an hour later, an older man in blue and silver servant's livery came walking down the street straight for the dealer loitering in the alley. "Talk about a man out of place," Griff said. Gabriel nodded. The proper, stuck-up servant belonged in an alley in the warehouse district like a whore belonged in a nunnery. "Looks like our man has his first customer of the day. Get ready." Both men got to their feet and drew their swords, but stayed crouched behind the crates. When the servant was a few steps away, he drew a pouch out of an inside pocket of his uniform. It must be his drug-buying uniform. Most servants' uniforms didn't have pockets for fear they'd be filled with the good silverware. The dealer smiled, and it was clear they had met before. The scowl on the servant's face made it equally clear he would rather be about anywhere else. In a minute, he'd really rather be somewhere else. Gabriel couldn't hear what they were saying, but the dealer brought out a small pouch and they traded. When they both looked down at their respective pouches, Gabriel said, "Now!" They leapt up and raced across the street. The dealer spotted them and ran, dropping the money pouch on the ground, coins spilling out in the dirt. "I'll get this one," Gabriel said. "Watch him." Gabriel sprinted after the fleeing dealer, confident his partner wouldn't have any trouble with the gray-haired servant. The dealer, Johann, was quick, but Gabriel slowly closed the gap. With a huge effort, he got within 5 feet of Johann. The dealer must have felt him gaining because he put on another burst of speed and pulled away. He wouldn't catch the fleet man dressed in armor. Gabriel whipped his arm forward and slung his sword between the fleeing dealer's legs, tripping him up and sending him sprawling to the ground. Before he could think about recovering, Gabriel leapt on him and punched him hard in the back to force out whatever wind he had left. Gabriel got up, recovered his sword and his breath, then flipped Johann over and put the tip of his sword under his chin. "Get up, and so help me, if you try to run again, I'll stab you through the gut. It's not a pretty way to die." Johann put his hands up. "Easy. I'm not going anywhere." "Wrong. You're going to headquarters. Now get moving." With several none-too-gentle prods, Gabriel guided his prisoner back to the alley. He found Griff and the buyer had attracted an audience of half a dozen bored freight handlers. Gabriel ignored them and focused on Johann, lest the man try to run again. Griff looked his way as they approached the starting line of their race. "I thought I was going to have to come looking for you." "Don't start," Gabriel offered a good-natured grin. "Did he have the goods?" Griff dumped 4 glittering crimson stones out of the small pouch into his hand. How much was he getting for those little beauties? "I counted the coins while you were gone. There were 100 pieces of platinum in that pouch." Gabriel whistled. That was more coin than most people made in a lifetime. "You two do realize the penalty for buying and selling blood rubies?" Sullen silence answered him. Well, Gabriel looked at the servant. For buying, you'll receive life at hard labor in the iron mines. Don't worry, though, a man of your age won't last more than a few months. Johann, you have a less pleasant fate. For selling blood rubies, you'll be drawn and quartered in the city square. I understand it's quite painful. The dealer was shivering. You don't want me. I'll be replaced in a week. You want my supplier. If you can get me out of this alive, I'll tell you who it is. I can put in a good word for you if you're honest with me. I want to live. The guy you're looking for is Alex Shazar, a big-time gem merchant. He smuggles the blood rubies in along with his regular merchandise, and no one's the wiser. It's a sweet deal. Not for you, Griff said. Gabriel hadn't heard a word after Alex's name. Gods above, why did it have to be Morgren's mentor? There had to be half a dozen gem dealers big enough to handle smuggling blood rubies. Griff elbowed him in the side, knocking the dismal thoughts out of his head. You okay? Fine. Gabriel turned to the old man. How about you? Want to tell us who you're buying for? The servant sniffed. My master will have me out before the day is done. Gabriel laughed. Do you think your master will risk getting involved in this to save you? You'll be replaced by the end of the day, not freed. The servant looked away without a word. Suit yourself, Gabriel said. Let's run them in. They made it back to headquarters with their prisoners without anyone trying to kill them, which suited Gabriel quite well, though he would have rather faced a dozen sellswords than the conversation he would have to have with Duncan. They processed the prisoners without trouble, turned over the coins and drugs to the duty officer, and retired to the desk they shared. Gabriel sat down with a weary sigh. When do we go after the gem merchant? Griff asked. Tomorrow. Griff raised an eyebrow. Why the delay? You're usually eager to get after them. This is a special case. My adopted brother works for the gem merchant. I can't kick his door down without speaking to Uncle Duncan first. Griff blew out a breath. I don't envy you that conversation. I'm going for a walk. Perhaps inspiration will strike. See you tomorrow. Griff nodded. Good luck. Gabriel wandered the streets for the better part of an hour, but inspiration kept itself well hidden. At last he gave up and headed home, determined to get it over with. It was an hour until sunset when he got home. One of the new servants hung up his cloak, a young woman whose name he couldn't recall and who had no domestic skills to speak of beyond the fact that she giggled at the least provocation and had a body that made his aunt's face turn red whenever she was in the room. Thank you, dear. Gabriel unbuckled his sword belt. Is Uncle Duncan home? No, sir, but you have a guest. The new servant, Domino, he remembered at last, said in her high, cheerful voice. Lady Amanda's waiting for you in the lounge. Thank you, Domino, and please call me Gabriel. She looked away and her cheeks flushed. Gabriel smiled. She was a sweet girl, unlike the last servant Duncan hired. She lasted all of 2 weeks until Aunt Jolie caught her half naked in bed with Morgren. When Uncle Duncan had told him the story, he could hardly keep from laughing. Gabriel hung his sword up on a peg near the door and went to the lounge. He found Amanda seated on a small couch reading. She looked up when he entered, and he was struck all over again by how beautiful she looked. I hope I haven't kept you waiting long. Amanda set her book aside. Not at all. I didn't know what time you'd get home, so I came over as soon as classes ended. Gabriel sat beside her, and she snuggled up under his arm. The tension melted out of him. I'm glad you came by. Amanda looked up at him. Bad day? The worst is yet to come, I'm afraid. Want to talk about it? Gabriel told her everything that happened, ending with the discovery of Morgren's mentor being a drug smuggler. I'm not sure what's worse, having to tell Uncle Duncan or having to deal with Morgren's reaction to me arresting his mentor. We're not close as it is, but now he'll hate me. It's not your fault his mentor is smuggling drugs. Surely Morgren will understand. Gabriel's smile was bitter. No, he'll think I arrested the merchant on purpose to hurt him, even though he has nothing to do with it. Sometimes I don't think his mind works quite right. I don't know.
she said. Most noblemen imagine they're the center of the universe. Why should Morgren be any different? The front door opened and he kissed Amanda on the forehead. She squeezed his hand. Good luck. Thanks. Gabriel got up and went to the entryway. Duncan was hanging up his cloak. The older man's head drooped in a way he'd never seen before. Bad day, Uncle Duncan?
Not the best I've ever had.
Duncan managed a weak smile. You? Mine wasn't the best either. In fact, if you have a moment, I need to talk to you.
I know that look, Gabriel.
Duncan closed his eyes and sighed.
We'll talk, but not until after dinner.
Of course. Gabriel put a hand on his adopted father's shoulder. You look tired.
I'm getting old, Duncan grinned. Now you know why I sleep in so often.
Dinner was quiet, with both Duncan and Gabriel absorbed in their respective problems. Amanda did what she could to lighten the mood with stories about the girls from her school, but her attempts fell flat. Aunt Jolie looked bored by it all. When they finished eating, Gabriel escorted Amanda to the door. Good luck, she said. He kissed her. I'm afraid I wasn't good company tonight. Amanda smiled, and he helped her on with her cloak. I understand. I hope he takes it all right. Uncle Duncan may play the part of a bumbling nobleman sometimes, but he's strong. He'll be okay. Amanda's carriage rolled up to the door, and he helped her in. When she'd gone, he went back inside and found Duncan in his den with a glass of brandy. He looked up when Gabriel entered.
Did your young lady leave?
Yeah, we weren't a very cheerful party tonight.
No, I guess we weren't at that.
Duncan held up a second glass.
Drink?
Gabriel shook his head. He'd never gotten a taste for the stronger liquors Duncan favored. He sat down across from Duncan. You want to go first, or shall I? Duncan shrugged.
Mine's no big deal. I spent the afternoon listening to the Merchants' Council complain about the increase in bandit activity. Of course they want me to do something, but no one wants to pay more taxes so I can afford to hire more men to patrol the roads. It's an old argument, but they feel the need to rehash things every so often. Your turn.
Gabriel took a deep breath and said, Earlier today, I caught a man dealing blood rubies, and in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, he offered his supplier, a gem merchant. Duncan groaned.
It's not who I think it is.
Alex Shazar.
Damn it all to hell, are you sure?
Nothing's for sure until we raid the man's business, but I can't imagine the supplier lying when his life is on the line.
Nor can I. Have you told your brother yet?
No, I was afraid he might warn his mentor we were coming, and we're not on the best terms anyway, so I thought you should tell him.
You're probably right. What do you have planned?
I was hoping you could ask Morgren to join you for lunch tomorrow and we could move in while he's gone. I'd rather not have him there when I arrest his mentor.
Yes, that would be a problem. According to the law, you'd have to take Morgren in as well, and that wouldn't do. All right, I'll firmly suggest he join me for lunch tomorrow.
Thanks, Uncle Duncan. I hope we're wrong and the search turns up nothing. Duncan nodded, looking 10 years older. About an hour before noon, Gabriel and Griff were camped out at a tavern across from Shazar's Gem Emporium. Duncan said Morgren was to meet him at high noon for lunch. Once he left, they would move in and raid the shop. On the way out that morning, Gabriel had borrowed a pewter cup and a skin of white wine. If they had to, he planned to check every ruby in the shop to be certain there were no drugs. Gabriel kept a close eye on the door through the tavern window, waiting for Morgren to leave.
If this guy's smuggling blood rubies, Griff said, why would he take Morgren on as an apprentice?
Because it adds to his cover. Who would ever suspect someone with the Lord Mayor's son as an apprentice of doing anything illegal? And if someone did find out, they'd be reluctant to do anything for fear of angering Uncle Duncan.
Yeah, but if Morgren found out, he'd be in real trouble. What's to keep the kid from telling his father, or you for that matter?
Gabriel shook his head. Griff didn't know Morgren at all. Duncan and Morgren don't get along very well, and he and I mix like oil and water. We've disliked each other since we were kids, and Duncan adopting me didn't help things any. Speak of the devil. Griff pointed across the street. Morgren shut the door behind him and turned toward the mansion. Good, we'll give him a 5-minute head start. Gabriel was eager to raid the shop and get out before Morgren returned. The wait seemed to drag on, but at last it was time. Let's go. They left the tavern and walked across the street. Gabriel pointed toward the rear of the shop. Griff nodded and went to cover the back door. Gabriel took a steadying breath and walked up to the front door. The sign said, closed for lunch, but it was unlocked. Gabriel went in without knocking. Earth tones and wood paneling decorated the inside of the shop. Skylights illuminated the interior, and display cases placed around the room held fine rings and necklaces. A dark-haired man with a trimmed and oiled beard emerged from the back of the shop. We are closed. Come back in an hour, the man said. Alex Shazar? Gabriel tapped the lion patch on his shoulder. I'm not here to shop. I'm Gabriel Kane of the City Watch, and I'm here to search your shop for contraband. This is an outrage, Alec yelled, stomping around. I have wealthy friends. You'll be busted out of the watch so fast you won't know what happened. If you leave right now, I might, mind you, be inclined to forget this insult. Gabriel crossed his arms. Are you finished? Before he could reply, there was a crash in the back room. A few seconds later, Griff emerged with a skinny young man in tow. Caught this one trying to sneak out the back, Griff said. Gabriel shot Alec a glare. Not a bad idea. You throw a fit so your accomplice has a chance to sneak out. I'm somewhat offended that you thought I was too stupid to cover the back door. Twerp had this on him. Griff tossed a leather pouch to Gabriel. Gabriel tipped the pouch up and 4 glittering rubies rattled out on one of the display cases. Well, what have we here? He set the pewter cup beside the rubies and poured 2 inches of wine into it. Do you want to admit your guilt now, or do I have to test these? Alec looked away. Suit yourself. Gabriel dropped one of the stones into the wine where it dissolved and colored the water pink. Well? I have nothing to say to you, Alec said. Well, I'll tell you what I told Johann. Getting drawn and quartered is an ugly way to die. But if that's the way you want to go, it's up to you. Gabriel poured the wine and dissolved blood ruby on the floor. The skinny helper, wrenched free of Griff, fell to his knees and licked the spilled wine. Gabriel and Griff stared at him. The instant Gabriel looked down, Alec ran for the door. Gabriel leapt, catching the fleeing merchant around the ankles. Alec crashed to the floor. Gabriel dragged him back to the middle of the shop, drew his sword and laid it on the merchant's neck. Try that again and I'll save them the trouble of executing you. I don't want to die. It came out as more whimper than statement. Gabriel took his sword away. Tell me everything and I'll do what I can to see they don't kill you. Okay. Besides Johann, I have 3 other dealers. Each covers a quarter of the city. Alec gave a detailed description of each dealer, and Gabriel felt confident they'd have no trouble rounding them up. Good. Now where do you get the drugs? Every other month I meet my supplier at a bend in the river 4 days' ride north of the city. They're river pirates. I'm allowed 2 guards, and I pay them with black onyx, 5 pounds per trip. Onyx? Those aren't especially valuable gems. Why do they want onyx? How should I know? Alec's voice carried a hysterical edge. These aren't the sort of people you question. They said pay in onyx, and that's what I do. All right. When we get to headquarters, you can show me exactly where you meet and when. Let's go. Griff had his prisoner under control, and the 4 of them left the shop. They hadn't gone more than a few feet past the door when Morgren appeared around the corner, far earlier than Gabriel had expected. Short of running for it, there was nothing to be done. Morgren spotted them and made a beeline in their direction. What do you think you're doing? Morgren asked. I insist you release these 2 this minute. I can't do that, Gabriel said. They were using the business to smuggle blood rubies into the city. Liar! I know you're jealous of me, but this is too much. I'll see you pay." Morgren stormed off back the way he'd come. Gabriel shook his head. He couldn't do anything about Morgren now or maybe ever. "You've made an enemy," Alex said. "I'd worry about myself if I were you," Gabriel said. They marched their prisoners back to headquarters and processed them. Griff took the skinny one to the cells while Gabriel and Alec went to the interrogation chamber. Gabriel sat Alec in a chair, then dug out a map of the area. He plunked it down on the table. "Show me." Alec studied the map, then pointed. "Right there." "Good. When are you due to meet them again?" "The day following the full moon." 10 days. Okay, walk me through the transaction." "There's a beach at that river bend where we meet, me and my 2 guards. The pirates anchor their ship and the captain and I trade drugs for onyx." "That's it?" "That's it," Alex said. "I'll talk to Lord St. Jacques about reducing your sentence." They left the chamber and Gabriel had a handy watchman take Alex to the cells. Gabriel and Griff spent the rest of the day rounding up the 3 remaining dealers. With Alex's information, it went off without a hitch. It was late evening when they finished up. "Good luck with your stepbrother," Griff said. Gabriel offered a weak smile. "There isn't enough luck in the world to help with that. See you tomorrow." Gabriel trudged home through the gloomy dusk. Duncan had probably heard everything from Morgren by now. Not that it mattered. Done was done. He had to live with it now. He'd barely gotten through the door when Duncan appeared. "How'd it go?" Gabriel shrugged out of his cloak and undid his sword belt. "We caught him with the drugs in his shop. Morgren showed up as we were leaving. He screamed at me and ran off. Have you seen him?" Duncan shook his head. "We had an argument and he stormed off halfway through lunch. I was afraid he'd run into you. I guess I was right." "It took longer than I expected. If we'd hurried—" Duncan raised a hand to stop him. "Forget it. Morgren would have learned what happened eventually. Tell me what you found out." "Alec gets the drugs from some river pirates." Gabriel filled him in on all the details. "If you have a company of soldiers I can borrow, I can round up some pirates and maybe get the Merchant Council off your back." "That would be welcome. You have a plan?" "Alec and I are about the same height. If I wear a loose-fitting cloak, I might pass for him long enough to get the pirates off their ship. If the men were ready, that would be enough." "The 1st Ranger Company is recovering after a long scouting mission. I think this would be right up their alley. It'll take me a couple days to collect the gear I'll need, then I'll be good to go." They parted company, and Gabriel went upstairs to sleep. He lay awake for a long time wondering if Morgren would ever speak to him again. He didn't think so. Gabriel sighed in the dark. He didn't like Morgren, but he hated to lose another brother. Chapter 16. "Gabriel, this is Sergeant Orn. He commands the 1st Ranger Company. Sergeant, this is Lieutenant Gabriel Kane. He'll be leading this mission." "Sir." Sergeant Orn snapped a crisp salute. Tall and lean, Sergeant Orn was typical of the 20 men standing beside their horses waiting to ride for the ambush site. All the Rangers wore leather armor and carried long swords belted at their waists, and a quiver of arrows and an unstrung bow hung from their backs. Every one of them had a lean, hungry look that said they'd devour anything that got in their way. "The men are provisioned and ready to ride," Duncan said. "Thank you, my lord." Gabriel kept things formal since they had an audience. "Do you have any last-minute orders?" "Just this. Come back safe." He clapped Gabriel on the shoulder, climbed up into his carriage, and started back to the city. "Sergeant, set your riding order and let's get going." "Yes, sir." Sergeant Orn barked orders, and his men scrambled to obey. Gabriel left him to it and swung up into a saddle. He'd never commanded men before, unless you counted Griff, which he didn't, so he let the sergeant do his thing without getting in the way. 2 men rode ahead to scout for trouble, followed by the bulk of the column, and 2 more men brought up the rear to make sure no one followed them. The latter was probably unnecessary since they were only a mile from the city, but he felt better to see the extra precautions they took. When they'd been on the road for half an hour, Gabriel urged his horse up beside Orn's. "Have you been a ranger long, Sergeant?"
10 years, sir. 5 in the regular army before that.
Excellent. All my knowledge of ambushes and tactics are theoretical, so I'd appreciate it if you joined me after we make camp so we can go over the plan in detail. Orn nodded.
Glad to take a look, sir.
When they made camp that night, Gabriel estimated they'd covered 20 miles. The Rangers selected a campsite a quarter-mile off the road near a small creek and soon had the camp set up. Every man carried a small, one-man tent he could set up and take down in minutes. There was a large tent for the command post, which Gabriel planned to sleep in. After a hot meal of stew and biscuits, Gabriel and Sergeant Orn retired to the command tent. On a small folding table, Gabriel unrolled a rough sketch of the stretch of beach where the pirates made the exchange. "This is the ambush point," Gabriel said. "Before the ship arrives, I plan to string a pair of alchemically treated ropes across the river that can be raised to prevent the pirates from escaping. When the pirates arrive, I'll meet the captain along with 2 volunteers who will play the role of bodyguards. I hope to draw him a good ways from the ship before he realizes I'm an imposter. Archers will pin down any reinforcements before they can come to the captain's aid. Once he's dealt with, we'll board and take the ship. What do you think?" Orn was silent for a moment, then said, "It's a sound plan. We'll no doubt have to make alterations when we get to the location in person, but it's a good start." Gabriel smiled. "I'm sure my instructors at the academy would be pleased to hear you say so. Tell me about the Rangers. I've read a little about the group, but the historians spent more ink on the knightly orders and even the infantry." "That's because we're new, at least compared to the others. The Rangers were created about 300 years ago during the first Great Slave Revolt. Runaway slaves hid in the mountains and deep forests, places where it was difficult for conventional forces to get at them. Groups of soldiers, led by experienced woodsmen, went in to deal with them. They did well, so the generals decided to keep them together after they put down the revolt, and so the Rangers were born. That explains the lack of history. The knightly orders have existed for 1,000 years. Orn stretched and yawned. "Size is also a factor. There are only 2,000 Rangers. The knights and their squires number over 20,000, and the main force of the army over 100,000. During wartime, the Rangers are broken up in small groups and assigned as scouts for other companies. Only during times of relative peace do we work together on tasks like this one, where our skills are of special use. Well, I'm certainly glad to have you, Sergeant. See you in the morning." The next 2 days' travel passed without issue. They met only one other traveler, and that was a king's messenger who thundered past them without a second glance. Gabriel watched him race up the road, wondering what message he carried. That night, they set up camp and Gabriel ate his meal with them as usual. They were a tight-lipped bunch, and he didn't know them any better now than he did when they first met. He assumed it was because he was an outsider and that they didn't want to talk with him. After another silent meal, he retired to the command tent. He'd offered to take a turn on watch, but they'd made it clear they neither needed nor wanted his help. He hadn't offered again. Gabriel yawned and pushed aside the tent flap. Seated in a folding camp chair was Kyera. She was dressed much as she had been the last time he'd seen her, but now she had twigs tangled in her hair. "How'd you get past the sentries?" He spoke in a low voice, not wanting the others to know she was here. She smiled. "Like this." She faded from sight, reappearing a moment later. "Handy trick." "It saved my life more than once. The Guardian said you were going after the river pirates. They're smuggling blood rubies. Why do you call him the Guardian instead of by his name?" "We communicate mainly by messenger bird, so there's always the chance the enemy may intercept a message. We never call each other by our given names, and I've gotten so used to it I think of him as the Guardian rather than as Solon." "What about the pirates?" Gabriel asked. "They patrol from the mouth of the river north to Glacier Lake in the mountains. Their ship is 60 feet long with a shallow draft. It has 1 square-rigged sail, 10 banks of oars, and a front-mounted ballista. They make their living charging tolls from the merchant barges traveling the river. If you don't pay the toll, you go to the bottom." "Numbers?" Kyera chewed her lip. "That's harder, but I'd say between 25 and 30. "That's more than I knew an hour ago. Can you think of anything else?"
The Bargemen's Guild has twice hired mercenaries to deal with them, but the mercenaries got wiped out both times. Well, I hope we make out better than the mercenaries. Thanks, Kyera. I'll see you when this is over. Kyera got up and faded from sight. I hope so, Gabriel, her disembodied voice said. The tent flap rose and fell. They reached the ambush site 3 days before they were to meet the pirates. Sergeant Orn set his men to making their camp, well back from the riverbank, while he and Gabriel went to check out the beach. They walked out by the edge of the river, sinking into the sand up to their ankles. Footing won't be great, Orn said. If bad footing is the worst thing we have to deal with, we can consider ourselves lucky. Gabriel shaded his eyes and tried to gauge the width of the river. Do you think the ropes will reach? Orn shaded his eyes as well. Looks like it. The real question is, who are you going to get to swim across there and tie them off? Drawing lots would be the most fair. I'll do it, Gabriel said. Orn raised a questioning eyebrow. Gabriel smiled. I don't want anyone watching my back that's angry with me. If the ropes are unpacked, I'd like to get them strung and ready this afternoon in case the pirates arrive early. I'll get them. While Orn was off getting the ropes, Gabriel stripped down to his small clothes. The ropes weighed a ton, so he'd have to take them one at a time. Orn returned with the coiled ropes, the rest of the Rangers in tow. There were a couple whistles, but Gabriel let them pass. The camp all set? Gabriel hated having an audience. Just about, sir, Orn said. Some of the men don't think you can do it. I assured them you could, but they insisted on seeing for themselves. That right? Gabriel said. There better be a nice fire waiting for me when I get done. Gabriel took the end of one of the ropes from a grinning Sergeant Orn and waded into the river. The current was slow, and when he reached deep water he only had to angle a little upstream to allow for it. He kicked hard and paddled with his free hand. A couple minutes later his feet touched bottom and he walked up onto the opposite bank. After a quick search, he located an oak tree about 2 feet in diameter. He tied the rope to it as close to the roots as possible so the least amount would be visible from the river. To further camouflage the rope, he covered it with rotten vines. Satisfied that he'd concealed the trap as well as the terrain would allow, Gabriel swam back across the river. When he climbed out, he wasn't breathing hard, though his heart beat a little faster than usual. He looked back, but couldn't see the rope, which was a good sign. Someone muttered, and the Rangers turned back for camp. Whatever they'd expected, they hadn't seen it. What's that about? Gabriel asked Orn. They expected a little more entertainment. Orn sounded disappointed. Gabriel understood then. They really didn't think I could handle a little swim across the river. They came here expecting to have a good laugh. Could be, Orn said. A slow, cold smile spread across Gabriel's face. You didn't think I could do it either. You gathered them up and brought them out here expecting me to come sputtering out of the water, barely able to breathe. Then you'd have one of your men do the job for me. Aye, you got me, Orn said. Why? Lord St. Jacques said you could handle yourself, but you're his son, so I took it with a grain of salt, if you know what I mean. And now? Now I think you're a hell of a swimmer. Gabriel shook his head, getting angrier by the minute. But you still don't think I can handle myself. River doesn't have a sword, sir. No, it doesn't. Tonight we'll have a sparring match, me against whoever and however many of your men you'd like. Sir, you don't have to. Quiet. This needs to be settled before the pirates arrive. Once and for all, I will show you and your men I'm not some pampered noble boy out here to get in your way. If the only way to do that is to bloody a few noses and knock out a few teeth, so be it. Gabriel secured the second rope and camouflaged it in about 15 minutes. He and Orn returned to camp together, the latter carrying Gabriel's clothes so they wouldn't get wet. The Rangers had a fire going, and Gabriel was soon dry and dressed. A large pot of stew bubbled over the fire. While Gabriel ate his dinner, Orn spoke with his men, his voice pitched low enough that Gabriel couldn't overhear what he said, though judging from the occasional chuckle he could guess the subject. When they'd finished the evening meal, Orn said, We're here early,
and the lieutenant doesn't want you losing your edge, so we're going to have a mock duel to make sure everyone's still focused." Orn nodded, and one of the men brought out a pair of wooden practice swords. "We carry these along when we're in the field to pass the time and settle arguments." Gabriel accepted one of the swords and found the weight and balance close to his real sword. "So who's my opponent?" The youngest ranger in the group got to his feet, and the rest cheered. Gabriel said nothing as the young man accepted the other sword. He glanced at Orn. "Michael's only a year older than you, sir. I thought it would make for a fairer fight." "Did you?" Still no respect. "Don't worry, sir. I'll go easy on you," Michael said to a round of laughter. Gabriel offered a cold smile. "Generous of you." Both men brought their swords to guard position. "Ready?" Orn asked. Gabriel nodded, and Michael said, "Ready?" "Begin!" The two men circled, and Gabriel wondered if Michael would attack for a quick victory or if he'd show off a little. He got his answer a moment later when Michael set his back foot, a sure sign he was planning to lunge. The lunge came as expected. After training with a master like Zen, Michael's clumsy attack was pathetic and easy to dodge. Gabriel spun, letting the blade breeze past him. Michael staggered, surprised he missed. As he passed, Gabriel brought the hilt down between his opponent's shoulder blades. Michael collapsed in a groaning heap. Gabriel laid the edge of his sword on the young ranger's neck. "Next?" Before, there had been laughter, all of it directed at Gabriel. Now silence filled the clearing. The next man got up and went down just as fast. Gabriel laid out 4 more rangers. The final one Orn's second in command, who lasted a whole half a minute, before no one else would answer the challenge. When Gabriel looked around the clearing, wide eyes stared back. If there had been contempt before, fear had replaced it. If he'd improved his situation, time would tell, but he felt certain the laughter would end. "I believe I'll call it a night, Sergeant." "Yes, sir." Orn's tone was different, too. Gone was the good-natured humoring of the stupid kid, a hard understanding that whatever Gabriel may look like, he knew which end of the sword to hold had replaced it. They spent the next 2 days practicing the ambush, running through it twice a day until everyone had it down cold. One of the rangers brought down a good-sized deer so they had plenty of fresh meat. Near midday, the 3rd day, a scout came running into camp. "They're coming," he said when he'd caught his breath. "This is it," Gabriel said. He threw on the fine cloak that was the main component of his disguise. "Everyone in position. Guards with me on the beach." Gabriel and the rangers that volunteered to pose as his bodyguards took their places halfway between the forest and the river. Gabriel felt naked with no armor or weapons. The rangers had traded their neat leathers for dirty mail coats, and one of them wore 2 swords, one for Gabriel and one for himself. While they stood waiting for the ship to round the bend, Gabriel said, "Sean, Dean, it's been an honor serving with you, gentlemen." "Likewise, sir," Dean said. "Yeah, I wish I'd had sense enough not to challenge you the other night," Sean said. "You put up a good fight," Gabriel said. "Nothing to be ashamed of." "Right. 15 seconds. Some fight." A loud crow call sounded. That was the signal the pirates were almost on them. "All right. Try to look menacing. I'll stay a step behind you so they can't get a clear view of me." "When do we make our move?" Sean asked. "Unless they attack, don't do anything until the archer's loose." The pirate ship rounded the bend and came into sight. It looked like Kyera described, low-slung with 10 banks of oars pulling it ever closer. The mast and sail were lowered, but the ballista had a yard-long bolt tipped with a broadhead fitted in the slot. It was manned by a big, bald pirate who looked like he knew how to use it. "Damn," Dean said. "Steady, and try not to act nervous. Remember, these are our business partners. They're not looking for a fight." The rowers pulled until they were even with Gabriel and the rangers, then a heavy iron anchor rattled down to splash into the river. With the ship secure, the pirates lowered a ramp to the beach and 6 men descended. They were a grim lot, each sporting several scars, tattoos, and piercings. The man in the lead,
Gabriel assumed he was the captain, was a huge man with a red beard wearing a full mail coat and carrying a massive double-bitted battle axe, in addition to the curved saber belted at his waist. He must not have known how to swim, as the armor would send him straight to the bottom. The other 5 wore leather vests and carried a mixture of short swords, daggers, and cutlasses. The big man raised his hands and grinned. "Alec, good to see you again. How's business?" "Fine," Gabriel said. The pirates were 15 feet away. "You have my merchandise?" The captain lowered his arms and frowned. "Are you all right? You sound ill." The twang of bows filled the sky with arrows, sparing Gabriel the need to reply. The pirate at the ballista died at once, along with several others that had gathered at the rail to watch the transaction. There was a splash when the ropes came out of the river, blocking the ship's escape. "Ambush!" the captain shouted. He raised his axe and charged. The 5 men beside him drew their weapons and followed a step behind. The moment the Rangers fired the first arrow, Gabriel's guards drew their weapons. Gabriel caught the spare sword and tossed his cloak aside so it wouldn't get in his way. He let the Rangers take the lead. Their heavy mail coats would give them an advantage he lacked. The pirates reached them, and with a tremendous blow the captain sent Dean flying 10 feet down the beach. So much for letting the Rangers lead. Gabriel ducked under an axe blow that would have cut him in half. Before the captain could reverse his swing, Gabriel ran through one of the other pirates. From the forest charged Sergeant Orn and 6 Rangers, hoping to even the odds, but they were 50 yards away, running through soft sand. It would take precious seconds for them to close the distance. The archers were faster, and 3 well-placed arrows improved the odds to 2 on 2. Gabriel squared off with the captain, leaving the final pirate for Sean. Gabriel dodged another axe blow that would have killed him instantly. He had no margin for error. One blow from that axe would kill him on the spot. Ducking and dodging, Gabriel stayed alive by inches, his only counterblow turned by the pirate's heavy mail. Reinforcements arrived as 2 of the Rangers leapt at the captain. He swung his axe and sent them flying like he had Dean. Orn handed Gabriel a small round shield about 1.5 feet across. "Thought you could use this," Orn said. The captain swung his axe in great circles, keeping the Rangers at bay. More men came pouring off the pirate ship. Ignoring the arrows still flying from the forest, they charged down the beach to their captain's aid. Gabriel strapped on the shield. "You take care of the reinforcements, I'll handle him." Orn hesitated, then nodded and ran with his men to meet the charging pirates. Gabriel faced down the captain on their own private section of beach, the sand like an arena. "So you're going to handle me, boy." The captain's voice was so deep Gabriel felt the vibrations in his chest. Gabriel raised his pitiful shield and pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent's throat, one of the few places not covered by the mailcoat. The captain attacked, his blows coming fast and furious from every angle, forcing Gabriel to duck and dodge for his life. When a blow came toward his head, Gabriel dove at the pirate's legs, hammering his knee with the steel edge of the shield. He heard a crack as he rolled clear of the pirate's counterattack. Gabriel popped to his feet and spun, ready for the onslaught to continue. The captain hadn't moved, and he held all his weight on his undamaged leg. He must have broken the man's knee. There was no way the pirate could swing and maneuver his heavy axe on one leg. The captain knew it too. He threw his axe away and drew the curved sword from the scabbard at his waist. "Surrender and you'll be spared," Gabriel said. The captain laughed. "I'd rather die in battle than swing from a gibbet." Gabriel turned away from the injured pirate to survey the rest of the battle. The Rangers had things under control, save for his first opponent from the sparring match. Michael was bleeding at the edge of the river, barely holding off a pirate twice his size. Gabriel ran towards them. He was 3 steps away when the Ranger lost his sword. "Behind you," Gabriel said. The pirate turned as Gabriel leapt and thrust his sword through the pirate's throat. He jerked the blade free, and the pirate fell in a gurgling heap. Gabriel ignored the fast-dying enemy and knelt beside the injured Ranger. A slash had laid his side open, and one of his ribs was visible. It was ugly, but nothing vital had been hit. "How are you feeling?" Gabriel asked. "Fine, sir," the The ranger trembled, and Gabriel could barely hear him over the rush of the river. Just a scratch. Right. Hang on, and we'll get you stitched up. Gabriel spun around, ready to re-enter the fray, but no fray remained to re-enter. All the pirates, save the captain who was shouting for someone to fight him, were down. Sergeant Orn walked over to Gabriel. "We've got them, sir." "Good. Anybody have a fowling arrow?" "Fowling arrow?" Orn asked. "You know, a blunt arrow for shooting birds." Orn frowned. "I know what a fowling arrow is. Why do you want one?" Gabriel pointed at the shouting captain. "To shut him up so we can shackle him and take him back for trial and execution." "Why not just kill him?" Orn asked. "Because that's what he wants, and I'm not in the habit of killing men who can't fight back. Look after the wounded. I'll take 4 uninjured men and sweep the ship. When I'm done, I expect you to have him unconscious and bound for transport." "Yes, sir." Gabriel left Orn to deal with the captain and went over to the gathered rangers. One of them was binding Michael's ribs, so that was good. Gabriel pointed to 4 uninjured men. "Let's go. We're going to sweep the ship. Make sure no pirates are hiding on board." Gabriel went up the boarding ramp, shield first in case a pirate with a bow was waiting. When he reached the top, he stopped, struck dumb by the sight of 20 men chained to the oars. They were thin and scarred and cowering away from Gabriel and the rangers. The only pirates on board were near the ballista up front, and they had 6 arrows apiece stuck in them. "Please don't kill us, sir," one of the slaves said. Gabriel knelt beside the man. "Don't worry, no one will harm you. We're the king's men, and we're going to set you free. Do you know where the keys are?" "Captain Doric has them." The slave sounded so relieved it pained Gabriel to hear him. "I'll get the keys," Gabriel said. "You 4 get the rest of the deer roasting. I imagine these men would enjoy a good meal." Gabriel followed the men down the ramp and went to join Orn, who was putting manacles on the now unconscious pirate captain. "Did you search him?" "Yeah. 6 knives, a set of brass knuckles, some coin, and a key." "I'll take the key." He had 20 slaves chained to the oars. "How are our injured?" Orn looked at him. 6 wounded, 2 serious, but I think everyone will make it." "Good." Gabriel accepted an iron key from Orn. "I'm going to free those men." Later that night, when everyone had eaten and had their wounds tended to, one of the former slaves approached Gabriel where he sat, thinking and staring into the fire. Gabriel looked over when the man approached. "Beg pardon, my lord, but what's to become of us?" Gabriel cocked his head. "Become of you?" "Aye, sir. We figured since you fed us and fixed us up, you don't plan to kill us or make us slaves again, so we wondered what you intended." Gabriel laughed softly. "I don't intend anything. You're free men. Your lives are your own. I'm Lieutenant Kane of the Lord's Way Watch, and these others are the King's Rangers. Though we had no idea there were slaves on that ship, we were glad to set you free. I reckon that's the best news I've heard in a year. If there's anything we can do to thank you." Gabriel slid down toward the end of the tree trunk he was using for a bench and gestured for the former slave to sit. When he'd made himself comfortable, Gabriel said, "I've been wondering about that pirate ship. My first thought was to sink it, but that would be an awful waste. If you and the others have any skill with ships, I was hoping you'd help me sell it back to Lord's Way. Manned with a crew loyal to the crown, she'd make a good deterrent to anyone else planning to conduct piracy on the river." "Well, sir, I can't speak for the others, but I'd be glad to give you a hand. I've worked river barges for 10 years, so I expect I can get it a port for you." "I appreciate it. What's your name?" "Lorne, sir. Pleasure to meet you." "Gabriel King, and the pleasure is mine." They shook hands. Moochie studied the chessboard, trying to figure a way out of the old priest's trap. He tapped his chin, then moved a pawn. Solon moved a bishop, and he was in worse shape than before. "I notice you have gotten less restive of late. Has your new home begun to grow on you?" Moochie looked up from the board into the kind gray eyes of his benefactor, a man he'd arranged to have killed not that long ago. It pained him to admit he found living in the church soothing. He had no worries here, save if the boy and his grouchy partner would wake him at some god's-awful hour of the morning. Even that wasn't so bad, truth be told. The young watchman, Gabriel, treated him well enough, even if Griff was a little harsh. They'd saved his life, and now he'd been reborn, a novice in the church. Life never ceased to amaze. "I suppose it has," Moochie said at last, claiming one of Solon's pawns with his knight. "Do you think Gabriel is all right?" "I hope so." Solon's queen avenged his pawn. "That boy has a great future if he lives long enough to reach it." "What kind of future?" When Solon didn't answer, Moochie looked up from the board to find the priest listening, head cocked. "What's wrong?" "We have visitors." Solon got up and grabbed his staff. "Stay out of sight." Solon went into the chapel, and Moochie poked his head around the corner. 3 men armed to the teeth and wearing metal-studded leather armor stood halfway to the altar in the center aisle. Moochie didn't recognize them, but he knew a gang of leg breakers when he saw one. He wanted to shout a warning to Solon, but the priest looked perfectly calm as he walked over towards the thugs. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Solon asked. "We're looking for Moochie. You turn him over and we won't have to hurt you," the largest of the 3 thugs said. "I can't do that," Solon said, no sign of worry in his tone. He could have been discussing the weather for all they faced him. "He's under my protection. If you leave now, there won't be any trouble." The thugs laughed. "You got it wrong, old man. You don't turn Moochie over, there's going to be trouble." "This is your last chance." Solon's voice turned hard and the hair on Moochie's neck stood up. "Out of my way, old man." The thug made to brush Solon aside, but it was like he hit a brick wall and couldn't move forward. A bright white light gathered around Solon. He brought his staff down in front of him with a great clash like he'd struck a gong. "In the bright shield's name, I cast you out of this place." The priest's words rang in Moochie's ears, and the light grew blinding. The last thing he saw was a giant figure in archaic plate armor striding through the light. When he could see again, Solon stood alone in the chapel, leaning on his staff and looking gray. Of the thugs, there was no sign. Moochie hurried into the chapel. "Are you all right?" Solon offered a wan smile. "Fine, though we'll have to finish our game later. I think I should very much like to lie down." "Please, what did you do? What was the giant in the light?" Solon's face turned grave. "You saw the giant?" Moochie offered a mute nod. Solon brightened. "Excellent. That was an aspect of the bright shield sent to protect us. That you were allowed to perceive it and survived is a sign that you have begun to reform." "What happened to the leg breakers and what's an aspect?" Solon started toward his room, leaning heavily on his staff. "An aspect is a fragment of a being of power that can be sent to work its will. As to those unpleasant men, when a mortal comes into contact with a divine aspect, they tend to go to pieces. In this case, many tiny pieces." Moochie looked back over his shoulder, and on the chapel floor where the thugs had stood, he could make out a fine gray dust. Chapter 17. "The river pirates have been wiped out, master." Ick winced as he reported the bad news. Slavos hissed. "The boy again?" "Yes, master. He has claimed the pirate's ship and is returning to the city as we speak." "This is intolerable," Duke Garridan said. He had joined the demons in the great hall of his country estate 20 miles outside Lord's Way. Amanda's precious boyfriend was ruining everything. "He's picking apart our sources of funding. Gabriel must be stopped, permanently." "Just give the word," Gorn's mental voice grated on the Duke's mind. "I can't, not yet," Slavis said. "The Overlord commands us not to harm the boy so he may lead us to the key fragment. Without his approval, I dare not move against him." Who knows how much damage he may do before the Overlord gives his permission, Duke Carradine said. I insist you kill him at once. Slavos's eyes flashed crimson and the Duke staggered to the floor, blood running from his eyes and ears. You would do well to learn the value of silence, human. I will contact the Overlord and he will decide. Duke Carradine said nothing as the golden serpent slithered away. Gabriel stood in the front, bow as Lorne told him several times, of the pirate ship, and looked out over the river. The sun was low in the sky. In the distance, the docks jutted into the river, but he still couldn't see the city proper. The planners had built it several hundred yards inland to protect it from spring flooding. 2 days ago, Gabriel, the wounded rangers, the former slaves, led by Lorne and the pirate captain in chains, had all boarded the ship and started toward the city. Sergeant Orne and the rest of the rangers were riding back with the extra horses and equipment. They reached the landing station an hour later. There were 6 piers. None of them were occupied at the moment, which was odd. May as well take the first one, Lorne, Gabriel said. Right you are, sir. Lorne guided the ship up the pier, and 2 former slaves leapt out and tied her up. Everything about the process was smooth, like the rest of the trip down the river. Lorne had a knack for managing the boat, and Gabriel was glad to have him running things. Company coming, sir. Lorne pointed to the group of watchmen forming up, swords drawn and shields out. They looked anxious, but Gabriel recognized the man in charge, a friend of Griff's named Tan. Gabriel hopped down to the pier and waved. Sergeant Tan, nice to see a familiar face. Tan sheathed his sword and motioned for the others to do the same. Lieutenant Kane, didn't expect you here. The merchants were running around acting like the world was coming to an end, saying a pirate ship was docking at the landing station. The merchants were right, though the ship is under new management. You'll find the former captain tied up in the bilge. The ship is now property of the Crown, assuming Lord St. Jacques wants it. We've also got wounded rangers on board, and I'd appreciate it if you would send a messenger to their barracks and tell them they'll need a wagon when they come to get their men, as 2 of them are in no shape to walk. Tan nodded to one of his men who jogged over to the horses. What about these other folks? They look like they've seen better days? Former slaves of the pirates. They've been a huge help getting the ship here in one piece. Turning to the ship, Gabriel said, Thank you all for your help. If any of you wish to apply for crew positions when the ship is commissioned, I'll be happy to give you a recommendation. Until then, go home to your families. Sergeant, if I might trouble you for the use of a horse, I should go check in. Help yourself, Dan said. Gabriel walked down the dock, untied the first horse he came to, and rode for the city gates. It took him 15 minutes to reach watch headquarters. He left his horse at the stable and went inside. He found Griff at their desk doing paperwork. His partner looked up when he approached. Made it back in one piece, I see. Gabriel sat across from him. I made out better than the pirates. Did I miss anything? There was a little excitement at the church. Some thugs tracked Moochie down and 3 tried to take him. According to Moochie, the old priest called down the wrath of his god on them, said Solon blasted them to dust. Damnedest thing he ever saw. I guess we found a good place for him anyway. Anything else? Knight Commander Erickson comes in here once a day to bitch about you taking off and leaving him short-handed. Mind you, he only bitches at me. Hasn't worked up the nerve to say anything to his lordship. He won't either. Uncle Duncan told him if he keeps making a nuisance of himself, he'll need a new job. Guess I should report in. You're in luck. The Knight Commander's out on business. You only have to talk to Commander Lincoln. That's a relief. After I check in, I'm heading home. Duncan's probably worried. We'll go visit Moochie and Solon tomorrow. Now that the Blood Ruby problem is taken care of, we need a new project to sink our teeth into. Griff shook his head. Don't you ever get tired? Sure, but I try not to let it bother me. See you in the morning. Gabriel left their office and went to Commander Lincoln's. He knocked and poked his head in. Commander? Back from your secret mission? Commander Lincoln said. Ready to get back to your real job? I thought stopping the flow of blood rubies into the city was part of my real job.
Your job is inside the city, far as I'm concerned. Outside the city is someone else's job. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, sir. Do you need a report or anything? No. Gabriel heard the dismissal in his tone and took his leave, shutting the door behind him. He left watch headquarters and headed for home. He took his time walking through the twilight city, enjoying the familiar sights. When he got home, the front door was unlocked, so he went in and shrugged out of his cloak. Gabriel got it hung up along with the sword when Domino arrived. "Master Gabriel, his lordship has been most worried about you. I'm sure he'll want to talk to you at once." "Give me a few minutes to clean up, won't you, Domino?" She wrinkled her nose. "Perhaps that would be best." "Is he in the study?" Domino nodded. "Tell him I'll be there shortly." "Yes, sir." She looked around, then stood up on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm glad you made it back safe." When he'd washed and made himself presentable, Gabriel went to join Duncan in his study. Duncan sat behind his desk sipping one of the myriad liquors he'd collected over the years. As soon as Gabriel entered, Duncan leapt to his feet and hugged him. "I'm glad you're safe. Tell me everything." They sat in overstuffed chairs and Gabriel told him about the mission, everything save for Kyra's visit. It wasn't that he didn't trust Duncan, he just didn't want to drag him any deeper into his mess. When he finished, Duncan said, "That's quite a report. I hope you didn't hurt any of the Rangers too bad." "No, I took care not to. I hate being judged on nothing more than the fact that I'm 19. Gabriel shook his head. "Anyway, with your permission, I'd like to refit the pirate ship to do river patrols. Keep anyone from picking up where this lot left off." "Good idea. I'll write the College of Admirals and arrange for a proper crew." "I thought, if the masters were agreeable, some students from the academy could serve on the ship. If any of them wanted to join the Navy, it would give them some experience." Duncan nodded. "I see no reason that wouldn't work. I'll speak to the masters in the morning." So that's it. Gabriel finished explaining his plan about the ship to Master Benson. The older man ran a hand through his hair. "Sounds good. If the Admiralty agrees, it would be an excellent way for our students to learn basic seamanship. I've heard about some of your adventures since you've graduated. You've done well, and I'm proud of you. It's been too long since I could say that about one of my students. Your father would be proud too." Gabriel smiled and got up out of his chair. "Thank you, sir. That means a lot." Benson got up from behind his desk and they shook hands. "Good to see you again, Gabriel." "You too, sir." Gabriel left Benson's office and found Arthur waiting for him in the hall. He looked different. His shoulders and chest had filled in and he'd grown a thick blonde beard. "Arthur, you're looking well. Keeping busy?" They shook hands. "I got a promotion. I handle all first-year sword training now, not just one class. Quite a step up from when we first met." "I'll say. You hardly knew which end of the sword to hold back then." "Walk with me out front. My partner's waiting." They walked together down the plain gray halls. Gabriel remembered the first time he'd walked these halls, how nervous and excited he'd felt. He sighed. It seemed a long time ago. "I hear you're still seeing Amanda Carradine," Arthur grinned. "None of the noble brats tried to run you through yet?" Gabriel smiled. "Not yet. Amanda's amazing, let me tell you." "What about you? Anybody special?" Arthur shrugged. "Nah, I've seen half a dozen girls in as many weeks. I'm too young to be content with just one." "Wouldn't matter if it was the right one." They stopped at the front doors. "I need to get back to work. It was good seeing you." "You too. Listen, the rest of the class are coming in sometime next month for a get-together. It wouldn't be the same if you didn't come." "Sure, sounds fun. Send me a note or something a couple days before." "Will do. Later." Arthur walked back deeper into the academy, throwing a wave over his shoulder. Gabriel found Griff lounging in the sun on the steps. He opened his eyes at Gabriel's approach. "How'd it go?" "Fine. Looks like they'll put the ship to good use. Let's go visit Solon and Moochie. I'm itching to get back to work." Griff yawned and got to his feet. You would be.
They'd taken 2 steps down when something heavy landed on his shoulder. Pain stabbed into his neck, and it felt like molten lead poured into his veins. The world spun, and he staggered into Griff. His partner drew his sword and swung over his head. Gabriel fell to his knees, his vision gray and fuzzy.
Easy, kid. I'll get you to the infirmary.
No, Gabriel knew that was wrong. Church. Take me, please. Griff had no idea what sort of creature stung his partner. In the brief instant it had been visible, it looked like a humanoid figure with bat wings about 2 feet tall, with a tail sporting a stinger. Griff had hit it solid, but his sword bounced off. He didn't even scratch the damn thing. As it flew away, he'd swear to his dying day it laughed. He helped Gabriel down the steps, seriously considering ignoring his request to avoid the infirmary. The only reason he didn't was Gabriel's warning that they couldn't trust everyone at headquarters. If he was right, then bringing him there would be a death sentence. Griff half-carried, half-dragged his partner toward the church. If Moochie was telling the truth, perhaps Solon had the power to heal as well as destroy. Maybe Gabriel knew something about it he didn't. Griff sure hoped so. 2 watchmen staggering through the streets garnered more than a few stares, but Griff didn't stop or even slow down. Every second Gabriel seemed to get weaker. The church door was, as always, unlocked, and Griff kicked it open and went in.
Solon!
The old priest appeared from the living area, took one look, and said, "Gods above! Bring him in. Lay him on my bed." Griff dragged Gabriel to the priest's bed and lowered him to the mattress. Gabriel collapsed like a rag doll when Griff let go. Griff shook his head. He'd never seen the kid so weak. "Tell me everything," Solon said. When Griff got to the part about the creature that attacked Gabriel, Solon stopped him. "It made no move to attack you."
"No, it flew off, never even gave me a second look. I struck it a blow that would have taken a strong man's arm, and that thing flew away like it was nothing."
"As I feared, they sent the imp for him. I did not think they would lose patience so soon." The old man was talking to himself as much as Griff. "No matter, I will do what I can for him. Out now. I will join you later."
"Wait, what's an imp and who sent it?"
"Later. If there's any chance of saving him, I can waste no more time." Solon pushed him out of the room and shut the door. Griff paced in the chapel, for he knew not how long before Solon emerged from the bedroom looking for all the world like a man who'd climbed a mountain. He was smiling, and Griff took that as a good sign.
"Well?"
Griff asked. "I've done what I can." Solon sounded worse than he looked. "He's still alive thanks to you getting him here as fast as you did."
"What are his chances of living, and what was that thing that attacked him? You blew me off before, but now I want answers."
Solon slumped down on one of the benches. He waved at one of the others, and Griff sat down across from him. "That creature was an imp. A creature spawned in hell, a demon, if you like. It is one of several operating in this kingdom. Another, larger beast led the attack that killed Gabriel's parents and brother."
"He never said anything. I'm his partner. He should have told me."
Solon offered a weak smile. "What if he had? What would you have thought before today, before seeing your sword bounce off that thing when you knew you should have killed it with one blow? Now you can believe. But a month ago? Even a week?" Griff shook his head. The old man had a point. If Gabriel had told him demons were real and they'd killed his family, he'd have thought the kid lost his mind.
"I take your point. I find it hard to believe even after seeing the thing with my own eyes. What about Gabriel?"
"What makes the imp's poison so dangerous is its magical nature. The dark magic that is the demon's essence enhances the venom's power. Within these walls, the bright shield grants me a portion of his strength. I used that strength to purify the wound. I then gave him an anti-venom elixir. What happens next is up to Gabriel. If he has the strength to fight through the pain, he'll live. If not..." Solon let that final word linger for a moment before he continued. If he survives this, it will take weeks, perhaps months, before he makes a full recovery.
Can I look in on him?
Solon nodded, eyes closed. Griff got up, walked back to the bedroom, and pushed the door open. On the priest's small bed, Gabriel thrashed under the covers, his face covered in sweat.
Hang in there, partner.
He backed out and shut the door.
So what now? Griff asked.
Now we wait.
I should tell Lord St. Jacques. Do you need me to bring back anything?
No, thank you. I'll watch over him. You go on. I'm sure his father will want to hear what's happened. Griff left the church, somewhat reassured by Solon's words. If it was a question of willpower, he had no doubt Gabriel would make it. He glanced up at the sun, surprised to find noon had come and gone. If he remembered right, Gabriel said Lord St. Jacques usually had lunch at home. If he hurried, he might catch him at the mansion. A few minutes of jogging, and he stood at the front gates. The guards recognized him and waved him through. Steeling himself, Griff went through the gate and knocked on the front door. An attractive young woman in a servant's uniform opened it. "Can I help you?" she asked, a bright smile on her face.
I have an urgent message for Lord St. Jacques. Is he in?
My lord is finishing his lunch. Please come in and I'll tell him you're here. What is your name, please?
Griff, miss. That is, Griffin.
Oh, you're Gabriel's partner, she said. He speaks of you all the time. I'm sure his lordship will want to see you. Wait here, please. The servant left him standing in the entryway. How long would he have to wait for the Lord Mayor to grant him an audience? Not long, it turned out. Gabriel's adopted father came striding through the same door the servant had left through. A step behind him was a cute blonde girl. If Gabriel's description was accurate, she had to be Amanda Carradine. Griff started to bow, but Lord St. Jacques waved him off.
You have a message for me?
Before he could answer, the girl said, Is Gabriel okay? She was quiet, pale, and trembling.
No, ma'am, he's not. He's been poisoned.
Poisoned? Amanda gasped.
What happened?
Lord St. Jacques asked.
Quick, man, for the God's sake, speak. Where is my son?
I'm here, father. A young man stood at the top of the steps. Lord St. Jacques glanced up.
Not you, Morgan. Gabriel.
The boy's lip curled. Of course. Why should I imagine you'd be interested in your actual son? Morgan stalked off without another word.
Gabriel's at the Church of the Bright Shield, and High Priest Solon can better explain the situation than I. He's with Gabriel now.
What are we waiting for? Fetch my carriage, Lord St. Jacques bellowed to no one in particular. Someone must have heard, as minutes later they sat in a lavish carriage thundering through the streets. Griff couldn't have felt any more out of place than he did surrounded by silk, velvet, and gleaming hardwood.
Why did you take him to a priest instead of a healer? Lord St. Jacques asked. He told me to before he passed out. Gabriel saved my life twice, so I figured I owed him that much obedience. I admit I was sorely tempted to disobey.
How is he now? The fear in Amanda's voice touched Griff. It was clear she loved his partner.
He was alive when I left. Beyond that, I can't say.
The carriage clattered to a stop, and Lord St. Jacques leapt out without waiting for the driver to open the door, Amanda right behind him. Griff held back to give them a little privacy. When he entered the church, Amanda was rushing to the back room while Lord St. Jacques stood beside Solon. The old priest was explaining that a demon had attacked Gabriel. By the scowl on the Lord Mayor's face, he wasn't taking the news well. When Solon finished, Lord St. Jacques said,
There are no such things as demons, and certainly none flying around my city.
Griff hesitated for a moment before he approached the two men.
All due respect, my lord, but I saw it. My sword bounced off without drawing blood. Whatever that thing was, it was not of this world.
He bore Lord St. Jacques' glare without flinching.
A demon?
He said at last. Griff nodded.
How many are there?
He directed this question at Solon.
And why is this the first I'm hearing about it?
There are 3 I'm aware of operating in this kingdom, Solon said. The demons also control, openly or otherwise, many criminal enterprises, less now thanks to Gabriel and Griff. The blood ruby thing? Solon nodded. I suspect the loss of such a large source of income was the final straw. As to why I haven't told you before this, it was for your protection and the protection of this kingdom. Had you known of the situation, you would have raised an army to confront a force you'd have no chance of defeating. You're damn right I would have, and now that I do know, that's what I'm going to do. I'll raise every man under my command and we'll wipe these creatures out once and for all. Your intentions are good, but every man under your command wouldn't be enough to defeat even one of these creatures, much less 3. If I tell you where my scout says they are hiding, one of 2 things will happen. 1, they will simply leave for places unknown, or 2, they will slaughter your men, leaving the city undefended. The only chance you would have is if my lord came to your aid himself. Would your god aid us? Duncan asked. No, and if he did, it would be the worst possible result. Worse? How could it be worse? If my lord were to involve himself directly, then the demon's patron will be free to do the same. It would be a clash of such magnitude the kingdom would be razed. Tens of thousands would die. Why explain all this? Duncan asked. Even if I believed everything you said, I can't sit still and do nothing with this threat to the kingdom on my doorstep. I'm explaining, Solon said with infinite patience, because I can't let you do something that will end up doing more harm than good. Let me? Who are you to let me do anything? I ruled this city and I will do what is best for it and the kingdom. Solon surged to his feet, white light surrounding him. Griff winced, remembering Moochie's story about the leg breakers. And I will not allow thousands to die for one man's ego. Solon's voice thundered and shook the church. Lord St. Jacques fell to his knees. We've worked too hard to allow one man's ignorant willfulness to undo it all. If one must be sacrificed to save many, so be it. Amanda left Duncan and the others talking in the chapel and hurried down the short hall the priest pointed out. It was only a couple steps down the hall to an open door. She poked her head in. A heavy-set man with a dour look in his eyes was tending Gabriel. The man looked up when she entered. You must be Amanda, he said. That's right. Are you a friend of Gabriel's? The man got up from the chair beside the bed. He saved my life. I expect you'll want to be alone? Amanda stepped aside to let him pass, then sat in the chair. Gabriel's skin was flushed and covered in sweat. She found the cloth the man had been using to dry his forehead. When she touched him, a spasm went through his body. She dried his face, then took his hand in hers. Gabriel? Can you hear me? When he didn't respond, tears filled her eyes. Please, if you can hear me, come back. I love you, Gabriel. Please. Perhaps it was wishful thinking, but she imagined his hand tightening around hers for the briefest of moments. A couple minutes passed and she got up and walked to the kitchen and filled a bowl with water. Amanda moistened the cloth and swabbed Gabriel's forehead with the cool water. That won't help. Amanda started and looked behind her. The high priest stood in the doorway. He had dark circles under his eyes. Why not? The fever is his body's way of fighting the poison still in his system. If you cool him, it will only take longer for him to heal. Amanda looked down at Gabriel's sweat-stained face. I want to do something to help. I know, but only he can fight this battle. You're welcome to stay the night if you wish. Thank you. Duncan should have been there too. Have you seen Lord St. Jacques? He looked in on you a few minutes ago, but didn't wish to intrude. He went home to tell his wife what happened, and will return in the morning. Amanda nodded her thanks and looked back down at Gabriel, who was trembling again. She bit her lip and squeezed his hand tighter. Gabriel's strong, Solon said. He'll pull through. The priest's eyes seemed to glow with an inner light. It filled her with warmth, and her worry faded a little.
For the next 2 days, Amanda seldom left Gabriel's bedside. Sometimes he would mumble in his sleep, often calling for his family, especially his brother. Occasionally, he squeezed her hand, but other than that, nothing made her hopeful of his recovery. Late in the evening of her third night, Solon brought a tray with 2 bowls of soup and some rolls. Still no change. She accepted the meal and sat back down. The old priest sighed and sat across from her with his own dinner. Patience, my dear. His pulse and breathing are still strong. Eat now and keep your strength up. When he wakes, he'll need to draw on your strength until he regains his own. As long as he wakes up, he can have all my strength. Later that night, long after Solon had left her, she fell asleep. It seemed her eyes had barely shut when something woke her. She lifted her head off the bed and found it empty. She must be dreaming. Amanda fell back asleep. Gabriel had to be dreaming. He walked through the church. It was night, but white light filled the chapel. Perhaps he had died and this was heaven. All he remembered was a pain in his neck. Now he was walking through some ethereal version of the church. When he reached the chapel, a figure was towering before the altar. It wore archaic plate armor, the great helm almost brushing the ceiling. It, for it was no man, glowed with the same light that filled the church. In its right hand was a sword of light, and in its left, a rune-engraved shield. Gabriel understood. "Are you?" The great helm nodded once. Gabriel stood before the bright shield. He felt no awe or fear, nothing but a gnawing curiosity and a strange sense of déjà vu, like he'd encountered this being before. The bright shield beckoned him to the altar, and Gabriel obeyed, moving in slow motion, like he was underwater. When they stood side by side, the bright shield reached out and placed a glowing hand over his heart. Gabriel gasped as a cool, pure energy filled him. When the god took his hand away, he gestured toward the altar. The sword Gabriel had long admired now glowed with the same white light. He knew, with absolute certainty he knew, that the sword was meant for him. He looked at the bright shield, and the helm nodded once more. Gabriel reached out and ran the tips of his fingers along the length of the blade. The power radiating off it made his fingers tingle. He grasped the hilt and lifted the sword from the altar. He felt whole, like a piece of him he didn't even know was missing had been restored. The bright shield nodded for a third time and vanished. Amanda woke, her neck stiff from sleeping in the chair. After she worked the kinks out, she leaned forward to check on Gabriel. She started. He was lying on top of the blanket with a sword in his hand. She touched his forehead. It was cool and dry. Tears filled her eyes. The fever had broken at last. He was sleeping peacefully for the first time in 3 days. She leapt up and rushed out to tell Solon the good news. Amanda found him kneeling before the altar. "Solon! The fever's broken at last." "That's wonderful. Is he awake?" "Not yet." Solon got to his feet, bowed to the altar, and said, "Let's take a look." Amanda led Solon back to the bedroom. They found Gabriel sitting up in bed, the sword leaning against the frame in easy reach. "Morning," Gabriel said. "Could I get something to eat?" Amanda cried, and through the tears she could see the priest smiling. "You gave us quite the scare, my young friend," Solon said. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be a burden. How long have I been out?" "I'll let Amanda fill you in while I fix us some breakfast." Solon left Amanda alone with Gabriel. She sat on the edge of his bed, a little self-conscious now that he was awake. "Thanks for staying with me," he said. "You knew I was here? I thought you were unconscious." "It was like I was underwater at night. Sometimes I got near the surface, and when I did I felt your hand in mine. It was like a lifeline. Every time I thought I was going under, I held on as tight as I could, knowing if I got back to the surface you'd be there waiting." "Gabriel, when this mess is sorted out, we should get married. What do you say?" Tears streamed down her face, but she'd never been happier. "I love you. Whenever you're ready, I'll marry you." Amanda laid down beside him and put her head on his chest. He put his arm around her and gave a weak squeeze. She realized then how much strength he'd lost. They lay together for a few minutes before Solon cleared his throat from the doorway. Amanda got up and took the tray from Solon. She set the tray on Gabriel's lap, poured 3 cups of tea and handed a cup to Solon. They watched, their tea growing cold as Gabriel devoured the toast one small bite at a time. He swallowed the last bit and smiled. "Tasty." "After 3 days of no food, I imagine most anything would have been good," Solon said. 3 days? How's Uncle Duncan holding up?" "He was here last night for a while," Solon said. "He's been worried, like the rest of us." Gabriel started to get up. "I should go tell him I'm all right. Duncan's got enough to do without worrying about me." Amanda put a hand on his chest. He was so weak she was able to push him back down. "You rest. I'll tell him." "A moment, please," Solon said. "Before you go, I wanted to say I overheard you earlier. You have my most sincere congratulations. However, please consider waiting to spread the good news. The ones that attacked Gabriel might try to get at him through you if they found out how close you've become." "Wise counsel, Solon," Gabriel said. "I won't say anything," Amanda said. "Amanda," Gabriel stopped her as she moved toward the door. "Would you let Griff know too?" "Of course. Where will I find him?" "Headquarters. I'm not sure he has a home." "Okay, I'll be back soon." When Amanda had gone, Gabriel said, "There's something we need to discuss." "So I guessed." Solon gave his new sword a meaningful glance. "What happened?" Gabriel told him about the dream. "It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen, and considering some of the things I've seen, that's saying something." "Astonishing," Solon said. "I've slept in the chapel every night since the attack, and I didn't notice anything had happened until I woke in the morning and found the sword missing. I wonder why my lord wished to hide it from me. Perhaps he wanted it to be just the two of us? If nothing else, this proves you're one of the chosen." "Yeah," Gabriel gave the sword a pat. "But what does that mean?" "It means things are coming to a head. Now that the Bright Shield has chosen you, the 4th member of our group will be revealed soon. There are other things I need to tell you. When Duncan first arrived to check on you, I had to explain the situation. He was determined to take the fight to the demons. That's madness. If he sent men to fight those things, they'd be slaughtered." "Correct. I convinced him of the wisdom of inaction." "Wow, how'd you manage that?" Gabriel asked. Solon winced. "I threatened to blast him to ash if he did anything stupid like attacking the demons himself." "Ouch. How'd he take it?" "How do you think? The important thing is he swore on the altar he wouldn't act without speaking to me first." "That's good," Gabriel yawned. "Was there anything else?" "Nothing that won't keep. The young lady will never forgive me if I wear you out." Steel rang on steel, the song sending a thrill through Gabriel as he and Griff sparred in the yard behind the church. It had taken 3 weeks, but at last Gabriel had his strength back. More than that, he had the bright sword, or so Solon had named the rune sword his god bestowed on Gabriel. Perfectly balanced, the sword was a wonder. Almost floating in Gabriel's hand, it moved as much by thought as muscle. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Griff's sword spinning away. Griff sighed and went to collect his sword for the 5th time that morning. "Tell me again why we're doing this. I hardly last half a minute now." "We're doing it because I need the exercise and you need the practice. Come on, once more." Griff raised his sword. Before they could begin, Solon opened the back door and waved. Griff grinned. "I believe I've gotten a reprieve." They both sheathed their swords and walked over to Solon. "Would you excuse us, Griff?" Solon said. "Sure.
Demon stuff?
That is correct, Solon said.
Say no more. The less I know about that, the better I like it. Gabriel, I'll see you this afternoon.
Griff left the church grounds, and Solon led Gabriel back inside.
What is it? Gabriel asked when they reached the chapel. The time has come for you to reclaim the final piece of the key. The fourth warrior has been revealed to you? Who is it? I don't know. I saw a man of slender build wearing a black half-mask. He had long, dark hair and wore a cloak that appeared to be made of spun shadow. He is in the city, or will be soon. Gabriel frowned, and Solon must have noticed. What? Lost in memory, Gabriel didn't answer right away. Not long ago, Gabriel had dreamed of the man Solon described. They'd faced each other across a river of fire. It felt like they'd been in conflict, not allies. Gabriel, what is it? I'm not sure. Gabriel described the dream and the figure in it. Could it be the same person? I don't know, but it seems highly unlikely there would be two different men that look the same in both our visions. We shall have to see which of us had the true vision. For now, you need to concentrate on retrieving the key fragment. All right. How do I find it? Gabriel asked. You said Father buried it somewhere on the estate grounds. That's a lot of territory to search. The answer rests at your side. The same magic created both the bright sword and the coffer containing the key fragment. When brought close, they will draw together. That's it? I draw the sword and follow where it leads? That's it. Though I expect once you've found the key, you'll have company. The demons won't miss this chance. As soon as you claim the key, you must be ready. I will be, Gabriel said, his voice grim. In truth, he'd been ready since the day he watched the demon kill his father. One question. These things can turn invisible. How do I fight them if I can't see them? You need fear no demon magic while you carry that weapon. It was created to slay demons, and their magic can harm no one that bears it. If you find yourself unable to return to the church before you need to sleep, leave the blade unsheathed. The sword will watch over you while you sleep. You're kidding. Not at all. The bright sword looks after its bearer. Is this what you wanted to tell me the day I woke up? Solon looked away. No, that wasn't it. What then? It's been on my mind ever since, but the opportunity to discuss it never came up. Solon turned to face him, their eyes locking. Are you certain? What I have to tell you will not be pleasant to hear. Tell me. Very well. In this kingdom, the demons have a powerful human pawn. That pawn is Duke Carradine, Amanda's father. No. Gabriel's head spun as he considered the consequences of what Solon told him. He needed to sit. He backed up to a bench and collapsed. Are you certain? I am. You remember the night of your graduation? Duke Carradine was carrying a golden serpent staff. I remember. It seemed like an odd thing for him to have. Odd indeed. That staff is a demon. I knew it the moment I entered the building. Gods above. Does Amanda realize? I don't believe so. I was reluctant to tell you anything in case you should say something in front of her, and I admit I harbored doubts about the girl, but having seen her with you over the past weeks, I'm confident her love for you is genuine. If she were to find out her father's secret and let him or the demons know, her life may be in danger. You don't think her father would harm her? The Duke might not, but a demon that wished its secrets kept? You've seen the lengths they'll go to eliminate anything that gets in their way. Gabriel rubbed the side of his neck. That I have. On my honor, I'll say nothing to her. Good. When will you leave to retrieve the key fragment? First thing in the morning. I need to tell Uncle Duncan where I'm going. He waited to give Solon a chance to object, but the priest said nothing. I'll swing by in the morning before I leave. The sun colored the sky crimson, like someone had dipped the clouds in blood.
Not the auspicious start he'd hoped for. Gabriel guided his horse through the streets toward the church. He'd collected minimal provisions as he planned to be gone for a day at most. Gabriel wore a mail coat, though the armor would provide no protection if he faced a demon. His conversation with Duncan had gone better than he'd hoped the night before. All he'd said was he was glad someone could strike at the creatures. Gabriel understood his frustration. As lord of the city, Duncan was unused to having his will thwarted. Gabriel reached the church and found Solon, Griff, Amanda, and Moochie all standing on the front steps. He smiled and dismounted. "What's all this?" he asked. Solon shrugged. "It didn't seem right, not telling everyone you were leaving. Once I did, they all insisted on seeing you off." Amanda rushed over, hugged him, and kissed his cheek. "What you're doing is dangerous." "Very." He wouldn't lie to her even if it would stop her from worrying. "Please, please come back safe." Gabriel kissed her again, this time full on the lips. "I'll do my best." When she stepped back, tears glistened in her eyes. Griff took her place and they shook hands. "You do as the lady says. I'll be damned if I'm going to break in another new partner." Gabriel grinned and clapped Griff on the shoulder. "I wouldn't want to put you out." From the top of the stairs in the doorway, Moochie waved. "Give 'em hell, kid." Gabriel waved back, mounted up, and rode away. He didn't look back for fear his nerve would break. He'd either return with the key fragment or he wouldn't return at all. Gabriel left the city and turned up the road that led to his childhood home. 4 years gone, and he'd never ridden out to the old estate before today. His world died that day, but he'd built a new life for himself, a good life. It still hurt when he remembered the attack, but it was a dull ache, unpleasant but bearable. The sun was passing noon when he reached the familiar woods surrounding the estate. How many times had he and Xander run through those trees? He couldn't even count. Gabriel dismounted and tied his horse to a branch. From his satchel, Gabriel took out an apple and wedge of cheese he'd liberated from the kitchen that morning, sat under a tall spruce and ate a quick lunch, washed down with wine from his flask. Belly full and mind clear, Gabriel mounted up and continued toward the estate. It was a gorgeous late summer afternoon. The breeze blew through his hair, and the sun was warm on his face. If not for the fact that he was potentially riding to his death, he would have liked to have Amanda with him. When he reached the end of the forest trail, his breath caught in his throat. The main house was little more than ash and charred timbers. The few outbuildings that had survived the fire were wide open, trashed by looters. Gabriel dismounted and tied his horse off at the edge of the estate grounds. If there was a fight, he didn't want her getting caught in the middle. The mare snorted and shook her head. "Easy, girl," Gabriel rubbed her nose. He left his anxious mount and walked toward the remains of the main house, sword drawn. He looked down at the rune-etched blade. "Anytime you're ready." Whether the sword understood him or not, he couldn't say, but the rune closest to the hilt glowed. Gabriel frowned and pointed the blade north. No change. He spun in a slow circle. When he pointed east, the second rune burst into light. Halfway between east and north, a third rune lit up. Northeast, then. He eased his way along, keeping a careful eye on the runes. Straight ahead slumped the old shed where they had stored their fishing gear. That seemed too obvious. Anyone could stumble on it there. Gabriel arrived at the shed and found it empty. Someone must have been in need of cane fishing poles. When he moved past the shed, a fourth rune lit up. He was getting closer. He walked toward the edge of the woods, another rune bursting into light every 100 yards or so. In the distance, a huge old oak towered above all the other trees. Gabriel knew that tree. Father took naps under it when he thought no one would notice. It was the perfect place to hide the key fragment. When he reached the base of the oak, every rune on the blade glowed white. Father had done a good job smoothing the ground, but Gabriel could still make out where it had been disturbed all those years ago. He leaned his sword against the trunk, knelt and drew his belt dagger. A few minutes of digging and the tip of the blade struck something solid. He cleared the dirt away with his hands and pulled out a small chest, maybe 4 inches by 6 and 3 inches deep. Gabriel looked it all over. It was nothing special. He'd expected more considering how many people had died because of it. He got up, retrieved his sword, and tucked the chest under his left arm. With any luck, he'd make it home for a late supper. He managed 6 steps before thunder cracked and the stench of sulfur filled the clearing. 20 feet away, surrounded by a cloud of black smoke, stood the demon that had killed his father. Chapter 18.
Give me the key, mortal.
The demon's voice grated through his brain. I remember you. Gabriel leveled his sword, the runes blazing with white fire at the monster before him.
You killed my father.
Silent laughter, like nails on a chalkboard, screeched through his mind.
I also burned your house down with your mother and brother inside. Give me the key and I will kill you before I burn you.
Rage filled Gabriel, bright and purifying, incinerating his fear and doubt. All that remained was the knowledge, the certainty that this creature needed to be destroyed. Gabriel dropped the chest and leapt at the demon, slashing his burning blade at its chest. The demon leapt back and hurled a fireball at him. White fire burst from his sword, engulfing the demon's fire and snuffing it out. The demon stared in dumb silence. Gabriel attacked with an uppercut slash that opened a deep groove in the beast's black scales. He felt, in the instant the tip of his blade made contact with its chest, the demon's doubt. The sensation vanished as quickly as it appeared. Gabriel attacked again, sword flashing, only to have the blow turned aside by claws harder than steel. He slashed again and again, but every time the monster blocked his attacks. When they broke apart, Gabriel saw chips in the beast's talons.
You hurt me, mortal. You are the first to do so in many years. For that insult, your death will be remembered for ages.
Gabriel leveled his sword at his enemy's heart. Come on! The demon roared and charged, claws slashing. Gabriel parried and backpedaled, keeping the beast's claws from his flesh by inches. It stopped and spun, lashing out with its thick tail. Taken by surprise, Gabriel had no chance. The beast's tail hit him full force, knocking him from his feet and sending him flying one way and the bright sword the other. Gabriel scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. He saw his sword lying 20 feet to his right beside the roots of the giant oak. Before he could move, the demon leapt between him and the sword. The demon's hands burst into flame.
Now you burn, human.
Frantic, Gabriel reached in vain for his sword. The bright sword responded to his need, appearing in his hand before the stream of fire rushed toward him like an erupting volcano. White light burst from the blade, swallowing every drop of fire the raging demon poured forth. Gabriel clambered to his feet, shaking off the effects of the fall. For all its earlier arrogance, the monster now circled him warily, claws extended, respecting Gabriel's power. If possible, it was now more dangerous. The demon charged. It was so fast, its shoulder hit Gabriel, sending him flying again. This time he retained both his sword and his wits. Instead of continuing its attack, the creature lunged for the chest. Gabriel pointed his sword at it, and a bubble of white energy surrounded the chest. The demon snatched its hand as if burned. It arched its back and screamed to the heavens. Gabriel staggered back to his feet and waved at the demon, daring it to attack again. It obliged, claws leading. Instead of trying to block, Gabriel used his brother's trick, dropping to his knees and letting the demon pass over his head. As it passed, he slashed across the back of its knees, sending the beast to the ground. Before it could recover, Gabriel leapt to his feet and drove the bright sword through the monster's chest. It roared, spraying fire in all directions. Gabriel held on, twisting the sword, gouging out an ever-widening hole. At last, the demon fell silent and stopped moving. The massive black form dissolved into stinking gray sludge. He pulled his sword free and stumbled away, gagging from the stench that combined stagnant water and rotten eggs. He checked the sword for damage, but he needn't have bothered. As though denying the monster's existence, the bright sword gleamed as flawless as the first day he saw it on the church altar. The bubble of white light disappeared from around the chest when Gabriel bent down to retrieve it. He tucked it under his arm, sheathed his sword, and made his way back to his horse. When he got close, she snorted and shook her head. "I hear you, girl." He patted her neck and she calmed. "Ready to go home?" The mare tossed her head, and he smiled. "Me too." He guided her back to the road. It was late afternoon, and he could hardly keep his eyes open. Exhausted and exhilarated, at last he'd brought justice to the monster that killed his family. After 4 years, they could rest in peace. He must have dozed off, since the next thing he knew it was dark and the city walls were looming before him. Gabriel gathered the reins and urged his horse toward the church. He'd be damned if he kept that cursed chest with him a moment longer than necessary. Lights burned in the chapel, and when Gabriel staggered to the door, Solon met him. Without a word, he pressed the chest into Solon's hands. The priest grasped it like a drowning man thrown a life-preserver. He ushered Gabriel into the church and helped him to sit on the nearest bench. Solon sat beside him, smiling. "Well done, my boy. Tell me everything." Gabriel started, but a yawn followed every other word. Solon held up a hand and laughed. "It will keep until tomorrow. Go home and sleep." He needed no urging. Gabriel got to his feet and staggered to the door. He reached for the handle, but Solon laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Don't forget to bare your sword's blade before you sleep. After today, you will be in even greater danger." Gabriel managed a grunt of understanding and left the church. The ride home was a blur. The horse had more to do with them getting back to the mansion than he did. A groom came running out of the stables as they approached. "His lordship said you'd be getting home late," the groom said. "Thanks," Gabriel said as the groom led his horse away. He went in and straight to his room. He closed the bedroom door and touched his glowstone. A grim man in a black leather half-mask stepped out of the darkness, a cloak like living shadows swirling around him. A blast of adrenaline drove the exhaustion from Gabriel. He drew his sword and leveled it at the intruder. Confronted with a sword in his face, the man laughed, a harsher, more humorless sound Gabriel had never heard. "That's hardly the greeting I expected after so long, Gabriel." "It seems you have me at a disadvantage, sir." Gabriel prodded his exhausted brain. Surely he wouldn't have forgotten someone so distinctive. "Come now. Don't tell me you've forgotten your little brother." "Xander?" Gabriel gaped, the bright sword dipping in his hand. "Could it be?" "Very good, Gabriel. Did you miss me?" "Xander? How?" "Now that's a long story."
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of Death and Honor and that you'll join me for part 2, where we'll learn about Xander's adventures after the fire and see if the brothers can put aside their differences to defeat the ones responsible for their family's death. Until next time, thanks for listening.